Chapter 115, The Dragon Awaits. Dorne, 298 AC. Doran read the letter over and over, intrigued by its contents. He would be lying if he said he didn't find it compelling. Yet, numbers were the key. After requesting a quill, ink, and some parchment, he began to work through the calculations. No matter how he approached the situation in his mind, the numbers just didn't add up. However, the promise of this marriage offered him far more than what Jaehaerys had. The failure of the Dark Star was frustrating, and the overly dramatic way he handled things was something Doran should have anticipated. Thankfully, everyone knew how he felt about Ser Gerald, so no one would look his way. Still, if the man had just executed the plan properly, everything would have been so much easier. Setting the quill down, Doran picked up the letter again, reading it as he pondered his next move. Prince Doran, I write to you with news that I hope will lift a weight you've been carrying ever since the events in the Red Keep during the rebellion. The truth of that day, my prince, is one I've needed to keep secret for reasons you'll soon understand. Your sister, Princess Arya, was a brave and strong woman who knew the dangers she faced, as well as those her children faced. She tried to save them both, but Rhaenys was too well known in the Red Keep, and Aegon, being just a babe, was far easier to switch. So, with the help of Lord Varys, a decision was made. If she couldn't get both her children out, she would ensure that her son reached safety. She wanted to guarantee that one day he could rise, and if necessary, avenge his mother and sister, or, if circumstances changed, reunite with them. That's where I came into the picture. Lord Varys sought my help, and I raised the boy in safety, bringing in Jon Cunnington to act as his protector and teacher. The plan was always to bring him back when the timing was right. Many times over the years, I considered reaching out to you, my prince, about Aegon. I wished to see his family, and I know that seeing him would have brought you comfort. But even though he was unknown to you, the threats against your nephew kept coming. His protection became more important than his wishes at that time. If you need to blame someone for these lost years, then I ask you to blame me and not Aegon. In this, he had no choice. Each year, I planned and prepared myself for the right moment to bring Aegon home. I enlisted the Golden Company, ingratiated myself with the fat stag, and even went so far as to offer him Viserys, just to be close enough to strike. The time has come, my prince, and I now have Aegon where I want him. He is ready to deliver the final blow against the stag, and the Golden Company stands ready to take down this pretender to his throne. It is time to unite your family, my prince, for Aegon to reunite with his kin and for Dornish spears to rise in support of the son of Princess Arya on the throne. I am prepared to do whatever you wish to see this accomplished, but Aegon's line must continue. To that end, I make you this offer, a crown for your daughter, my prince. Let Martell blood be united on the throne as it should be. I await your answer with hopeful eagerness, praying it is the right one and that it comes quickly. Aegon marches to battle, with or without his kin. I would prefer it to be with them, my prince, or I fear we march in vain. Illyrio Mopatus paused, calling for some wine as he looked down at the numbers once more. In the end, they felt irrelevant. It would be the dragons that decided this war. His fingers drummed against the paper while Arya stood by, watching silently as always. When the servant arrived with the wine, he sipped it, contemplating the way forward. What to do, what to do? He thought to himself as he examined the numbers and the letter once again. Before he began writing frantically, he sent letters and a raven scroll carrying his orders to where they were needed. He had serious doubts about the boy's legitimacy. Arya would never have sent only one of her children to safety, no matter what the letter suggested. Yet, a spark of hope ignited in his chest. If this boy truly was his blood, shouldn't he support him? Shouldn't Oberyn stand by his kin? But would he? He wasn't sure, which was why he had taken precautions. They had wanted him to send the army off, to bless their fight for Jaehaerys, but he had begged off. Let them think him ill or weak, anything to conceal his true intentions. His reasons were far more political than they could ever imagine. If he didn't personally send the army, he could use that later to explain why Oberyn was in the wrong if his brother opposed him. He could argue that Oberyn had overstepped and that Doran had never wished them to fight for this false king. Now that he wanted them to fight for Aegon, it could serve as justification when he recalled his army. "Ask them to send Quentyn in to see me," he said to Arya, and his imposing guard complied. A few moments later, Quentyn arrived, smirking as he entered the room, but the expression faded when he noticed his father's serious demeanor. "You wished to see me, father?" Quentyn asked. "I did." "It's time, Quentyn," he said, handing him the letters. "Where do we march, father?" Quentyn inquired. "You set sail tonight to the Stormlands. From there, you will join the Golden Company. Strike hard and fast, Quentyn. Is Lord Ironwood on your side?" he asked. "He is, father." "The Golden Company will contact you when you arrive. Go with great haste, my son. Should Oberyn give you trouble," he said softly. "I'll make sure my uncle is unharmed, father," Quentyn replied as he turned to leave. "Be careful, my son, for Dorne will. I have need of its heir," he said. Quentyn nodded, a smile spreading across his face as he prepared to leave. He asked Arya to summon the maester and handed him the Raven scroll, instructing him to send it immediately. Once the maester was gone, Arya turned to Quentyn, clearly wanting to voice his thoughts. "You wish to object?" Quentyn asked. "It's not my place to object to you, my prince. Your order is my command," Arya replied. Doran smiled at his old friend. "Speak your mind, old friend. Arya, Ilaria, should they hear of this? Then they'll try to have me taken prisoner. I'm well aware of what my daughter is capable of. I've taken steps, my friend, just in case they're needed." Arya nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Later that day, as Doran watched the children playing in the water, he allowed the sight to soothe him, as it always did. He wondered if he would need to take those steps after all. Should he act first, or wait for Arya to reveal her intentions? He wanted to give her the chance to prove her loyalty was to him and no one else. For now, he felt she deserved that opportunity. It was much easier to counter her moves than to reveal his own hand too soon. When Arya informed him that the Raven had been sent and that Quentyn had departed, Doran felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The army was ready at Vulture's Roost, House Manwoody, Illyrian, Toland, Vaith, and Santigar. While not as strong as Oberyn's forces, he couldn't risk the larger house's absence, lest Oberyn begin to suspect something was amiss. They would soon march north, into the Reach itself, and then the dragons would cease to be a problem. This war would end with 2 moves, and he had already made them, a snake lurking behind Jaehaerys' army and a knife poised at the throat of the woman he wished to name his queen. It could have all been so much easier had Ser Gerald done his job, but Doran was nothing if not resolute. He relished these games, especially when no one truly knew which game he was playing. Edmure had heard the songs, the whispers, and the jibes at his expense. Caught with his britches down, as if there was something wrong with going to the privy. He wasn't alone in his embarrassment. Mark, Hugo, and Carol had all been caught too. They had lost 500 men and just as many horses and had considered retreating to Riverrun, but the fear of being bogged down in a siege had held them back. Listening to Mark, Edmure recalled the conversation about the keep's ability to withstand the siege. But even if they could hold out, if they were trapped, they'd be out of the war and of no use to anyone. His scouts had just returned with troubling news. The army encamped at Riverrun was massive, over 20,000 strong. Edmure tried not to bristle at the fact that some of those men were his own bannermen. Now was not the time for anger. He needed a plan of attack, so he called a meeting in Lord Norbert's solar, eager to hear what information Norbert had to share. Upon entering the room, he felt a small sense of pride when Lord Norbert relinquished his seat, showing him the respect he deserved. Norbert and his sons, Roland and Hugo, along with Mark, Carol, and Lymond were all seated around the table, awaiting his words. Norbert looked to him and said, "Lord Edmure, with your permission?" Edmure nodded his assent. "I've received further word that the force besieging Riverrun is led by Jaehaerys Lannister. It's quite substantial, as you've no doubt heard," Norbert continued. "Aye, we've heard," Carol Vance replied. "And I've received a raven from Stony September," Norbert added. "It informs me that another army marches our way. This one is led by Jaime Lannister, and the king himself is part of it. They march east and should reach us soon." Edmure shot a glare at Norbert when he referred to that bastard as a king. "So we're doomed?" Hugo asked. "We're left with little." "Aye, what of King Robert and Lord John?" Mark asked. "King Robert is marching to meet the king's army, I assume, while Lord John will pass the crossroads soon enough," Norbert replied. "They're besieging my home. We need to attack them. We must do to them what they did to us," Edmure declared, his frustration palpable. Lymond looked at him and shook his head. "No, my lord. We don't have the men or the element of surprise. It would be foolhardy to do so. We have but 3 choices: we surrender," Lymond said. "Never," Edmure shot back, shaking his head. He was relieved to see others agreeing with him, even if they were less fervent in their opposition. "We could ride to join the king," Lymond suggested, and Edmure noticed some of the men considering it. "Or we could ride and join Lord Arryn." Edmure began to weigh each option. Part of him longed to march to Riverrun to ensure his home's safety and make sure Cat was unharmed, but Lymond was right, that would be foolish. This left him with 2 choices: join the king and march to confront their enemy, or ally with Jon Arryn and, perhaps with his support, reclaim Riverrun. Ultimately, it didn't feel like a true choice at all. They weren't exactly certain where they would meet the king, but with Jon Arryn, their path was much clearer. "We march to join the Hand, my lords. We'll combine our forces with his and work to reclaim the Riverlands," Edmure announced, and this time he saw much firmer nods of agreement. That night, they rested and ate well. Edmure felt he had made the right decision, truly the only decision he could make. However, as he drank more, he found himself growing increasingly annoyed. The thought of facing the enemy weighed heavily on his mind. The next morning, he woke up hungover and tired, yet he knew they couldn't linger any longer. After readying his men, they set off. There were now just over 5,000 of them, a pitiful force, but allied with the Vale, they would soon. They set off and soon arrived at House Leicester, adding another 300 to their ranks. Spirits were high during the march, and Edmure felt his confidence grow with each passing day. However, as they drew closer to the Ruby Ford, frustration began to boil within him. The bastard was forcing him to ride away from his home. The so-called dragon had stolen his men. When he finally spotted the distant keep, the urge for revenge surged through him, a chance for justice for the wrongs he had suffered. Yet, he couldn't sway his lords to support his desires. "Darry, Lord Raymond rides with the bastard supporters. I say we take his keep," Edmure declared, halting the march. "We cannot besiege a keep, my lord." "We don't have the equipment," Mark replied, his gaze steady. "But we have the men, Mark. We can take it with our forces," Edmure insisted. "No, my lord. We must ride to Lord John. Otherwise, we are wasting our time out here," Carol interjected. "We take the keep," Edmure said firmly. "You do this, then I will take my men and ride back to my own home, my lord." "I will not be a part of this folly," Lymond warned. "Aye, Lymond has a point, my lord. I won't besiege a keep, so if you pursue this course, you do so without House Vance," Carol added. "House Piper too, my lord," Mark chimed in, and Edmure felt as if an arrow had struck his heart. Hearing his friends, men he had shared drinks and adventures with, men he had known his entire life, suggest that they might abandon him was a bitter blow. "Perhaps Lord John has siege equipment, my lord," Hugo suggested. Perhaps. Forgive me, good sirs. I fear the thought of my home under siege weighs heavily on my mind, Edmure admitted, grateful for the chance to save face. Understandable, my lord. Come, we'll stay in the inn tonight and ride to Lord John in the morning. Soon, we'll put the lions and the dragon in their place, Mark assured him. Come. I could do with a drink, Ronald added, and Edmure chuckled, the tension easing just a bit. Some things never change, he said, drawing laughter from those around him. Yet as they crossed the Ruby Ford and made their way to the Crossroads Inn, Edmure couldn't shake the urge to look back. If he had the chance, lords like Raymond would pay this time. He wouldn't be like his father, allowing them to evade their responsibilities. The Rivellins would run red with their blood if he had anything to say about it. Meanwhile, in Highgarden, 298 AC, Marjorie waited anxiously for news. Each day brought new ravens, but she knew it was always easier to communicate with Jay through the glass candle than to rely on a raven's uncertain messages. The days stretched endlessly until she could finally use the candle again. To pass the time, Marjorie kept herself busy. She and Sansa would chat, while Ghost and Fong played nearby. She listened to Mira and Eleanor as they gushed about their crushes on various nights. Sometimes, she spoke with Garland about military matters, asking him to explain the numbers on Jay's side and those they faced. He reassured her that they had more than enough. Willis shared visions of the future, which brought her comfort. Her mother discussed wedding plans and what it would be like to marry in the Great September. They had begun making her dress, which made her smile, especially with her grandmother overseeing the details to ensure it was just right. Marjorie had spoken to both her mother and grandmother about the reasons for delaying the wedding. She felt grateful that Jay had also talked to her grandmother about it, just as he had promised. My grandmother will want us to wed, John, as quickly as possible, Marjorie said, lying on her bed with her head resting on his chest. I know, and I want that too, Marge, truly. But we must do it differently. It needs to be a true wedding, not just for us or our families. John said, but for the realm as well. Besides, I want to see you have the wedding you deserve. I want the realm to see what I see when I look at you. What is it you see? She asked, leaning closer. I see my queen, my love, my reason, he replied, and she felt a tightness in her throat. You've gotten better at that, she said a moment later, after composing herself. At what? He asked, curious. At telling me how you truly feel. I've known you love me for some time, and you've never not told me, but lately, it feels different. He nodded, acknowledging her words. It is different. Soon we'll be together properly, Marge. No more sneaking off for moments or worrying about someone seeing us. No concerns for propriety. Soon, it will only be about what we care about, and I find myself ever more eager for that day to be today. As he spoke, she moved closer and kissed him. The knock on the door startled her from the dream, and she blushed, remembering how long they had kissed, how both of them had longed to go further but had held back. Getting up from her bed, she sighed when she looked down at the book on the floor. She had only come in to read, yet once again, she found herself dreaming of the days he had spent with her. She smiled as Ghost licked her hand. The wolf usually alternated between sleeping in her bed and on the floor, though the bed often won out. Marjorie, are you in there? She heard her grandmother's voice call. Coming, grandmother, she replied, placing the book back on the table by her bed and walking to the door. When she opened it, she found her grandmother staring at her with curiosity, though whatever it was she sought seemed to elude her. Were you sleeping, sweetling? Her grandmother asked. I was. I have to speak to Jay tonight, and I didn't want to be tired, she said, though that was only half the truth, which her grandmother let pass for now. I'm sorry for waking you. Your mother has received the dress, Marge. She wishes you to come try it on. And she sent you? Marjorie raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. I was coming anyway, so don't be so cheeky, her grandmother replied with a chuckle. As they walked out of her room, Marjorie was accompanied by her grandmother, left, right, and her own guards, along with Ghost. Ever since the attack in King's Landing, her family had ensured she was heavily protected. 2 guards indoors, for when she ventured into the gardens, and a veritable army when she visited the town. Yet, as she brushed her hand over Ghost's fur, she found her greatest sense of security in the presence of the White Wolf. Her mother and Sansa were waiting for her, along with Leonette, Mira, Eleanor, and Mega. All of them looked at her with excitement as she entered the room. The seamstress asked her to step into the other room to dress, nervously glancing at Ghost as he followed her. Even after countless fittings, she still hadn't grown accustomed to the wolf's presence. "Oh, my love, you look incredible," her mother exclaimed when Marjorie returned in the dress. "Truly, Marjorie, you look like a dream," Sansa added, her smile radiant as she gazed at her. Her cousins and Mira shared the sentiment, but Marjorie turned to her grandmother and then to Ghost, relieved to see the wolf's eyes instead of Jay's. She had learned to recognize the subtle differences when Jay was checking in on her through Ghost's gaze. The way the wolf looked at her mirrored Jay's so closely that it was easy to see once you knew what to look for. "Grandmother," she asked. "You look like a queen, my love, a queen the realm will adore just as much as we all do," her grandmother replied, and Marjorie could see the small twinkle in her eye as tears threatened to spill. That night, they had dinner, which was, as usual, a grand affair. Her father insisted that his knights and commanders dine with him each evening. Garland, who seemed more in command, she skillfully navigated among them, giving each person equal attention while her father focused on the higher lords and knights. After finishing her dessert, she felt Ghost brush against her hand, signaling that it was time to speak with her husband. Making her excuses, she hurried from the room. Once inside her own, she took the glass candle from the chest, smiling as it lit up almost immediately. "Marge?" "Jay, gods, it's good to hear your voice," he replied. "Yours too, Jay. Are you unhurt? Is everyone safe?" she asked anxiously. "We are. I need to speak to Garland and your grandmother. Can you get them for me? We'll talk once I've spoken to them. I'll call them right away." "Is there something wrong?" she asked, concern creeping into her voice. "No, I just need to tell them a few things, and this is quicker than sending a raven," he said, and she assured him she would be back in a moment. She returned with her grandmother and Garland, listening intently as Jay explained that Robert had the Golden Company and was marching to meet them. He shared news about the Ironborn, but Garland informed him they had already received a raven from Tyrion. Jay then asked Garland to be prepared, just in case. Once they left, she was alone with him again. His voice soon grew softer, and for the first time, she noticed he seemed to have 2 voices now. "Sorry?" he asked. "You speak with 2 voices now, Jay." "Your king's voice and the other one," she said with a giggle. "The other one?" he inquired. "Just John's," she replied, hearing him laugh. "Well, I do remember a certain lady from the Reach telling me that's who I was. Perhaps it will please my lady wife if I tell her that just John only speaks that way to her," Jay said, and she felt her smile brighten, knowing if she looked in the mirror, it would be as lopsided as ever. "The Golden Company, Jay? You didn't expect them?" she asked. "No, but I expected an army, Marge. I had thought it would be the Stormlords. No matter who we face, we have the men. Lord Tarly is marching to join us, and Lord Jaime commands a considerable force. We outnumber them, and Rhaenix will play her part." "I thought you didn't want to use her?" Marge asked. "I always knew I would have to. It's just a matter of how to use her. But enough talk of war. I will be safe and high in the sky, my love, and I'd prefer to discuss more pleasant things with my wife." "Such as?" she prompted. Is your dress ready? He inquired. It is. You haven't seen it, have you? She replied, a hint of worry in her voice. No, I've only been in Ghost once when you met the seamstress. I left right away. Thank you, Jay. I want it to be a surprise, she said, her happiness returning. It will be, I promise. I miss you, Marge. Each day, I miss you. Yet, with each passing day, I know I'm closer to being with you, and that fills me with so much hope, so much resolve. That, and the favor I wear. You still wear it? She asked, though she already knew the answer. My lady's favor has brought me good fortune, and seeing it reminds me of you. I wear it daily. I miss you too, Jay. I love you. I love you too. We'll be together soon, my love. Until then, know that I carry a piece of you with me, and you carry my heart always. As she opened her mouth to respond, she noticed the light go out. Ghost jumped up on the bed, allowing her to hold him tightly. Though it took her some time to fall asleep, she eventually lay down. In the north, in the year 298 AC, at Moat Cailin, Eddard Karstark faced his second real test. The first had been hosting the Northern Army as it marched forward and greeting his future good father. The news that he was to be Lord of Moat Cailin came as a great surprise and honor to both him and his father, but the fact that he was to marry was a shock to only him. I've received word from Lord Stark. He means to name you Lord of Moat Cailin, his father announced, and Eddard looked at him, shaking his head in disbelief. Me? Eddard asked, bewildered. You, boy. Funds will be directed to rebuild the moat, and the lands will be prepared so you'll have an income. You'll need it for you and your new wife. Wife? He replied, still trying to process the news. Wife. You're to marry Lord Reed's girl, Mira. In a year or two, you'll be named Lord of the Moat. This is a great honor Lord Stark is granting you. The moat is the key to the north, and it pleases me greatly to see one of my own as its lord. It's far more than I could have ever given you. Marriage, father? A lord needs an heir, and Howland is a loyal and good man, close by too. Handy if you need to call on him. Very well, I'll accept. Of course you'll accept. Do you think I was giving you a choice, boy? His father laughed. So, Eddard set out with Doran, leading 100 men to Moat Cailin. In the almost year he had been there, he put the workers to task. It would be many years before the moat regained anything like its former glory. Perhaps it would be his sons, or theirs, who would see that day. But he had built a fine garrison, and when his father, his future good father, and Lord Stark arrived with the Northern Army, they were impressed. His father patted him on the back, and even Chroyane seemed proud of him, though the meeting he was called to that night quickly dampened his pride. It left him eager to prove that their faith in him was not misplaced. Prince Tyrion tells us the Ironborn are ready to reeve, so I'll leave another 1,000 men with you, Lord Eddard. Howland will give you 100 archers too, Lord Stark said. I thank you, my lord, but I already have 2,000 men I can call on. Is that not enough? Eddard asked. It may be, but it's better to be safe than sorry. The watchtowers have ravens? Lord Stark inquired. They do, my lord. Good. Send word to warn them to be vigilant. It's a long way from the towers to here, and Howland's men will bleed them if they come. You need to finish them if they do, Lord Eddard. The moat must hold, Lord Stark said. It will, my lord. On that, I give you my vow, Eddard replied, noticing the pride in his father's nod. A raven brought troubling news. Ships had begun to sail up the Fever River. Eddard called for Doran, who was serving as his master of arms. They come, brother? Doran asked. They come. Let's send them back to their drowned god, Eddard said as Doran rushed out to ready the men. Deepwood Mott, 298 AC, Robert Glover. To give battle, win glory, and make a name, he had wished for it so much. Yet, as he returned home, he felt happier than he had on the march. Initially, he had reservations about rising for a dragon, but he was swayed by what Lord Stark had said, by the words of others, and by the dragons themselves. Jon Snow was a decent lad, even if he was thought to be a bastard, and Robert had never cared about the circumstances of a boy's birth. Lawrence was a good lad too, whether he was a bastard or trueborn didn't matter to Robert. Learning that Jon was actually Jaehaerys Targaryen didn't change his feelings. He was willing to ride and fight for the boy, believing he would be a far better king and friend to the north than Robert Baratheon had ever been. Yet, a part of him remained hesitant, even after hearing some of the truth that Galbart had learned from Meege and Wyman. The loss of Ethan lay as much on Jon Arryn, Robert, and Hoster Tully as it did on anyone else, but Ethan had died for a dragon. So, when his brother and Lord Stark had come to him and shared what the other dragon had said, he, in a way, welcomed it. The Ironborn have gathered a fleet. Robert, I fear will come under attack, Galbart said. I want you to take 2,000 men, Robert, some of your own, some of mine, and others. Ensure Deepwood Motte is protected. Help Lady Alysanne if she calls, Lord Stark instructed. As you wish, my lord, Robert replied, glancing at Lord Stark and then at his brother, who nodded in agreement. I've sent a raven to Winterfell. The Blackfish is there with Ser Rodrik. He's a good man to have in a fight, Robert. Call for him if you need him, and he'll come, Lord Stark added. I will, my lord, Robert assured him before turning to Galbart as Ned Stark walked away. Protect our home, brother. Make those damn squids pay a heavy price if they come, Galbart urged, embracing him and giving him a reassuring pat on the back. Be safe, brother. Deepwood Motte will await your return, and the squids will feel the strength of my fist if they dare try to take our home from us, Robert vowed, placing his fist over his heart, mirroring Galbart's gesture. Arriving home, he was greeted by Sybelle with surprise and by Gon with joy. He took a moment to see his babe and found Olenna asleep in her crib. After explaining to his wife the reason for his return, he set to work ensuring the defenses were in place. They had more than enough men, so he began to identify any weak spots. Once he was confident he had addressed them, he established watches and waited. If the ships came, they would not find him unprepared. He was ready for them, and the North would remember the day the Ironborn fell at Deepwood Motte. Winterfell, 298 AC. The Blackfish. After a few days of feeling almost apathetic, he began to feel like himself once more. He stood by Bran when he heard petitions, offered advice when needed, or just listened when called upon. In the mornings and evenings, he sparred with his great-nephew and at other times with some of the other men of Winterfell. He had been left a decent garrison, and along with Ser Rodrik, he put them through their paces. Yet it was when the arrival of the Raven brought a surge of life to him. The prospect of a fight against the Ironborn was something he could truly sink his teeth into, and he realized how much he craved it, the chance to fight and eliminate those who deserved it. Although he couldn't participate in the broader war, his battle was here. He hoped no one on his side would have to die, but he was ready if it came to that. Having Ser Rodrik to guard the keep and protect Bran eased his mind significantly, especially with the arrival of reinforcements. 500 men came, along with another 1,500 sent to Torrhen Square and the Stony Shore. They had plenty of men should the need arise. Ser Rodrik suggested that half of these soldiers should head to Wintertown, and while they were there, they should recruit another half as many just in case the town came under attack. It's too big a target for the Ironborn to ignore, he said. But they may still strike. It's best to be prepared, nephew. Bran nodded in agreement. Ser Rodrik, see that it's done, Bran instructed. I will, my lord, Rodrik replied before taking his leave. Did I do all right, uncle? Bran asked nervously once Rodrik had gone. You did just fine, Bran. Now, let me show you how to prepare in case you're besieged, the Blackfish said. He led Bran around the walls of the keep, explaining where to post guards and why, before taking him to the stores to highlight what they needed to ensure sufficient supplies. Truthfully, there hadn't been much for him to do to ready the keep. Ned maintained a firm grip on his men and supplies, Ser Rodrik was more than capable, and Lady Elle managed the day-to-day running of the household. When Bran wasn't with him or attending to his duties, he spent most of his time in the lady's company. Despite himself, Bryn Den found that he liked her. Perhaps if Cat hadn't played such a large role in her situation, or if Ned had set her aside on his own, things would have been different. Or maybe, if Elle had been a different sort of person, he would have thought less of her. But she never lorded it over him. Bran felt a sense of purpose as he interacted with Lady Elle, who treated him with courtesy and respect. "You intend to ride out if needed, Ser Bryn Den?" Elle asked after Bran had gone to bed that night. "I do, my lady. Ser Rodrik will command the garrison here, and I'll ride with 1,000 men wherever help is needed," he replied. "You think they'll come?" she inquired, her expression serious. "I do, my lady. But they'll be broken against the walls of Winterfell if they make it that far." "I'll meet them long before then," he assured her, noticing her absent-mindedly rubbing her hand on her stomach. "I'm glad you're here, Ser," she said, nodding to him as she got up to leave. A few days later, news arrived of multiple attacks and a large-scale invasion underway. Bryn Den prepared his men to ride out. "I should ride with you," Bran said as he readied his horse. "You are the Lord of Winterfell until your father returns. This is where you need to be." "I'll be safe enough, it's the squids who need to worry," Bryn Den replied, noticing the boy swallow deeply. "I'll await your return, Ser Bryn Den," Bran said a moment later. "It shall be soon, my lord," Bryn Den promised, jumping up onto his horse. Meanwhile, Robert admired the Golden Company's march. The army moved far more quickly than he was used to. They were experienced and prepared, and although their leader seemed, in Robert's estimation, to be a coward, the men under him were anything but. Listening to some of their tales was enlightening: contracts they had taken, battles they had fought, facing Dothraki on an open field and the Unsullied. The stories alone got his blood pumping in a good way, which was more than could be said about some of the company. Most of the men shared a common hatred for dragons, just like he did, albeit for different reasons. Those men he could get used to, he enjoyed sharing meals with them. But the man he was currently observing, Jon Cunnington, did not inspire the same feelings. Robert watched as Cunnington took a seat, his thoughts drifting. The memories of the Battle of the Bells haunted him as he hid out in the brothel, reflecting on the women he had taken comfort with. Those moments brought a sense of nostalgia, but the man he eyed now had killed friends he once cherished. If given the chance, he would have seen him dead. His love for the Dragon Prince was well known, and when he first encountered Jon Cunnington, it nearly ignited a fistfight. "What's he doing here?" he shouted angrily. "Your Grace," Harry Strickland replied, taken aback. "Him, the damned griffin, the dragon lover," he spat as Cunnington approached. "Jon is a captain in the company, Your Grace." "A much-valued member," Harry said, trying to defuse the situation. "He's a traitor, a supporter of the dragon spawn," he retorted, glaring at Jon Cunnington as he stood defiantly before him. "Those were good men you killed, Griffin. Dennis Arryn was a friend of mine. As Ser Miles was one of mine, Your Grace. War leads to strange bedfellows, yesterday's enemies become today's friends," Cunnington countered calmly. "You're no friend of mine, Griffin, dragon lover," Robert spat. "A different dragon, a different day. I serve the company now, and the company serves you, Your Grace," Jon said, but there was something unsettling in his tone. Robert took a step closer, but Ser Franklin moved to stand beside Cunnington, while Illyrio, surprisingly quick, joined them as well. "Your Grace, the company's men are theirs to deal with. If you continue this, their contract with me becomes null and void," Illyrio warned. "Very well. Get him out of my sight." Let that be the service he does for me, Robert said, storming away, oblivious to the masked silver-haired boy glaring at him or to Illyrio's subtle nod to John Cunnington. As they prepared to ride past Rosby, riders rushed out from the keep, Lord Giles leading them himself. Robert wondered what could be so urgent. It didn't take long for him to find out, and so they camped at Rosby for the night. Robert entered the Lord's Solar, his mind racing as he requested a map. How Stannis had managed to be defeated was a mystery to him, but that wasn't what held his focus. It was the news from the Raven sent by Lomas. The Western Army, led by the Dragonspawn and the Kingslayer, was marching past the stony September and heading in his direction. He glanced down at the map and spotted the God's Eye, a smile creeping across his face. He had killed one Dragonspawn by a river. This time, he would take pleasure in drowning another in the lake. Calling for Illyrio, Harry Strickland, and the other captains of the Golden Company, he kept the news of Stannis' defeat to himself. Instead, he spoke of the opportunity that lay before them. "If we march quickly, we can end this," he declared. He spun a tale, claiming that if they could bog down the enemy at the God's Eye, they would be joined by the Stormlords riding north, catching the Western Army between two formidable forces. "How many men does Lord Stannis have under his command, Your Grace?" Harry Strickland asked. "At least 15,000, probably more, 20 to 25,000 if he gathers all his men," Robert replied. "I thought we were to join with Lord John?" Illyrio inquired. "Aye, but this is too good a chance, Illyrio. We can end this here. Without the dragon, they're finished, and he will come to face me," Robert insisted, and Illyrio nodded in agreement. They marched hard, and Robert felt a growing eagerness within him. He had one chance to win this war, and it felt as if he had traveled back in time, 6 or 10 years earlier. Just like then, he was marching to war, outnumbered but not outmatched. He cursed the absence of Ned and Jon by his side, but he reminded himself that he had killed one dragon and won a war once. He could do it again. Every morning and evening, before retiring, he spent his time sparring in the yard. Although he still couldn't swing his hammer, he felt fitter and stronger than he had in years. The meals he consumed were purely for sustenance, not for comfort. The wine was all but gone. Robert found himself sleeping better, even feeling more at ease than he could remember. Despite the support of the Golden Company and the Knights of the Vale, he knew they couldn't match the enemy's numbers. If it came down to a single, decisive battle, he had resigned himself to defeat. But he was determined to see those who had betrayed him dead: Ned, the Kingslayer, the Roses, and especially the Dragonspawn. If he could go to his grave knowing he had faced the boy, he would die content. Yet, he feared he might not get that chance. "They won't split their forces, Robert. They'll know better than that. We must keep them from uniting and use the distances between them against them," Jon Arryn advised. I know, Jon. I just want them dead. I want to see them in the ground. I'll set the whole realm on fire before I let a dragon sit on my throne," Robert replied, anger boiling in his voice. "We'll prevail, Robert. If we stick to our plans, we'll prevail. Our men fight for us, for a true king. There's fight for glory and position," Jon reassured him. Yet, each night, Robert wondered if that was truly the case. Jon seemed to think of the Dragonspawn as a puppet king, but Robert wasn't so sure. The boy seemed smarter, better than that. A voice in his head echoed that thought, but he pushed it away. It was his betrayal that stung deeper than Ned's. Part of him almost admired his friend for what he had done, his inability to see Lyanna's boy dead. But a larger part of him was filled with anger and sorrow. The boy should have been his, their son. Every time he saw him, he thought of what could have been, how proud he would have been if that boy had been his heir. To see him rise, to knight him with his own hand, to watch him put the very best in their place. It had been a dream, but now it felt like a nightmare. "You stole him from me, just like you stole her from me. You stole my son," he whispered, the weight of his words heavy in the air. Robert shouted in the tent, his sleep disturbed. He waved the guards away as they entered. They crossed the God's Eye River, and in the distance, he saw them, the golden lion flying alongside the three-headed dragon. After setting up their position, he sent word for a parley. Illyrio chose to stay behind, and Robert let him. Instead, he rode out with Harry Strickland, Ser Balman Byrch, Ser Laswell Peake, and, to his annoyance, John Cunnington. As he looked to the hill, he saw the horses riding toward them. He heard a gasp, relieved to realize it came from John Cunnington and not himself. He recognized the golden armor of the Kingslayer and the white cloaks riding behind the figure who had caused the gasp. The boy's armor mirrored his father's so closely that Robert felt his rage begin to rise. Yet, he couldn't help but be captivated by it. The armor glistened in the light, an exquisite set of pitch-black plate and mail, reminiscent of the ancient Valyrian warlords whose paintings he had removed from the Red Keep. On the breastplate, set in glittering rubies, the three-headed dragon stood out, making his own armor look poor by comparison. What caught his eye even more was that the boy wore no helm. His hair flowed freely, and aside from the color, it looked so much like his father's that, for a brief moment, Robert was transported to another time and place. But it was the crown atop the boy's head and the sword at his hip that truly held his attention, something both he and John Cunnington observed with keen interest. As they drew ever closer, Robert felt another gasp escape him. The four white-cloaked men were now very familiar to him, the Fat Flower's son, the giant he had tried to take for his own, and Barristan the Bold. Any one of those three would have been enough to draw attention. Yet it was the last man, wielding the milky white blade, that truly captured his focus. Robert gasped as he recognized the figure in the distance, prompting John Cunnington to speak the name aloud. Ser Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, John said, as the horses came to a halt and both groups of men stared at each other. The Trident, 298 AC, the Ned. It had taken them a long time to march here, and now that he stood before it, a shudder ran through him. Of all the places he had imagined this fight taking place, this was not one of them. The Trident held many memories for him, none of them good. Over the years, he had often wondered about that fateful day, considering what might have changed if he had known the truth. Would he have been able to reach out and parley with the man he now realized had been his good brother? Had the die already been cast, or could things have unfolded differently? Would Robert have fought if the North hadn't? Would Jon Arryn have joined the fray? If they had, would he have fought against them? He tried to avoid such thoughts, but it was impossible not to ponder. The world could have been so different. If they had stopped it then, if Rhaegar had lived, would Lyanna have lived as well? Would his nephew have grown up with both his mother and father, surrounded by his sister and brother, if men hadn't conspired to see the dragons fall? Anger was an emotion he rarely felt. True, he could get annoyed and occasionally lose his temper, but genuine anger was something he could count on one hand. He had felt it when he learned of his father and brother's deaths, at the tower when Lyanna revealed the truth, when he discovered what the maesters had done, and when he learned what Cat had attempted. But now, anger surged through his veins, his blood boiling as he glanced at Lya, who was staring at him. Her calm presence helped his anger recede, allowing it to simmer rather than boil over. "Thank you, girl," he said, stroking her fur. He continued to pet her when Meej, Howland, and the Great John approached him, the outriders returning with news of the knights. The men of the Vale marched toward them. "We should at least offer them the king's terms." "Any news on Prince Tyrion?" he asked. Meej shook her head. "We may need to do this on our own, Ned," Meej replied. "Then we do it on our own, Meej." "Forget the Knights of the Vale," the Great John said. "Prince Tyrion will be here, he, his army, and his dragon will arrive tomorrow," Howland stated, and Ned didn't question him. He knew Howland had the best insights. "Send riders to arrange the parley." "Are we set up here?" Ned asked. "We are. Ricard and Galbart are handling it with Roos's lad," Meej responded. He seems like a good lad, Ned said, and the others nodded in agreement. Aye, better than his father at any rate, Meej added. Any word on Roose? He inquired of the Great John. It doesn't look good, Ned. He's been leeched so much that he can barely move. Whatever is inside him will likely be his end, the Great John replied. Howland? Ned asked, turning to his friend. There's nothing I can do for him, Ned, nor would I wish to, Howland said, and he walked away. Ned watched him go, feeling the weight of the situation. The sickness had come out of nowhere. Shortly after passing Moat Cailin, Roose had fallen from his horse, causing panic until Howland clarified that it wasn't due to mosquitoes in the neck, as some had suggested. Still, until they entered the Riverlands, the men had worried they might be next. Ned had spoken with Roose and exchanged words with his son. Despite the circumstances, he found the idea of Lord Domeric quite acceptable. They were having lunch when news arrived, prompting Ned to prepare his men to ride out and treat with his former foster father and those he had once called friends. Alongside him were Lord Yora, Howland, Galbart, the Great John, Ser Wylis, Ser Wendell, Ricard, Meej, Medger, and Ser Domeric acting in his father's stead. Together, they made up the northern party, and he spotted them on the hill. Above them, the men rode closer, soon face to face with those they might soon find themselves fighting against. Jon Arryn, Jon Royce, Lords Belmore, Corbray, Aegon, and Hunter stood there, along with Ser Simon Templeton. These were men Ned had known for almost half his life, men with whom he had shared meals in their halls. He noticed them stiffen as he dismounted, Lya walking by his side. Ned observed their reactions as they too dismounted, until he stood directly before Jon Arryn, who looked him in the eye. I'm sorely disappointed to see you here, Ned, Jon Arryn said, his voice heavy with disappointment. Sorely disappointed to see you abandon honor so. Ned snorted. Me? You think I haven't seen that raven you sent out, branding me a man without honor? A man who sleeps with whores? I believe you've mistaken me for your other foster son, Jon, he replied, prompting laughter from those around him. You rise against the king, Lord Stark, seeking to place a bastard on his throne, Jon said, his tone accusatory. Do I, Jon? Some kings don't deserve the crowns they wear, not after the lies they and their servants spread. Nor do they deserve it after the crimes they commit. To murder a boy with your own hands, to do so in front of his mother, to kill every member of a household without a trial, is this the honor you taught him, Jon? Is this what the Vale has come to? Even here, in front of men who once called you friend, you lie, Ned. Is there no depth you won't sink to? Jon Arryn shook his head in disbelief. When I've been the one lied to all my life? I will not take rebuke from the man who told the gravest lie of them all. How long did you know, Jon? You and Robert? How long did you know of Lyanna and the letter she wrote? Why did you keep it from me? His anger was rising, each word fueled by years of betrayal. I know nothing of your sister, other than Robert loved her, and you now seek to sully her memory with lies and untruths, Jon Arryn replied, his voice steady. Lya began to growl softly at the tension in the air. Careful, Jon. I may not break parley, but I won't make the same guarantee about my wolf. You lied to me, Jon, me, the man you once called your son. Knowing that, I'm sure I'm not the only one here you've deceived, he said, casting a glance at the others. How dare you sully your betters, savage? Lord Aegon retorted. Betters? All I see are a bunch of fancy fools in armor, fools who forget it wasn't the Knights of the Vale who won the rebellion, it was the North. Or do you not remember your broken army? Or Robert's broken army? Do you forget when we were the only ones able to march on King's Landing? Meej shot back. Had the truth not been kept from us then, it would have been a march to crown the rightful king, not to place a usurper on his throne, Yora added. Something we've managed to rectify all these years later, the Great John laughed. Even your lords are spouting the same lies now, Ned. The boy is a bastard, your bastard. Are you so desperate for the throne that you'd use her name to claim it? Jon Arryn accused. Don't mention my sister in my presence again, Jon, lest we find out just how far you can fly. Tell these men the truth for once in your life. Let's walk from here as friends, and I'll seek my nephew's forgiveness and give you my own. Keep your head and those of your men, Jon. Stop the lies, he said firmly. The only liar here is you, Stark, and I curse the day I ever welcomed you into my halls, Jon Arryn spat. As do I, Jon, as do I. Well, since you won't tell the truth, I shall. Your wait for Stannis will be a long one, or has he not told you that Dorne rises for the true king? Lies. Damn lies, Jon Arryn replied, though Ned noticed one or two men glancing at their lord. My king offers you but one chance. Bend the knee, and he'll forgive your uprising. He'll accept your claims and seek no retribution. Do not, and when we win this war, and we will, you'll face a dragon's wrath. Wrath, Jon Arryn said, glancing at the gathered men. I spit on your terms, Ned, and offer you my own. Give up this folly, and I'll allow your son to keep Winterfell. Your lords can return north, and will seek no further respite. You can take the Black and join your brother, or your nephew will lose his head. Laughter erupted from the northern lords, some almost doubling over, while Lya's growls were the only thing louder in the tense atmosphere. Your line ends with you, Jon, just like Robert's. Your child is not yours. House Arryn dies tomorrow, and just so you know, I'll take great pleasure in it. Listen, Jon. Ned's voice cut through the laughter, bringing silence as Lya began to howl. The quiet wolf is quiet no more, and wolves are far better hunters than falcons. They mounted up and rode away, and for once, Ned felt ready for war, eager for the battle to come. He had given Jon Arryn the chance to come clean, and the man had revealed his true nature. Honor was just a word, and it meant nothing. Chivalry and loyalty were meaningless, liars deserved everything they got, and this liar had cost him far too much. Winter was coming for Jon Arryn, and as he rode, he felt his lip curl into a snarl. When he glanced down at Lya, she seemed eager for the feast ahead. In Bravos, in the year 298 AC, at the House of Black and White, the kindly man had waited several days for an audience, and it was clear they were keeping him waiting on purpose. He spent his time in meditation, speaking to his God and pondering what plans lay ahead, yet for quite some time, he found no answers. After half a week, he finally relented and allowed the man to enter, relishing the nervous way he looked around the hall. Other petitioners were either engaged in conversation with priests, praying to the gods, or sitting quietly by the pool. My master sent me to speak to you, a Fodar said. And what does Magister Illyrio require of the many-faced god? The kindly man asked, noting the man's shock that he knew who he served. It always amused him how these pitiful men were oblivious to the true nature of the world they inhabited. A death, the man said. Who does he wish the gift to be given to? The kindly man asked, observing the man's nervous demeanor as he handed over the note. He opened it, and as he read, he felt no surprise at the Magister's honesty regarding the target. Many had attempted to deceive them in the past, and their fate served as a warning that no one would dare try again. The foolishness of trying to save a few coins or pretending that a life was inconsequential was evident. The man named in the note was known to him, recognized by many titles beyond what was written there. Jaehaerys Targaryen, the trueborn son of Rhaegar Targaryen, king of Westeros. The kindly man was familiar with this figure, the White Wolf, the Winter Dragon, the prince that was promised. Even the many-faced god had an interest in Jon Snow. He glanced at the anxious man before him and offered a reassuring smile to put him at ease. What offering does the Magister make for this man to receive the gift? 1,000,000 gold dragons, a Fodar replied. Pitiful, the kindly man said, turning to walk away. 1,500,000. A Fodar shouted after him. 2, the kindly man almost screamed, forcing him to stop in his tracks. He turned back, meeting the man's gaze, and saw the relief wash over his face. "Come back in 3 days, and we'll give you our decision," he said. A Fodar nodded quickly and hurried away. The kindly man then walked past the pool and ascended the stairs. Reaching the 3rd floor, he passed the faces on the walls, moving toward the holy sanctum where he knelt to pray. He sought guidance from his god and smiled when clarity finally came. That night, he rested easy and woke early the next morning. He watched as the waif continued her training while the servants cleaned the floors and prepared the house for the day ahead. Later, he met with some of his fellow priests, observing as men and women were sent on their tasks. Some traveled far and wide to deliver their god's gift, while others ventured no further than a few streets away. They gathered to discuss their work and their deity, with the kindly man listening intently as some of their most sensitive secrets were shared. He smiled when he heard tales of Jaehaerys and where he had been sent, laughing at the irony of the man's current situation and what they could ask of him if they chose to do so. When a Fodar returned, the kindly man invited him to sit by the pool. For once, the room was empty. He informed a Fodar that their god had decided the gift must be given, and he saw the smile on the man's face before offering him water. A Fodar looked at him strangely but then reached into the pool, took a cup for himself, and drank it down. The kindly man followed suit. "Death holds no sweetness in this house. We are not warriors, nor soldiers, nor swaggering bravos puffed up with pride. We do not kill to serve some lord, to fatten our purses, or to stroke our vanity. We never give the gift to please ourselves, nor do we choose those we kill. We are but servants of the God of many faces, and today he has decided that it is to be your last," he said as a Fodar collapsed to the floor. The kindly man observed as the man was carried away to be prepared. He called for the waif and handed her a face, instructing her to leave immediately. The many-faced god had work for her to do and a name for her to offer. "I'll see it done," she replied. "See that you do," he said as he walked away, leaving her alone. The white wolf had nothing to fear from the many-faced god, for even death feared the cold winds that blew. Without Jon Snow, there would be no further offerings made, and no one left to make them. Riverrun, 298 AC, Jaehaerys. It took them far longer to set up than he had hoped, so it was mid-afternoon rather than noon when they finally began to move against the walls. The siege was underway. The towers were positioned just outside the archers' range. Trebuchets launched small rocks against the walls of Riverrun, enough to remind the defenders of their presence but not enough to cause any serious damage. Jaehaerys set up some of the crossbows he had used at Castamere, adapting them to fire a different type of bolt. His men watched in amazement as they aimed at the soldiers stationed on the highest walls, forcing them back into cover after more than a few shots found their mark. From all 3 sides of Riverrun, they attacked without fully committing, employing long-range assaults while inching the siege towers closer, but not too close. The show needed to be compelling enough to keep the watchers focused solely on them. As night fell, they stationed guards on the towers, prepared for any brave souls inside the keep who might attempt a daring sortie. Jaehaerys called for his lords, and Kraken was the first to arrive. Jaehaerys was relieved to see him looking untroubled by the siege unfolding around them. "You sure you wish to do this?" Jaehaerys asked. "I do." "Dusk does," Kraken replied. Jaehaerys nodded, sending guards along with him while he waited for the other lords to gather. Once they were all present, he laid out his plan and called for volunteers. Roland and Adam immediately stepped forward, joined by 2 of Tytos' lads and Raymond. In the end, he gathered the numbers he needed and asked Raymond to find the boats and prepare them. As night fell, dusk began to howl, and Jaehaerys chuckled as he settled down to sleep, the wolf's cries echoing through the dark hours. He could only imagine how that sounded to those inside the keep. The next day unfolded the same way, crossbow bolts flying, siege towers inching closer, and dusk howling throughout the night. This routine continued for 3 nights straight. Finally, they were ready. Jaehaerys tasked Jonos and Tytos with executing the plan while leaving Lord Jason in charge of the defenses. As he made his way to the boats, Kraken insisted he take Dusk along. "My mother would never forgive me if I didn't send him with you, my lord," Kraken said. "Your mother would never forgive me if you were hurt, Kraken. So, for tonight, I ask you to stay with Lord Jason." He glanced at the boy, who nodded in agreement. "I will, my lord," Kraken replied. "Jaehaerys, lad, we're kin now," he said with a smile. "Jaehaerys," Kraken called, and Jaehaerys climbed into the boat, watching as the others moved ahead of them. Their armor was made of light leather and some mail, no plate, as it wouldn't be suitable for swimming. The boats glided silently across the water, and Jaehaerys could hear cheers and see flames in the distance. The siege towers were burning just as he had ordered. He felt a sense of satisfaction knowing they had used the poorly suited ones instead of the larger, better-equipped towers they possessed. As the boat approached the water gate, he was surprised to see it almost fully raised. Richard's note had mentioned it would be partly open, and they would need to swim underneath. He glanced at Dusk, the wolf resting comfortably nearby, and recalled what Jon had said, signaling to those with him that they weren't rowing into a trap. Soon, they were beneath the gate, and he and the others quickly climbed out of the boats. Their work needed to be swift, and as he surveyed his companions, he saw they were ready, 27 men in total, along with one very large wolf. They moved through the route that had been mapped out for them and soon found themselves in the courtyard below. Above them, attention was focused on the chaos outside the walls, allowing them to move quickly to the guard and gatehouses, where they found fewer than 10 men in each. Half of them were asleep, and they subdued them quickly, enabling them to lower the gate and the drawbridge. As shouts erupted from above, Jaehaerys grabbed a torch and waved it in the air. The crossbows began firing, and the horses galloped fast toward the now open keep. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him and turned to see. Dusk took down one man, and then another, and that's when the fighting truly began. "Remember, only the soldiers, none of the servants. Any man who doesn't listen will lose his head tonight," he declared, pleased to see so many nod in agreement. They moved through the God's Wood, and he heard the groans as 2 of his men fell to crossbow bolts, followed by screams as the archers discovered they couldn't reload faster than a wolf could run. "Thank the gods he's on our side," Adam joked, eliciting a laugh from Roland. They reached the keep, facing men armed with pikes. Jaehaerys watched as Dusk deftly dodged their attacks while Roland charged forward. The Lord of Crakehall was a sight to behold, frightening even Jaehaerys as he charged with half a dozen men at his back. "None so fierce," Roland shouted, living up to his house's motto as he cut through the Tully men as if they were nothing. By dawn, it was over. Small fires were being extinguished, and prisoners were being marched to the dungeons. Jaehaerys made his way to the ladies' chambers to accept Catelyn and Littlefinger's surrender. As he surveyed the keep, anger welled within him. She had come seeking help, a liege lord's duty was to provide protection, and yet she had received neither. Trying to push his frustration aside, he noticed a young girl running toward him. He waved off Tytos's boys when they tried to stop her, having seen that Dusk had no issue with her presence. "They're gone, my lord," the girl said breathlessly. "The lady and her husband, they snuck away by boat 2 nights ago." "Why should I believe you? How do I know they're not hiding somewhere inside?" Jaehaerys challenged, studying her closely. "It was me who sent you the note, my lord. I sent it to Elaine. Pearl's my name, I've been one of Elaine's people for some time," she explained. Jaehaerys regarded her thoughtfully. Richard had mentioned having people inside, and clearly, this was one of them. "Why didn't you? You send me another?" he asked, his voice almost angry. After a deep breath, he softened his tone. "Forgive me, Pearl. Have any of the servants been harmed?" "No, my lord." "What's to happen to us?" she asked, worry etched on her face. "Elaine is a good friend of the king's, Pearl. You won't be forgotten." "What about the others, my lord?" We'll see them right, he assured her, then turned to Lucas. Follow her. The Blackwood boy moved to comply, but Jaehaerys paused, considering what else the girl might know. Any word of Edmure? He inquired. She shook her head. Jaehaerys walked past the ladies' chambers and into what he assumed were the lord's rooms. He found himself in Hoster Tully's quarters, and his rage surged. You killed her. You damned fish, you killed her, he shouted, unleashing his anger on the furniture, not noticing when Kraken entered. Jaehaerys. Jaehaerys, the boy called out, but Jaehaerys turned, tears streaming down his face. The victory felt hollow, he found no satisfaction in taking this keep. Ask Lord Jason to gather the cavalry. We ride in search of Edmure Tully, he commanded, sinking into a chair as Kraken hurried to obey. Closing his eyes, he envisioned her pleading for their help, waiting for their arrival. He imagined Joy spending time with her mother, and though he would never give up Ashera for anyone, guilt washed over him for loving her while unable to love the mother of his child in the same way. He regretted not standing up to Tywin, which had led to this moment, to these weak fish, and cost her life. For Bryony, he murmured as he rose from the chair and left the room. The year was 298 AC, and Jaehaerys Targaryen had spent most of the night with Jaime, Arthur, and Barristan discussing their plans. He felt relieved to hear they believed his strategy was the right one. Robert's army was just days away, and Randall's would follow shortly after. In fact, it might work out better that way, as if they knew. As Jaehaerys considered the challenges ahead, he realized that if they understood exactly what they were facing, there was a good chance they would turn and try to join Jon Arryn's forces instead of confronting them. After confirming his plans, he spent some time with Ser Bonifer. The man spoke fondly of his grandmother, sharing how deeply he had loved her. Jay sympathized, struggling not to imagine what might have happened if Maya had not spoken her prophecy. It was difficult to look at Bonifer after that revelation. His love for Jay's grandmother had never waned, even after all the years since her passing. For Jay, it was a reminder of how fate had conspired to ensure his own birth, forever altering the lives of those around him, including Ser Bonifer's. I'll sleep with Rhaenix tonight, he said to his Kingsguard. He watched as Barristan sent Loras and Arthur off to rest while he and Walder took up guard duty. His sister was eager to confront the Golden Company, especially knowing that Robert rode with them. Jay had to calm her down, urging her not to rush into battle just yet. I know, Ray. I feel it too. Soon, we'll make our move, he reassured her as he lay against her. Sleep, little brother. You need your rest, she replied gently, and he chuckled in response. You too, big sister, he said as he settled down against her warm scales. He fell into a dreamless sleep, grateful for it as they marched the next day, especially knowing he would speak to Marjorie that night. He rode alongside Jaime and Lords Brax and Baneford, listening intently as Quentin recounted tales of the Greyjoy Rebellion while Andras shared stories of the Golden Company and the War of the Ninepenny Kings. Both men offered him much to ponder. When Richard informed him of Tyrion's sighting, he was stunned, briefly considering flying to the islands to confront the fleet himself. Yet he knew he couldn't, his place was here. He felt relieved to hear that his uncles were preparing, and that gave him a sense of hope. Jaehaerys sent the word out. The tales of the Golden Company had him looking to Barristan for more information. The night was a fountain of knowledge, and Jay was eager to learn. I know Bitter Steel founded them, Ser, but didn't the Blackfyre line end when you slew Meleys? He asked, glancing at Tommen, who was watching intently as they sat around the campfire. Your Grace, Barristan replied. Did he really have two heads? Tommen asked, prompting a chuckle from the knight. He did, lad. How would you rate the Golden Company, Ser Barristan? Jaehaerys inquired. Formidable, Your Grace, Barristan answered. The next morning, Jaehaerys felt lighter. He had spoken to Marjorie, and just hearing her voice made him realize that each day brought him closer to being with her, even if it also meant being further away from where she was. He resolved to fly to her once this was over, to see her before they marched to King's Landing and to prepare her to join him there. He sparred with Jaime, then with Arthur, and a little with Barristan, followed by Loras. After breaking his fast, he practiced with Tommen, showing the boy some moves and doing his best to make him laugh. Though Tommen took it well, Jae noticed a sadness in him that hadn't been there before he learned of his mother's death, a sadness Jae wished he could ease. As they rode together, he made an effort to bring a smile to Tommen's face each day. Jaime told him that Tommen was happier being with him than he had been traveling alone. When they finally reached the God's Eye, Jaehaerys sensed that the moment was near. The eagle he had sent high into the sky spotted the Golden Company and Robert, just a day or so away. "We'll camp here, they'll arrive on the morrow," he told Jaime. After they ate, they went over the battle plans once more. Rhaenix flew a few miles behind them. His sister was annoyed at being left behind, but Jaehaerys wanted to ensure they were lined up before they reunited with her. That night, he found he slept well, surprising himself. Though the dream he had was. It was no surprise, once again, he found himself at the Trident, witnessing the swing of the hammer and the rubies cascading into the water, feeling almost close enough to grasp them. "Your Grace, it's time," Ser Barristan said, prompting him to prepare himself. He instructed Tommen to assist some of the others and rode out with his Kingsguard. Accompanied by Jaime, Lord Brax, and Lord Banefort, he spotted someone in the distance. Robert looked different. It took him a moment to realize why. The man had lost weight and appeared stronger. He had clearly been preparing for this fight. As he approached, he heard Arthur and Barristan mention a name. Looking closer, he recognized Jon Cunnington, someone he had heard of before, now riding alongside Robert. "Dragon spawn," Robert spat as they faced each other. "Usurper," Jae replied, smirking at the change in Robert's expression. "I won't offer you terms, dragon spawn," Robert declared. Jae laughed. "I wouldn't accept terms from a monster like you. A man who killed a boy in front of his mother, who ordered the deaths of countless innocents to cover his wounded pride. A man who can never accept that women don't worship the ground he walks on," he retorted, watching Robert's anger grow. "Then why parley?" asked a tall, thin man dressed in gold. "I said I wouldn't accept his terms, but I will offer you mine. Turn back to Essos, and I won't follow. Leave my lands without incident, and I'll seek no retribution. But if you stay and fight, you'll learn what the Golden Company has learned time and again." He glanced at the men in gold and at Jon Cunnington, whose eyes were almost tearful. "And what is that?" the man asked. "That beneath the gold may be bitter steel, but gold melts, steel melts, and each time you've faced a true dragon in the past, you've been burned. Do you really think today will be any different?" Jae challenged, looking at each of them. "You think you're a dragon? You're just as mad as your family too, or have you forgotten that, Kinslayer?" Robert laughed, his tone mocking. Jae felt the tension rise, and he knew that if it weren't for Arthur and Barristan moving toward him, Robert might have attacked. "You look like him," Jon Cunnington said softly, his words barely carried by the wind. "My father once called you a friend. To see you riding alongside his murderer is shameful." Jae noticed the man bow his head in acknowledgement. "We reject your terms. Your Westerosi knights are no match for the company," a man declared. Jae shook his head in response. "You've heard your answer, dragon spawn. When next we meet, one of us will die," Robert stated, preparing to turn and ride away. "Why wait?" Jae called out, catching Robert's attention. "What?" Robert replied, confusion etched on his face. "You may not care for your men, but I care for mine. So why wait? There's no need for thousands to die here today, only one of us. Let's settle this the old way, you against me," Jae proposed, locking eyes with Robert. "Huh, you do have guts, boy," Robert chuckled. If I win, you and your men leave these lands and go back to Essos where you belong. He stared at Jae, weighing the challenge. And when I win? Jae asked, unwavering. The war begins and ends with me, Robert responded, and after a moment, he nodded. Fine, boy. You'll feel my hammer soon enough. 1 hour here, Robert said, turning to ride off. Your Grace, Your Grace. Jaime shouted as Jae made his way back to the tents, with Arthur, Barristan, and the others following closely behind. No sooner had he entered the tents than the urgency of the situation unfolded. Jaime, Arthur, Barristan, and even Loras surrounded him, all except for Walder, who remained silent. You can't risk this, Jae. You can't, Jaime urged, his voice strained with concern. My king, let Arthur or me stand in your place, Barristan added firmly. I lost your father to that man's hammer. I won't risk you too, Arthur said, gripping Dawn tightly. Jae, don't do this, Loras implored, his voice the quietest yet filled with worry, his expression mirroring that of Jaime's, both men visibly distressed. How did you think this would end? Did you really believe I would let anyone else take this from me? That man is the reason my father died, along with my mother, my brother, my sister, and their mother. He killed Viserys with his own damn hands. Do you think I would allow any of you to take this from me? Do none of you know me at all? This was always how it would go, and as your king, I will command you if necessary. I ask you to trust that I know what I'm doing. With that, he walked out of the tent, mounting his horse as the others followed. When they returned, they found a larger group waiting for them. Jae sent for more men, just to be safe, only riding forward when they were evenly matched. As he looked up, he spotted Illyrio standing some distance away, accompanied by a young masked man. Robert was walking toward him, followed by the thin man from earlier and a few others, including John Cunnington. Jae watched as one of them helped Robert put on an antlered helm, then handed him a hammer. Jae removed his crown and handed it to Jaime. He took the helm from Jaime and leaned in close to whisper, "This is what you trained me for, Jaime, and you trained me well." He stepped away to face Robert, the two of them standing just a few feet apart. Jae drew Dark Sister, noting Robert's eyes behind the helm as they fixed on the blade. You took everything from me. Taking your life won't come close to making up for it, yet I will take great pleasure in doing it, Jae declared. I'll see you dead, dragon spawn, Robert replied. When you get to hell, tell them that the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Targaryen sent you there. The brother of Rhaenys and Aegon, the son of Elia, and the nephew of Viserys and Brandon, the grandson of Riella and Ricard. You tell them Jaehaerys Targaryen sent you. With that, he swung the sword, feeling the force of Robert's hammer crash against it. The impact sent shockwaves through him, but he stood firm. Jae knocked the sword from Robert's hand, but he was well accustomed to deflecting such blows. When he swung back, he realized that Robert wasn't prepared for his speed. Dark Sister crashed against the armor, almost cutting through, Valyrian steel against plate, leaving only one winner. Robert aimed a swing at him in return, but Jae easily dodged it and began to truly move. He darted left and right, in and out, forward and back. One moment, he was attacking Robert head-on, and the next, he was behind him, forcing Robert to turn. Jae began to thrust, spotting the gaps in Robert's armor and feeling the sword strike home. The pained gasps from the usurper were music to his ears. He could feel the sword calling out for more, its thirst for Robert's blood matching his own. When he caught Robert on the back of the knee, he watched him fall, only to stumble back to his feet, now favoring one side. A blow knocked him several feet away, and Jae cursed himself for being careless. He waved to Jaime and the others, signaling that he was fine, then rolled away from the next strike. He could see that Robert was tiring, the exertion of trying to keep up with him, along with the blood loss from where Dark Sister had struck, was taking its toll. As Robert raised his hammer, Jae struck, and Robert looked on in shock as the shaft broke in two, sliced cleanly by Dark Sister. The hammer's head fell to the ground, and as Jay thrust once more beneath Robert's shoulder, he felt the man nearly collapse against him. The blow was mortal, and Jay knew he would soon bleed out. He helped Robert remove his helm and looked into his eyes, seeing the pain, and something else, something that almost resembled pride. Robert coughed, blood spilling from his mouth as he looked at Jay. "End me. End me clean," Robert said. Jay glanced at him, preparing to raise his sword, but he knew he couldn't do it. Instead, he turned back to where his Kingsguard and Jaime stood. "Arthur, please," he whispered. Jay saw Robert smile, and then Arthur quickly approached, holding Dawn in his hands. Robert leaned forward, his head bowed, before turning to look up at him. "You're her son. She would have loved you, lad. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. In the name of his grace, King Jaehaerys Targaryen, the third of his name, I sentence you to die," Arthur declared as he raised Dawn into the air. The milky white blade soon glistened with red as Robert Baratheon fell. Chapter 116, The Kraken and the Black Dragon. Bear Island, 298 AC. Arya moved quietly through the trees, her bow held firmly in her hands. To her left, she caught sight of Lyanna, and she knew that Lyra was somewhere nearby as well. Ahead of her, Nymeria watched the stag intently. Arya only had to close her eyes to visualize it. She could let the wolf take the prize, but Arya wanted this one for herself. She and Lyanna had made a wager, both eager to prove themselves after so many hunts had ended with either Nymeria or one of Lyanna's sisters claiming the glory. Arya reached the clearing first. Yes, it felt a bit like cheating to use Nymeria's keen eyesight, but a girl had to seize every advantage when the stakes were so high. She crept forward, lining up her shot, her breathing deep and steady. As the arrow flew through the air, she felt a rush of exhilaration. When she saw it hit home and the stag bolt, a wave of foolishness washed over her, only for the wounded animal to stumble a few feet before collapsing. Her shot had been true, and Arya's heart raced as she approached it. She drew the knife Jon had gifted her, carefully pressing the blade to the stag's throat and making the cut. It had once seemed cruel, the first time she witnessed Lady Meege do it, but now she understood the reason behind it. "We are not monsters, Arya. We don't wish for the animals to suffer more than necessary. We end their suffering quickly, giving them a far quicker death," Meege had said. As Arya watched the life fade from the stag's eyes, she closed her own and offered a prayer to the old gods, thanking them for the bounty they had provided and for sparing the animal from prolonged suffering. Suddenly, she heard the cracking of twigs behind her and smirked when she noticed the frown on Lyanna's face. Her best friend in the whole world was glowering at her, yet there was a flicker of pride in her expression, too. "I hate you," Lyanna said, shaking her head. "It's only for a moment, though." "It's been a week," she said, trying not to snicker. "It's the bloody stables, Arya. Gods, why did I agree to this?" Lyanna rolled her eyes. "Because the thought of seeing me shovel horse manure made you laugh, remember?" Arya replied, her laughter echoing in the air. "Gods, he's a big one, isn't he?" Lyanna said, rolling her eyes again before laughing too. She walked over to take a look at the stag they had caught. Do you think Alysanne will be pleased?" she asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "I think so. We'll also be eating deer for days," Lyanna chuckled as Lyra came through the clearing. Nymeria finally moved from her spot and walked over to her, and Arya rubbed her wolf's head affectionately. "Which of you?" Lyra asked. "Arya," Lyanna said, a bit annoyed. "So you shovel the manure," Lyra laughed. "Idiots," Lyanna muttered as she walked away from her sisters. They began the process of cleaning the deer, with Lyra directing while she and Lyanna did the work. Lyra gave Nymeria some of the stag's insides, saving some to bring back for Alysanne, who liked the parts that both she and Lyanna found unappetizing. Once they had cleaned out the stag, they prepared it to take back to the bear's den. Then, she and Lyanna were sent to the stream to wash up, which inevitably turned into a water fight. When they finally made it home, Alysanne gave Arya one of her looks. Both she and Lyanna lived for those looks, seeing the proud expression on any of the she-bears' faces when they had done well in their lessons or tasks made even the toughest challenges seem worthwhile. After dinner and some reading, Arya finally went to her bed. As she had done every night since he sent it to her, she read Jon's letter. My wild little wolf. There is so much I wish to say to you, things I need to discuss that I cannot put down on this parchment. I can only tell you when we're face to face once more. I promise you. When we next meet, we'll talk about everything you wish. We'll spar, we'll laugh, and I'll muss your hair to make up for all the time we've spent apart. I miss you so much that some days I reach out, searching for a bird, Arya. I look down to see how you're doing, and I watch as my wild little wolf, my sister, grows ever more fierce. Each day, you become who you were always meant to be, and I feel so proud of you, Arya. It warms my heart to see that you're happy. When I get the chance, I promise to come and visit you. You can be my guide, show me everything you've learned, and I'll be your student. Until then, I want you to know that I think of you always. I watch you when I can, and I love you forever. We are wolves. We are family. No matter where we are or what we're doing, nothing in this world can ever change that. Nothing can stop us from being pack. Your brother, Jon. As she finished reading, Arya had stopped getting teary-eyed. The first time she read it, she had almost cried in public. The words resonated deep within her, knowing that he watched her, thought of her, and missed her. What really struck her was that it was because of Jon that she was here. Despite missing him and the rest of her family, he wanted what was best for her and wanted to see her grow. The next morning, she woke early and broke her fast. Later in the day, she chuckled when she saw Lyanna working in the stables, though her amusement faded when Alysanne caught her and doubled her chores. They spent most of the early afternoon training and studying, stopping only for lunch before diving back into work. Arya never slacked off or tried to avoid her lessons. Alysanne and the others knew just how to make her want to learn, and she found that she enjoyed it. We're riding to the new stores later, Mother, Arya said, eager to embrace the day ahead. Wishes us to make our marks, Lyanna said as they wrapped up their last lesson of the day. Is it finished? She asked. Aye, came the reply. Race you. Lyanna exclaimed, ready to dash off, but Arya was already ahead, her friend beating her to the horses. This is what I should have wagered on, Lyanna remarked when Arya arrived a few minutes later. Aye, stupid, Arya replied, ducking the playful slap Lyanna aimed her way. They rode toward the stores when Arya sensed something amiss. Nymeria was tense, glancing over the hills. Arya closed her eyes and looked through her wolf's perspective, spotting the ships in the distance. They were long and grimy, but it was the Krakens on the sails that sent a chill down her spine. Opening her eyes, Arya turned to Alysanne and the others. Ironborn, Lady Alysanne. There are Ironborn ships headed this way, she said, her voice nearly panicked. Lyra, take the girls back to the bear den. You two ride with me, it's time to give those squids a beating they'll never forget, Alysanne commanded. With that, she, Lyra, Lyanna, and the guards turned their horses around, Nymeria running alongside them. They were close to the bear den when arrows flew overhead, and Arya felt her horse stumble beneath her. The fall was hard, but she wasn't seriously hurt, just winded. Once she caught her breath, she looked to the others, relieved to see that no one had been hit, though most of the horses were down. Arya, Lyanna, behind the horse. Grab your bows. Lyra shouted. Arya watched as men emerged from the nearby trees, their gray clothes and filthy appearance marking them as Ironborn. Looking closer, she thought she recognized one of them, but the chaos around her made it hard to be sure. Following Lyra's instructions, she grabbed her bow, knelt behind her fallen horse, and loaded an arrow, readying herself to fire. The God's Eye, 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen looked at the body in front of him, then turned his attention elsewhere. He raised his eyes to Arthur and nodded before turning to those who had come with Robert. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he moved toward them, observing their gazes shift between him and Robert's lifeless body. "Your king is dead. The war is over," he said firmly. "He was not our king, nor the one we fight for," a voice replied. He looked up to see a tall, thin man, Harry Strickland, the Captain General of the Golden Company. "What?" he asked, unsure if he had heard correctly. "Baratheon's death doesn't change anything," Strickland replied, beginning to walk away. "We had an agreement. Are you going to break it?" he said, stunned. "Your agreement died with him. If you wish for a new one, then by all means, negotiate. I'm sure our king would be more than willing to watch you bend the knee," Strickland said, and he watched as the others followed him, moving further away. "Here, 1 hour," he called out. John Cunnington turned to look over his shoulder and nodded in response. He gestured for the others to take Robert's body, and Barristan and Walder complied. He then turned to ride back to their camp, his mind racing with thoughts of what he had done, what he had almost done, and how it seemed nothing had changed. As they mounted up, Jaime reached out to him, but he shook his head, needing space to think. He rode on ahead, allowing winter to move swiftly, the wind whipping through his hair. For years, he had wanted Robert dead, wished for it, planned for it. It had been the driving force in his life, to reclaim the throne and see the man responsible for his family's suffering die at his hands. During the fight, he had been so focused on that singular goal that he could think of nothing else. To end the man who had killed his father, the one who bore as much responsibility for Elia, Rhaenys, and Aegon's deaths as Tywin Lannister. Robert had killed Viserys, and although the deaths of his uncle and grandfather lay at the hands of others, their blood stained his hands as well. Yet when he had asked Arthur to end his life, he found himself unable to do it. Something held him back, and he needed to understand why. Why hadn't he been able to deliver the final blow? He knew the wound he had inflicted was mortal. If he waited long enough, Robert would have died anyway. Was it that he couldn't bring himself to grant Robert the mercy of a quick death? Or was it something else? He couldn't be sure. All he knew was that he hadn't been able to swing the sword, even though he was the one who had passed the sentence. "Cursed is the kinslayer, little brother," Rhaenys echoed in his mind. "But he killed them, Ray." "I should have been the one to end him," he replied, his eyes closed as he allowed winter to slow as they approached the tent. "But you were right not to. I wanted him dead, Jay, by our hands, yours or mine. He was a monster who stole the life we should have lived from us. You're better than him, you have to be better than him. Cursed is the kinslayer, little brother, and our family has been cursed enough." With that, he opened his eyes and dismounted, walking into the tent. He spotted Tommen rushing over, the boy's eyes searching his own, revealing the question behind them. "Robert is dead, Tommen. He's paid for what he did," he said, noticing Tommen's lip quiver. He moved closer and knelt to speak with him. I need to see him, Your Grace," Tommen said, and Jay nodded. "Let them see to him first, then I'll bring you." He watched as the boy nodded, and then Jaime arrived with Loras. Arthur, Barristan, and Walder followed a few minutes later. Jay took a seat and gestured for the others to do the same, though only Jaime complied. "I couldn't, in the end. I couldn't become him, I couldn't be a kinslayer," he said, noticing the nods from Barristan and Arthur, along with the look Jaime gave him. "You shouldn't have fought him, my king. You can't risk. Don't do this to yourself, not for revenge," Jaime said. "You knew it would come to this, Jaime. After everything he did, you had to know," he replied, noticing Jaime nodding in agreement. I did, but you still can't act like that, Jay," Jaime cautioned. Jay nodded, not disagreeing, but he made no promises about what he might do in the future. It makes no difference, Jay said. They won't hold up their end anyway. Apparently, they have a new king. Renly? Barristan asked. Perhaps, but Richard mentioned that Renly is in King's Landing. Strickland suggested their new king is here, on this field, Jay explained. He requested some water, and as he drank, his mind began to drift. I need a moment, he said, but he asked them to stay while he closed his eyes. In that stillness, he sought the door and found a sparrow nesting nearby. He lifted it into the air, soaring over the Golden Company's camp. As he descended, he spotted Illyrio, Harry Strickland, and other men from the Golden Company, including John Cunnington. They were gathered around a table, listening intently as a boy in a mask spoke. Peering through the sparrow's eyes, he noticed that the boy was only masked on one side, and he felt a flicker of recognition. Though he couldn't hear the conversation, he watched as they began to leave the tent. John Cunnington leaned down to speak to the boy, and in that moment, realization struck him. He understood who the boy was and which sword hung at his hip. Blackfyre, he murmured as he opened his eyes. Your Grace? Barristan asked, looking concerned. They have Blackfyre, he repeated, the weight of the revelation heavy on his mind. Aegon's sword? Loras inquired. Aye, he confirmed, rising to pace around the tent. No matter how agitated he appeared to them, it didn't come close to revealing the turmoil churning within him. Insights he had previously overlooked were now coming to light, and he cursed himself for losing clarity, for being so focused on Robert that he had missed it. Kinvara had spoken of the pretender, the boy. Jay grappled with the unsettling news that someone was claiming to be his deceased brother and had stolen Daenerys' dragon. The only comfort he'd found in her words was that she wasn't truly worried about the dragon or the boy. How he had managed to convince John Cunnington of his identity remained a mystery to Jay, but he had sworn to himself that he would confront him once he took his throne, if Daenerys didn't do so first. He was in Essos. I thought he was in Essos, Jay said, halting in his tracks. We need to prepare the men. There's going to be a battle here, Barristan, Jaime. What's going on, Jay? Jaime asked, concern etched on his face. Their new king is pretending to be my brother, a mummer dragon claiming to be Aegon, Jay replied, noting the shocked expressions on Arthur and Jaime's faces. Aegon is dead, Jaime stated firmly, leaving no room for doubt. I know. I've seen him. Ray, oh gods. Jay closed his eyes, feeling her fury and rage as she surged toward them. He was relieved she was still far back. The desire to incinerate every man who believed this deception was overwhelming. Yet, what she wanted to do to Illyrio, the leaders of the Golden Company, John Cunnington, and the mummer dragon himself was far worse. I'll tear them apart limb by limb, all of them, all of them. Ray screamed in his mind. Ray, please, Jay pleaded. No, we fly, Jay. Either we fly together, or I fly alone. She shouted, her voice so intense that he felt blood begin to trickle from his nose. Balancing the need to calm her with the need to soothe those around him was no easy task. Ray, land. I'll come to you, please, big sister, for me. You come now, Jay. Promise me. I promise, I'll come now, he said. Opening his eyes, he glanced at those in the tent, wiping his nose and relieved it was only a few droplets. He'd had enough of his blood in the jar in his chest and couldn't afford to risk more. Rhaenix wasn't happy. I need to go to her and calm her down. We'll deal with them when I return, he said. I'll see to the men and speak to the lords. Tarly? Jaime asked. If you send outriders behind us, you'll find him. I'd say he's just a few hours away, he replied. Jaime nodded. Arthur, Loras, he called. He didn't need to say anything more. The two knights followed him outside and mounted their horses as he did. The ride to where Rhaenix had landed didn't take long, nor did the argument he had with his sister. However, when she sensed his own anger and he promised her that the mummer dragon would suffer for what he had done, it seemed to appease her somewhat. When they arrived back at the camp, he spoke to Jaime and Barristan. Their plans for the battle hadn't changed, so there was no need to go over them again. Once that was settled, they ready to ride out once more, another parley and another king to negotiate with. Jay was more than ready for this one, his anger simmered just below the surface, ready to erupt. In the Riverlands, 298 AC, Catelyn found herself grappling with a shocking revelation. It couldn't be true. It had to be a lie, just another one of the bastard's tricks to make her life even worse than it already was. Yet, there he stood, his smile, his build, those eyes, he was Brandon's son. He had to be a bastard, didn't he? As she rushed through the keep toward her father's solar, doubts swirled in her mind. Brandon married, his son trueborn. Oh gods, please let it be a lie. Please let him be a bastard, just like the other one. When she reached her father's solar, she began pulling books and papers from the shelves, searching for anything that could prove the truth to be a lie or the lie to be the truth. She didn't even hear Peter enter, and whatever words he spoke were lost on her as she rifled through journals and papers, struggling to make sense of it all. Her mind drifted back to those days many years ago, trying to remember. Catelyn's mind raced as she searched for any sign she might have missed. She recalled Harrenhal, where she had seen Brandon dance with the Dane woman. But she also remembered his brother dancing with her shortly after, and Brandon explaining that he had only done it because Ned was too shy. That moment had made her love him a little more, it proved the goodness in his heart. However, she also felt a twinge of shame at that time. Yet, he had soon swept her onto the dance floor, and she found that she didn't care anymore. Brandon had been quite busy during the tournament, and he had seemed distant when they returned to Riverrun. She attributed his behavior to the incident with the prince and his sister. He hadn't stayed long in Riverrun, and her father had locked himself away for days after Brandon's departure. Did he know? Had Brandon told him? Pulling more and more books from the shelves, she felt the urgency to find out. "Cat," a voice called, distant and faint. "Cat, my love, we must speak." The voice echoed in her mind, barely audible. "Cat." Peter shouted more loudly, and she turned to see him standing there. As she looked at him, the other part of what she had just learned surged to the forefront of her thoughts. Peter had put a bastard in her sister, he had cuckolded Jon Arryn. Lisa and their baby were locked in the black cells, and Jon Arryn was now seeking Peter's head. Anger boiled within her, anger at the bastard, at Brandon's son, at the lion at her door, and at the man in front of her. "Get out!" she shouted. "Cat, my love," Peter said, moving closer. "Get out of my sight!" She nearly screamed. "Cat, it's lies. Can't you see that?" "It's all lies," he insisted. She shook her head, feeling his hands on her as he pulled her toward him. Though she struggled, she allowed him to hold her. "Peter, I don't know what is true anymore, what to believe," she admitted, feeling the weight of uncertainty pressing down on her. "Look at me, Cat, my love, look at me," he said, gently placing his hand on her back. She obeyed his request, locking her gaze onto his. "I love you, Cat. It's always been you, only ever you." In that moment, she could see the truth in his eyes, and it gave her something to cling to, a glimmer of hope. "Lisa?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know, Cat. When I was riding here, I heard some terrible psalms being sung, but I pushed them from my mind." "I don't know what happened to Lisa," he replied. Again, she saw sincerity in his words, and relief began to wash over her. "Robin is not yours?" she pressed. "Cat, I love you. You're the only woman I've ever wished to have a child with," he said, leaning in to kiss her softly. "Peter, what are we to do?" she asked, searching his eyes for answers. He rubbed her back tenderly. "Trust me, my love. They won't take us. I swear it. She nodded, his confidence igniting a desire to believe him. After Peter had Pearl organize a little dream wine for her, he left to see to the defenses and make their plans. Kat made her way to her room, welcoming the comfort of her bed and the softness of the pillow as she laid her head down. She was asleep mere moments later, but her dreams were once again troubled. In her dream, she watched as he danced with a violet-eyed, dark-skinned woman. Brandon had asked her to dance before coming anywhere near Kat. Anger and annoyance bubbled within her as she witnessed their laughter. The tent felt empty, his belongings gone, and his brothers unaware of his whereabouts. She felt the urge to storm back to her own space. He was silent and distant, responding to her with nothing more than a polite smile. She noticed him stiffen as the walls of Riverrun came into view. Their horse rode off, and their goodbye felt unsatisfying. The kiss she had expected never came. When she reached her room, she found it locked, just as it had been for the past few days. Her father was behind those doors, busier than usual. In that moment, Kat felt like a girl again, lost in a world of memories and longing. They played together, Kat, Lisa, and Peter. Kat remembered her first kiss. It had meant nothing to her, but she could still picture Lisa's smile when she received hers. Yet, Lisa was angry with her, and Kat couldn't understand why. Her sister's moods often shifted in an instant. Peter rode away, turning back to look at her with tears in his eyes. His last words echoed in her mind, though they made little sense. One day, I'll rise so high that no one will be able to deny me anything. And just like that, he was gone. The men stormed through the halls, their crimson and gold banners marking them unmistakably as lions. Up front, a boy moved alongside his wolf, and Kat knew they would find her. The hiding place had once fooled her brother, her sister, and Peter years ago, but it wouldn't deceive the wolf or the boy. I want the fish found. Jon Snow is on his way, and he'll want to take her head himself, the blonde-haired Lannister declared. Does it really matter? He's going to burn Riverrun to the ground. If she's in here, we'll soon see roasted trout anyway, the boy replied with a chuckle. He wants to look into her eyes, to see her dead by his own hands. Who are we to deny the king? The Lannister said. Kat heard scratching at the door, claws desperately trying to get to her. Then, she saw the bright yellow eyes emerge from the darkness. Suddenly, her hair was yanked, and she felt herself being dragged along the floor as the boy and man laughed. Did you really think you could hide from a wolf? Come, Trout. It's time to pay for your crimes. You've woken the dragon, and the dragon wishes you dead. She jolted awake, screaming, the sound of howling wolves still ringing in her ears. Quickly, she moved to the window, peering out at the army stretched before her. Torches and fires flickered in the distance, illuminating the night as the wolf continued to howl. Fear settled deep in her bones. Frantically running through the keep, she finally found him. In her father's solar, Kat saw Peter jump up as she entered. Kat, what's wrong? He asked, moving away from the table. We can't stay here. We need to leave, Peter, we need to leave before he gets here, she said, her voice filled with panic. Before who gets here? He questioned, concern etched on his face. The dragon. He's coming for me, she replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. The next night, Kat descended the stairs, a small sack containing her belongings slung over her shoulder. Peter was with her, accompanied by his men. She had emptied the strong room, taking her mother's jewelry and the coins she had saved, all now packed in the chest that Peter carried. As they raised the gate, Peter helped her into the boat. The men began to row slowly, careful to avoid making noise. Soon, they climbed out, sending the boat drifting down the river, hoping it would float far away from where they had disembarked. It took them until nearly dawn to reach the town, and they barely managed to slip into a building just before the sun rose. Kat followed a girl to an upstairs room, waiting alone until Peter came in and sat beside her. We need to travel further. We're not safe here, Peter, she said urgently. I know, my love, he replied, looking at her with concern. But this is best for now. We'll ride soon enough. For now, let's rest. She nodded, watching as he stood and walked to the door. He asked if she was hungry and promised to return with food soon. Kat approached the window, gazing out at the small town, which was remarkably untouched, something she hadn't expected amidst the chaos of war. Yet, she felt a wave of shame for where she was, hoping the mother would forgive her. As she heard footsteps approaching the door, she couldn't help but think that Peter was right. Who would ever think to look for her in a brothel? Meanwhile, in 298 AC, Tyrion's men arrived a day and a half after he did, their ships immediately. Turning back to ferry the rest of the army to him, Tyrion knew they could have taken their full force, used all their ships, and completed the journey in one trip. However, they had agreed not to take the risk. Still, they could move the troops in a third of the time it would take to march. Waiting for the ships to return was tedious. After speaking with Satin and Stromborg, Tyrion decided to take to the skies once more. This time, he flew over Riverrun and noticed his uncle's men had begun their siege. Turning back, he soared over the sea and was pleased to see that the Ironborn hadn't departed yet. Ligeron was eager to set their fleet ablaze. Tyrion had to admit it was tempting, but he needed the Ironborn to attack first. Striking without provocation would only draw comparisons that he knew Jae wouldn't want. It would be bad enough if his nephew acted on those impulses. If he did it himself, it would be even worse. Aerys' son burning them would surely stir up memories better left in the past. So he told Ligeron, not now, and they flew back to Seaguard, passing his ships along the way and noting they were only a day or so from the town. My prince, Satin called out as he ran toward him, carrying a water pouch. Ser Jorah and Ser Richard Thorpe followed closely behind, along with his cousin Walder. I thank you, Satin, Tyrion said, smiling as he took a long drink from the pouch. Gather the lords in Lord Jason's hall, the fleet is almost here. He watched as his squire dashed back to the keep, glancing back to see Ligeron take to the sky. He smiled before turning away, with Ser Jorah and Ser Richard positioned at his back. Even without wearing the colors of his house, the two men in white cloaks would prove his loyalty. When he reached the hall, he found the lords waiting for him, Lord Broom, Serret, Westerling, and Lefford. Yet it was Stromborg that Tyrion found the most capable of them all. Tyrion addressed his men. My lords, forgive me. I wanted to ensure the rest of our forces were untroubled and to check on the situation in Riverrun. Westerling, for today, seemed to be the one chosen to speak. There is nothing to forgive, my prince. How fares Riverrun? Lord Gaun asked, and Tyrion noticed the other lords perk up, eager for news. My uncle's army surrounds it. The siege towers are in place, and I imagine we'll soon hear tales of its fall or surrender before we join our northern friends, he replied with a smile. How are we to join with the north, my prince? Lord Lefford inquired. Leo was a sour, miserable man, his dark hair graying despite his youth. Yet, he was no coward or craven, and for that, he was willing to listen. We will travel to the twins, my lord, Tyrion said, receiving nods and a frown from Stromborg. We should enjoy our stay here, my lords. We will march as soon as the rest of the army arrives, and this may be the last we see of a keep for some moons. He turned to leave the hall, asking Satin to bring Stromborg to him. No sooner had Tyrion settled into the solar assigned to him than Ser Lyle walked in. The giant dark-haired man was only dwarfed by one or two others in Westeros. Tyrion wished Jae had given him Walder instead of his own guards. Not that he didn't appreciate the two he had, or that he felt intimidated by the large knight. He simply thought having someone even bigger with him would help wipe the smirk off Stromborg's face. My prince, Lyle said as Tyrion gestured for him to sit. You are still not pleased with our plans? Tyrion asked. Lyle nodded. Walder Frey is a weasel, my prince, a man who can't be trusted. I'd rather deal with the squids than with the Freys. His contempt was clear. They are my kin, unfortunately, he said with a chuckle, which the man returned. It's either there or at the Ruby Ford we cross, and there's hard ground between us and there. I want the men's march to be as easy as possible. Aye, but that old man will bleed you dry, my prince. He'll extract a heavy price, Lyle warned. He'll try. I'll pay, gold we have. Anything else? Well, I've got a dragon, and weasels burn, do they not? Tyrion replied. Aye, that they do, Lyle laughed. We'll meet the north when we cross. With luck, unless they've moved faster than we have. Forgive me, my prince, for my doubts, Lyle said as he stood up. I welcome them, Ser Lyle. Feel free to express them to me. I need loyal men who know what they're doing, and we have few of those with us. Ha, you have the truth of it, my prince. I think I'll get drunk, it may be some time until we get the chance again, Lyle said, laughing as he left. The next 2 days seemed to fly by. The ships arrived, and after giving the men a day to rest, they began their march. It took them almost a week to reach the twins, and no sooner had they set up camp to rest than the party was sent out to meet them. Tyrion looked to see Ser Stevran leading the group from the castle. Ser Richard and Ser Jorah, the Strongbow and his lords, joined him, and they rode to meet the Freys. The two groups came together a short distance from the bridge itself. Tyrion scanned the crowd and spotted Ser Stevran, his son Ser Ryman, along with Black Walder and a few others whose names he didn't know, too many weasels, all too alike to remember who was who. Lord Tyrion, it's good to see you, Ser Stevran said. Prince Tyrion, the Strongbow added, finally noticing the colors Tyrion wore. Forgive me, my prince, Stevran blustered. There is nothing to forgive, Ser, Tyrion replied, looking to the others who were watching them, particularly Black Walder, whose expression was inscrutable. Tyrion approached the bridge with determination. We seek passage across your bridge. Of course, my prince. My father will wish to speak with you, Stevran replied. Tyrion nodded and turned back to his lords, instructing them to ride back. He, along with the Strongbow, Satin, Walder, Ser Jorah, and Ser Richard Horp, followed the Freys to the twins. His two knights kept a watchful eye on the men, while Tyrion closed his eyes, hoping Ligeron was nearby, ready to act if necessary. As they dismounted at the gate, Ser Ryman and Black Walder requested their weapons. Ser Jorah and Ser Richard shook their heads. My Kingsguard won't allow their arms to be taken, Ser Ryman. We will have this meeting armed or not at all, Jorah stated, noticing Black Walder's grimace as Stevran nodded in agreement. Inside the twins, everything looked just as he remembered, unchanged even after all these years. The familiar smell filled the air, and when he entered the great hall, the only difference was the increased number of Freys present. At the highest seat, the oldest Frey of them all sat, Walder, appearing ancient and still showing no signs of fading away. Lord Tyrion, Walder said, peering at him through beady eyes, taking note of his attire and smirking. Prince Tyrion, father, Stevran corrected. A prince in my halls, ha. It's been many years since I've had one, and even now, he's not a full one, Walder chuckled. Tyrion raised his hand as Ser Richard and Ser Jorah stepped forward. Yet you have one, and I've come to negotiate a crossing, Tyrion said firmly. You are my kin, you may cross at any time, my prince, Walder replied, the smirk still lingering on his face. Your army, though, that would put me at odds with the king. There will be a new king soon enough, my lord. It would be wise to consider what might happen if you find yourself at odds with him. Tyrion jumped up, his voice firm. You dare threaten our lord in his own hall? Black Walder said angrily. I made no threat, Tyrion replied, directing his gaze to the lord in the chair, ignoring the man standing beside him. I merely stated a fact. You asked me to go against my king and liege lord. That's not something I'd do lightly. Walder's expression was skeptical, and Tyrion fought the urge to laugh. After all, Walder had gone against the Tullus more than once. No, name your price, my lord, Tyrion said. A prince, you say? Well, I can work with that. A marriage, my prince, and you and your army can cross as soon as you care to, Walder replied, his beady eyes fixated on Tyrion. I'm afraid I must refuse, my lord. My betrothed wouldn't be pleased, Tyrion said, feeling even more grateful for his upcoming marriage to Arianne. Betrothed? Walder raised an eyebrow. Princess Doran Martell and I are to wed, Tyrion explained. What of your king? He's unwed, is he not? Betrothed to Lady Margaery Tyrell, Tyrion clarified. His cousin, then the Stark boy? Walder continued. Betrothed to Lady Winifred Manderly, Tyrion confirmed. Is there any of you not betrothed? Walder said, earning laughs from his entourage. I won't speak for men who aren't here, nor will I force anyone to marry against their will. Name another price, my lord, Tyrion insisted, his voice tightening. I seek no other price. If you don't wish to pay it, then so be it, Walder said, nodding to his brood. You would seek to deny us, the Strongboar interjected, his anger evident. Not much in it for me to give you what you wish now, is there? Walder laughed. Very well, my lord. When next we meet, this war will be won. I'm sure my nephew won't be too annoyed that we were refused passage here. I doubt very much he'd seek to punish you as he would others, though he's a dragon, and well. Tyrion chuckled. I could bloody seize you where you stand, Lannister, Walder threatened. You could, Tyrion replied calmly, but I'd not recommend it. My name is Prince Tyrion Targaryen. Make sure you remember this well, my lord. Should anything happen to me, it won't just be my nephew who marches on the twins, my brother will come too. Remember the Song of Castamere, for your next decision could turn you into nothing more than a tune as well, Tyrion said, his voice laced with anger. He turned to walk away, but heard Walder shuffle in his seat, while Jors and Richard reached for their swords. 20,000 gold dragons. Walder shouted. Tyrion nodded, a wise choice, Lord Frey. I'll ensure the gold is delivered. With that, he walked out. They didn't linger by the river after that, the army formed up and moved within an hour of his return. As they crossed the bridge, Ser Stevran rode up to him, apologizing for his father's behavior and offering his men. Tyrion hesitated to accept them but eventually instructed Stevran to form up and follow, knowing that, like their lord, they would be late to the fight as well. After crossing, they reached the King's Road only to find the northern army had already passed. Turning south, they followed and began their march toward the location of the impending battle. That night, once they set up camp, Tyrion walked to where Ligeron soon landed. He took to the air, searching ahead and spotting the northern army about a day's march ahead of them. Not far in front of them were the Knights of the Vale. He couldn't tell if they had parleyed yet, but it was clear they had not fought. As he flew over the Trident, he shook his head and chuckled. Of all the ironies life presented, perhaps it was inevitable that this battle would be fought here. He flew back and instructed Ligeron to rest, sensing that both he and his dragon would be needed soon. In the year 298 AC, Asha sailed the Black Wind, leading the rest of the ships around Sea Dragon Point and into the Bay of Ice. With 30 longships behind her, some belonging to her brother, she planned to sail on to Bear Island. Her target was Deepwood Motte, and she felt confident about the plan and the reward. Asha felt a sense of dread wash over her, despite the eager anticipation of her men, including Carl, who stood beside her, ready for the battle ahead. Her uncle, Victarion, was sailing up the Fever River, while the Cleftjaw had set off with his own ships to seize Torrens Square. Nearly the entire fleet had been sent north, and Asha couldn't shake the feeling that it was a waste. If they were going to raid, there were richer targets elsewhere. While she had no desire to go against the Lannisters, the stories of Victarion's lost ships and the men who had never returned were still fresh in her mind. If it were up to her, she would have aimed for the Reach, where wealth was abundant, gold, jewels, fine wines, and delicious food were all prizes worth pursuing. But her father wanted vengeance against the Starks, and her brother shared that desire. Asha's life was once again overshadowed by men who failed to see the bigger picture. Vengeance might be noble, but it wouldn't fill their bellies or quench their thirst. The Northmen would exact a heavy toll, and in the end, they would receive nothing for it. As night fell, she welcomed the darkness, knowing it would be their ally in what lay ahead. "Gather the men," she instructed Karl, who promptly obeyed. Asha glanced at some of her finest warriors, pondering who, if any, might fall that night: Crom, Hagen the Horn, Grimtongue, Loren Longaxe, Six-Toed Harl, Earl Harlaw, and Rolf the Dwarf. These men were hers, she had earned their loyalty and respect, and she couldn't ask for better companions for the task at hand. Tonight, the Greenlanders will learn that we are Ironborn and we do not, so, tonight, we take from them as they have taken from us all our lives. Tonight, we are Reavers, and the Greenlanders will pay the iron price. What is dead may never die, but rises again harder and stronger. They shouted back, their voices filled with fervor. Asha smiled as they moved away, feeling their readiness. Soon, the night would reveal its secrets. They saw the land ahead of them and quietly docked. From there, they began preparing to leave the ships and make their way to the keep itself. They were just over half a mile from the ships when Asha began to feel it, a sense of foreboding. By the time they reached a mile, it was clear that over 1,000 men were not enough. "Move!" she shouted as arrows began to rain down, men falling both in front of her and behind. They did move, but Asha wished they hadn't. Horses charged at them with terrifying speed, and she watched in horror as a man she believed to be Rolf the Dwarf lost his head. The cavalry cut through her men like a knife through butter, and she couldn't help but wonder where they had come from and how they had known. The silver-mailed fist of House Glover flew high among the many banners, along with the grey wolf of House Stark and others she didn't recognize. Asha, along with most of her crew, pressed on. She took out the nearest man with one of her axes, cursing the dirk and the other axe she now had to rely on. Behind her lay carnage. The men on foot were no match for the horses thundering through them. If half her men made it back to the ships, she would consider herself fortunate. Around her were Karl, Earl, Hagen, and Loren, the only men she recognized from her own ship. The others were mostly strangers. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the fight, they paused for a moment, exchanging shocked glances. Asha felt a wave of despair wash over her as she realized there were no more than 100 men left from the 1,000 who had set out to take a keep that was now beyond their reach. Suddenly, she heard the panicked shouts of more men racing toward her, their frantic words threatening to overwhelm her own composure. "Run! They ride this way!" A voice called out, and that was all the motivation they needed. They ran, and behind her, the sound of thundering hooves drew closer. But it was the sight ahead that truly revealed how dire their situation was. Some of the ships were ablaze, but those were the ones that had tried to flee. The others remained, ready to be seized, yet between them and the vessels stood at least 500 Northmen. The looks they cast made it clear they weren't interested in surrender. "Forward!" Asha shouted, hearing the thunder of horses charging behind them. As she ran, she found herself praying, hoping the drowned god would welcome her into his halls, for she felt it was only a matter of time before she would meet him. She fought fiercely, and when the darkness finally came, she embraced it. Karl had fallen beside her, and though she didn't recognize the others, she knew they had been given no mercy. Asha was covered in blood and bits of bone, a slash on her side seeping painfully. As her eyes closed and the end beckoned, a voice broke through the haze. "Wake up, Greyjoy. Eat." She felt a bandage on her side and took the warm food gratefully, surprised at its quality as she ate. If it weren't a Northman handing it to her, she might have thought she was in her god's halls. "Where am I?" she asked the tall, bearded man. "Winterfell." "You're lucky his grace wants you alive," he replied. Asha could only wonder how she had ended up here. Soon, her thoughts turned to her men. Had any of them been fortunate enough to survive, or was she truly the last of them? As she lay down, she cursed her father once more. Moat Cailin, 298 AC, Victorian Greyjoy stared out at the Fever River, a wretched place, yet they sailed up it anyway. Moat Cailin was an even bigger nightmare, but it was his duty to take it. Balon commanded, and Victorian obeyed. That was how it had been since his brother took the Seastone chair, and he had no qualms about it. He wasn't Euron, he was loyal to their king, even when faced with a foolish plan like this one. Behind him, the main force of the Iron Fleet sailed, a fleet of over 50 ships and close to 4,000 men, all ready to take the moat and reeve. Victorian knew he didn't need such a large force, but he had been ordered to see it done, and that was exactly what he intended to do. They were halfway up the river when the arrows began to rain down, some ignited with flames, while others carried a far more sinister poison. He couldn't tell where these foul projectiles originated from, whether they came from the trees or the very shadows themselves, it was unclear. He ordered men from one of the ships that could no longer sail to disembark and find the attackers who were harassing their path. Yet, they could not see their assailants, and more of his men and ships were lost as they approached the moat. He had already lost nearly 10 ships to fire and at least 500 men to either flames or poison. The true toll was a mystery he couldn't afford to calculate now. "It's time," he said simply as the Iron Victory drew close to the bank, cloaked in darkness. They began their advance toward the keep, and that's when he noticed the work that had been done, the new walls and towers. Just then, arrows rained down upon them again, but this time he could see who was firing them. He directed his men to retaliate, releasing his own arrows in response, but theirs proved far deadlier than his. When he heard the rumble, he spun around in horror. Where had the Northmen acquired so many horses? So many men? Weren't they all supposed to have traveled south? It was clear they had not. Though he had the advantage in numbers, they had cavalry, and he had none. His only chance was to breach the walls of the moat itself. "Move! Take the keep, quickly!" he shouted, and his men charged forward. However, they never truly made it to the walls. The arrows that had previously distracted them now unleashed a relentless storm. Victorian watched as some arrows bounced off his heavy plate and Kraken helm, while others found their mark. Ahead of him lay death, just as it did behind him, with men falling as arrows struck their necks. Chests, arms, and legs were the targets if they were lucky. Behind him, horses broke through their line, and as he deflected more arrows with his shield while gripping his axe, Victorian realized they had no choice. "To the ships! To the ships!" he shouted as a horse charged towards him. He quickly sidestepped and swung his axe, watching as the rider was thrown from the saddle. Victorian didn't wait to see if the man lived or died. Scanning the chaos around him, he spotted some of his crew: Longwater Pike, Wolf One Ear, Newt the Barber, and Burton Humble. He didn't know where the others were, but he knew the Northman cavalry would soon regroup for another charge, and he didn't intend to be there when they did. "We need to go, and we need to go now. This attack is over," he urged. "Gather as many as you can and make for the ships. Stop for nothing, and pray the drowned god lets us see tomorrow." Newt nodded in agreement. As he ran, a Northman came rushing at him. Victorian brushed him aside with a sweep of his shield and buried his axe into another foe. By the time he reached his ships, he had fewer than a quarter of his men left. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the ships were still there. Climbing aboard the Iron Victory, they soon began moving down the Fever River. Arrows flew at them once again, but this time they were more prepared. When he caught sight of Blazewater Bay and the open sea, joy nearly overwhelmed him. Soon, they were at full sail, and he turned to assess the damage they had suffered. On the Iron Victory, he recognized far fewer faces. At least half of his crew, those he had spent years building up, were dead or missing. Of the 50 ships that had set sail up the river, he reckoned he had maybe half left, and perhaps even fewer men if his own ship was any indication. Set sail for the Iron Islands, he shouted as he stepped away from the deck and settled into his cabin. The wine was a welcome relief as he swallowed it down. His thoughts drifted to Theon. Asha hoped they had better luck than he did. A part of him felt like a coward for not sailing to their aid. But the North was lost to them, and far too many men had died that day. He didn't have it in him to fight just yet. Home was not meant for him, and if his brother wanted someone to blame, he would take the blame, though the man should find a looking glass to see the real culprit. Torrhen Square, 298 AC. The Blackfish. The ravens had come from Deepwood Moat Cailin, and Bear Island, just as they had been told they would. This left Brynden in a quandary as he tried to decide which way to go. Who should he ride to help? In the end, he chose to head to the one who hadn't called for assistance, House Tallheart and Torrhen Square. The moat would hold, as would the moat, and Bear Island was beyond his help. But Torrhen Square would provide them a foothold should it fall, so they rode fast. His scouts raced ahead and soon brought news that ships had landed and men were marching toward the village and keep. Brynden ordered his men to ride harder, and they arrived just before the Ironborn got too close. He had faced the Ironborn before during their foolish rebellion, and while they were fierce, they were also fools. Now, as he watched those marching ahead of him form a shoddy shield wall, he couldn't help but feel disdain. Here they were, marching to take a keep with not enough men, no siege equipment, and no horses. It was no wonder they resorted to piracy and attack from the sea if this was how they operated on land. Form up, he shouted, watching as the men complied, some doing so better than others. That's a shield wall? He heard a voice say mockingly. Don't jape until you break them. Those men come to reave and rape. Let's show them where they are and why they picked the wrong lands to try either in. Charge! He shouted, and the horses began to ride. In the War of the Ninepenny Kings, Brynden had charged alongside knights against the Golden Company. During Robert's rebellion, he rode with his outriders and witnessed the Knights of the Vale make their charge. But this was different. This charge lacked the discipline of those past encounters, and the shield wall was far less impressive. Still, his cavalry was superior, and as they easily broke through the Ironborn's defenses, Brynden felt prouder of this moment than he had during either of those previous battles. They turned to charge again, watching as the Ironborn fled rather than regroup. Brynden smirked, enjoying the laughter from the men around him. Ride them down. The North remembers. He shouted. The North remembers. Came the rallying cry in response. Hubris can be a tricky thing, and Brynden had never considered himself guilty of it. But as his horse was suddenly taken out from under him, he crashed to the ground, cursing himself for his overconfidence. Winded and with pain radiating from his arm, he drew his sword just as the first man approached him. He dispatched him far more easily than he should have. Anger at himself fueled his movements as he moved to the next opponent. He took down 3 men before he faced a large, scarred warrior. The man's gray hair and the look in his eyes marked him as someone who had fought many battles. Brynden's sword dripped with blood as they faced each other. Looking around, it was clear the day was nearing its end. You can surrender, Brynden offered, surprising himself with the favor he was extending to this Ironborn. I'll see that you're treated better than you deserve. I think today is a fine day for it, the man shouted back. What say you? Shall we let the drowned god decide? If you wish to see your god so much, then I will let the 7 choose your fate. Brynden stepped forward. Their swords clashed as Brynden dodged a punch thrown his way. He retaliated with a swift kick, catching the man hard on the leg and watching as he limped back. As Brynden faced his opponent, their swords clashed once more. Though he was the more skilled fighter, the scarred man had the advantage of strength. Cheers erupted from the onlookers, their own battles now behind them. The scarred warrior charged again, and Brynden deftly caught him on the arm, delivering a deep cut that elicited a groan. But the man pressed on, undeterred. This time, Brynden's strike found its mark across the warrior's chest. He watched as the man's sword clattered to the ground, followed by the man himself. "It seems your god wins this day," the scarred man remarked. "Aye, it does," Brynden replied. "May I have the name of the man who ended me?" the warrior asked, coughing and spluttering. "Ser Brynden Tully," he answered. "The Blackfish, then." "No shame in my death," the man said. "I am Dagmar Cleftjaw." Brynden nodded in acknowledgement. "Give me back to the sea, sir, to my god. Now, finish me clean." "Aye," Brynden responded, pushing his sword into the man's shoulder and driving it down through his chest. The coughs and gasps soon faded into silence as the warrior took his last breath. Surveying the battlefield, Brynden noted that some men had surrendered, but most had fought to the end. They had lost a few, but not many, perhaps a handful at most. He couldn't help but sigh at the waste of life this day had brought. After tending to the dead and sending the prisoners to the keep, he ordered his men to mount up, and they rode back north. They traveled through the Wolfswood and beyond, heading to Deepwood Motte to ensure the north was secure. Brynden soon found himself smiling at the sound of his men joking and laughing, and before long, he joined in. There were worse ways to spend a day, he thought, as they gathered around at night to eat hare and rabbit, sharing laughter with the very men he had fought beside. "Aye, worse ways indeed," he said softly, raising his horn of ale for a drink. Bear Island, 298 AC Arya. The arrows were almost running out, and she had lost count. Arya watched as the arrows flew, noting how many had struck their targets. Beside her, Lyanna loosed another shot while the men continued to advance. Nymeria was somewhere in the woods, and Arya had sent her toward the docks below, knowing they needed reinforcements or they would find themselves in even deeper trouble. Her wolf was eager to attack, but the men were armed with arrows too, and she couldn't risk Nymeria's safety if she could help it. Somewhere out there was a man Arya recognized, though she hadn't seen him in some time. His presence could only mean bad news. Theon Greyjoy and Arya had never gotten along, and things had only worsened since Jon's return. She was acutely aware of what the Ironborn did, even if Meej, Alysanne, or Jory wouldn't speak of it. Lyra had filled her in, explaining that they would take women against their will and commit unspeakable acts. The thought of Theon being here made her worry he intended to do the same to her or Lyanna. Counting her remaining arrows, Arya found she had 4 left. Lyanna had 3, and Lyra only 2. Their guards were mostly injured or dead, save for one. Yet, the men had not charged them, held back by the rain of arrows. "Where is she, Arya?" Lyanna asked, concern etched on her face. Arya closed her eyes for a moment, steadying herself. "She's at the storehouse." "They fought them off," Arya replied just as Nymeria returned, dragging Alysanne with her. Alysanne called for the men, her voice a mix of urgency and hope. "They're coming," she shouted. But first, it seemed they would have to face another assault, as the men attempted to sneak closer. Taking aim, Arya focused and released her arrow, the satisfying sound of a man's pained yell ringing in her ears like music. As night fell, she heard the thunder of hooves and looked up to see their attackers retreat into the trees, fleeing like the cowards they were. "Lyanna, Lyra, Arya, are any of you hurt?" Alysanne shouted as they rode closer. "No, sister, we're fine," Arya called back. "Artos, Edgar, and old Tom are dead, but the rest of us." "Just a scrape or two," Lyra said. "Come, let's get you back to the bear's den. Lyanna, ride with me." "Arya, you ride with Lyra," Alysanne instructed. Arya complied, glancing around to see that Nymeria hadn't returned with them. "Where's Nymeria?" she asked Lyra, who laughed in response. "You're the warg, Arya, not me." Frustrated, Arya closed her eyes, trying to connect with her wolf. She found Nymeria in the woods, hunting, and attempted to summon her back. But even with the door open, it was clear she wasn't in control today. Opening her eyes, she felt a wave of relief as she spotted the bear's den, glad to see it and the docks had sustained little damage. Once inside, she, Lyanna, and Lyra practically devoured the meals set before them while Lyra recounted the events of the day. "Come here, you two," Alysanne called to Arya and Lyanna after they finished eating. "Lady Alysanne." "Sister." Both girls were swept into a warm embrace, and Arya felt tears prick at her eyes, overwhelmed by the comfort of it all. They spilled over when Alysanne spoke again. "What you both did, Lyra says you took down at least half a dozen squids each. My brave warrior women. Look at you, a she-bear and a she-wolf. Gods, I'm so proud of you both. Now go, get some sleep. Life goes on, and tomorrow you have work to do and lessons to attend." Alysanne hugged them tightly once more. As Arya lay in bed, she thought she would never sleep, her heart was still racing from the day. Yet, sleep eventually found her. In her dreams, she moved through the woods, following the scent of blood. The two-footed ones were ahead, and she could smell their fear. She crept forward, and when she finally spotted them, she was no longer slow. The men, with their steel weapons, were no match for her speed, especially in the darkness of the night. In a flash, their throats were ripped out, and soon enough, they were no more, these men who had dared come to challenge her. She hurt her foot. Looking around, she couldn't see him, the one whose scent she had recognized before. Blocking out all other smells, she turned and followed the trail, determined to hunt once more. Emerging from the woods, she spotted the cave where her two-legged companion had made his den. Her heart began to race as the scent grew stronger. He was nearby, and a sense of unease washed over her as she wondered where he was headed. A howl jolted her awake. She looked up to see him leaning over her, his breath foul and his eyes locked onto hers. Arya felt his grip tighten. "I've got you now, you little brat. You're mine," Theon Greyjoy sneered. The knife flew from her hand, aimed exactly where Jon had taught her. Theon screamed as she plunged it into him again and again. He tumbled from the bed, clutching between his legs where she had struck. His cries mingled pain with fear as she sprang up. "Arya, are you hurt?" Lyra shouted, rushing into the room, followed closely by the guards, Lyanna, and Alysanne. "It's not my blood," Arya replied, pointing at the man still gripping what was left of himself. "It's his. Nymeria warned me." In the year 298 AC, at the God's Eye, Jon Cunnington stood before the boy. There was no doubt he was Rhaegar's son. While he lacked Rhaegar's coloring, everything else about him screamed of the Silver Prince, his manner of speaking, his poise, and the words he exchanged with the stag. When the boy requested a one-on-one confrontation, Jon felt a mix of disbelief and pride swell within him. Part of him wanted to scoop the boy up and flee the battlefield, while a larger part brimmed with pride, ready to burst. It wasn't just enough to see him dressed like his father, watching him fight like Rhaegar made it all the more evident. It was clear he had been trained by Jaime Lannister and Arthur. Gods, if only Arthur were alive. A smile crept onto Jon's face, unnoticed as he continued to watch. Jaehaerys moved around the stag with an air of confidence that was nothing short of incredible. Witnessing him bring down the man who had killed Rhaegar was a moment that Jon would carry with him for the rest of his life. But what struck him even more was that Jaehaerys chose not to end the man himself, he had Arthur do it instead. In that moment, Jon felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. Rhaegar would never have wished for his son to become a kinslayer, and it seemed that at least one of his sons understood this truth. That was more than could be said for Aegon. When he learned that Robert was set to face his brother, Aegon ranted and raved, just as he had when he heard the details of what Jaehaerys wore and wielded. Dark Sister, the crown of the Conqueror, Ser Arthur, and Ser Barristan at his back, one of them truly looked like a king, and Aegon knew it wasn't him. They belonged to me, all of them. My crown, my armor, my sword, even my king's guard. Am I to lose my birthright to the bastard too? Aegon shouted. You are the rightful king, Aegon, and I have something for you, Illyrio replied. Jon watched as a sword wrapped in cloth was handed to Aegon. Is this Blackfyre? Aegon asked, his smile widening as he unwrapped the sword. The sword of kings, Aegon. The man who wields it commands the Golden Company. It's time to step forward. Robert will soon be dead, Illyrio said. I'll step forward, and if the bastard doesn't kneel, I'll take his head myself, Aegon declared, causing Jon to gulp. Now, Aegon had indeed stepped forward, leaving Jon torn between two kings, two brothers. He felt lost, unsure of what he was supposed to do. Jon had listened in stunned silence when Strickland announced they would not uphold the agreement. Though he had suspected it, the confirmation still surprised him. As he prepared himself in the tent, he grappled with uncertainty. They couldn't fight, could they? Surely Jaehaerys would see reason once he learned about his brother. Jon hoped he would do the right thing. He's going to do the right thing, isn't he? As for Aegon, when Jon entered the tent and found him with Illyrio, Harry Strickland, and Black Balak, he felt as though he had intruded on something private. Taking a seat, he listened as Aegon vented his frustrations about his brother, but he found it impossible to remain silent. Standing up abruptly, he caught the attention of everyone in the tent. Taking a deep breath, Jon prepared to make his case. He is your brother, Aegon. Your father wouldn't want you to fight. He may not be aware of you or your claim, but from what I've heard, it's clear he cares about family. Meet with him. Offer him the roll of your hand. I'm sure he'd accept. Aegon scoffed, Illyrio is my hand, Jon. Do you really think I would accept a bastard by my side? I think you should accept your blood by your side. There's not much of it left that you can afford to ignore, Jon replied, almost pleadingly. Aegon glanced at Illyrio, who nodded in agreement. Jon watched as Aegon took a deep breath, his hand moving to the hilt of his sword. Fingers drumming against the ruby, Aegon seemed to take an eternity, but finally, he nodded. Very well. If he kneels and swears fealty to me, if he hands over what is rightfully mine, then I'll accept him as my brother, and he can serve as my hand. Jon breathed a sigh of relief. But if not, he'll die by my hand here today. The party that rode out included Illyrio, and Jon was stunned to see the man on a horse, wondering where they had found one large enough for him to ride. Beside him, Aegon rode alongside Harry Strickland, Laswell Peake, Duck, Ser Franklin Flowers, and Lord Buckler. Jon didn't know what had brought the Lord and his men to Aegon's side, but he was grateful that Robert's forces had stayed rather than ridden away. Now, the same party that had ridden to Robert was riding toward them, Jaehaerys, accompanied by his 4 white-cloaked Kingsguard. Jon noticed the scowl on Jaehaerys' face as he glanced at Illyrio, and the even deeper frown that formed when he turned to Aegon. It was clear Aegon was not pleased to be there either. When they finally reached each other, there was a moment of silence before anyone spoke. Aegon broke the stillness, his voice strong and regal, causing a brief swell of pride in Jon. Brother, it's good to finally meet you, Aegon said. While it wasn't as warm as Jon had hoped, he still felt a hint of friendliness in the greeting. Brother? I think you've mistaken me for someone else. You're no brother of mine, Jaehaerys shot back, his tone as frigid as the wall itself. My name is Aegon Targaryen, trueborn son of Rhaegar and Elia Targaryen, and by right of blood, I am the rightful heir to my father's throne, Aegon declared. By right of blood, you say? The only son of Rhaegar who lives is the one standing before you, impostor. And as for you, Jaehaerys turned his gaze to Illyrio, you dare insult my father's name by bringing this mummer here? When your end comes, fat man, it will be bloody, mark my words. Jaehaerys, please, Aegon is your brother. Your father wouldn't want you to fight each other, Jon urged. You should know better, Jon. Ser Arthur and Ser Barristan have informed me of your feelings toward my father. If you fell for this mummery, I can attribute it to wishful thinking, but that you still believe it, Jaehaerys shook his head. Aegon is your brother, Jaehaerys. Varys took him from the Red Keep. He rescued him. Elia would never have allowed one of her children to leave, Jon. Not one over the other, Arthur interjected, and Jon felt his heart sink. It was one of the few things he had never truly come to terms with. Princess Elia knew I could not save them both. Aegon was the future of her house, her husband's heir, so I allowed Varys to take him, even though it pained me terribly, Illyrio said sadly, Aegon nodding in agreement. Don't you dare speak of a woman you know nothing about. You have no right. And as for you, claiming to be her son is as much a crime as claiming to be my father's. Both will be answered with blood, Jaehaerys replied angrily, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Illyrio and Aegon. I am the son of the dragon, Aegon declared loudly. Are you? Take off your mask, mummer. Let everyone here see the burns I can smell even from here. Son of the dragon? Let's test that out, shall we? Jaehaerys challenged, turning to nod at the youngest member of the Kingsguard, who rode back to the camp. Moments later, the knight returned, carrying a torch. What is that for? Harry Strickland asked, his curiosity piqued as he glanced at the torch. A dragon can't be burned, Jaehaerys said, removing his gauntlet and grasping the torch by the flaming end with his bare hand. Jon nearly screamed for him to stop, but he could only watch as Jaehaerys lowered his hand and pushed the torch toward Aegon, who flinched from the fire. A mummer's dragon indeed. You dare come here and call yourself my brother, call yourself the son of the dragon, yet you flinch from the flames like a scared little child. A dragon fears no fire, a dragon brings the fire, Jaehaerys proclaimed. So you will not kneel to the rightful king? Illyrio asked. I will not kneel to a mummer dragon, a black dragon, a man who comes here with the Golden Company bearing the sword they stole from my family. But I'll give you the same offer I made the usurper, stand and face me, and let the gods decide who has the right of it. You win, and those who support me will kneel and call you. Fight you, a bastard? I wouldn't sully my blade with your blood, Jaehaerys said defiantly. Aegon replied dismissively, so be it. I offer you one final chance, leave these lands and never return. I'll grant you safe passage. Stay and fight, and when I'm done, the Golden Company will be no more than a tale told around a campfire. Your men will fall here today, bastard, Jaehaerys shot back. For Elia, for Rhaenys, for Aegon, for daring to besmirch their names with your lies. For what you tried to do to my aunt in Volantis and for what you did to my uncle Viserys. Before this day is done, you will either kneel to surrender or kneel when I take your head. Either way, you end this day on your knees, Jaehaerys declared, shaking his head in disgust as he and the others turned to ride away. Aegon raised his hand in defiance. Jon watched in horror as an arrow flew through the sky, feeling relief wash over him when it glanced off Jaehaerys' armor. Jaehaerys stopped, dismounted his horse, and nodded to his Kingsguard as he turned to face them. You've awakened the dragon now. If I were you, I'd run for your lives, as they belong to her now, Jaehaerys shouted, his voice fierce. Then, Jon heard a loud roar and turned to see it, a dragon, white-scaled with blue wings, larger than he ever imagined. It roared as Aegon and the others rode swiftly toward the camp. Jon stood alone, watching as the dragon landed. Jaehaerys climbed onto its wing, sitting down and facing Jon and the retreating men. Fly, Rhaenix, fly, and together we'll bring them fire and blood. Chapter 117, Beneath the Gold, the Bitter Steel. Chroyane, 298 AC. Dany felt it every day they traveled, and so did Shireen. The dragons were growing larger, and the time was drawing ever closer for them to take to the skies. Aegon was becoming increasingly impatient with her, as was Rhaegal, while Sandorix seemed more distant than ever. Her son was the moodiest of her dragons, which always brought a smirk to her face, considering who he was named after. Their new traveling companions reacted differently to the dragons. Melisandre barely acknowledged them, while the others looked on either warily or with fascination. The men of the Company of the Rose kept their distance, never approaching the dragons, especially not alone. In contrast, the Essos who had helped her appeared eager to get close. Dany had come to like the large bald man, strong Bel was. He was always cheerful and jovial, much to Sandor's annoyance, which amused her. "Keep that annoying guy away from me," Sandor said. "Why?" "He just wants to be your friend," she replied, feigning innocence. "I don't need more friends," Sandor grumbled, making her chuckle. "Strong will be the best friend you ever had. He'll show you where to find the best honeyed locusts. Maybe if you smile more, he can even tell you where we can get some liver and onions." Sandorix, Strong chimed in. "My name is Sandor." "The dragon is called Sandorix, you silly fool." "Forgive me. I thought you were a dragon." "Huh. Maybe you really are." Strong laughed heartily. Dany did her best to hold back her laughter, but she couldn't resist. When Sandor got up and stormed away, she doubled over with laughter. Strong glanced at her, slapping his belly as he picked up Sandor's plate, which only made Dany laugh harder. Once she finished eating, she spent some time with Missy, Irri, and Jiki. The three girls had become close friends, and while Dany was friendly with the two Dothraki, it was still the young girls she felt closest to. In just 2 years, Missy had transformed remarkably. While the shy girls still surfaced at times, she had grown into herself more and more. For Dany, having a girl close to her age was something she never realized she needed so desperately. She thought of Missy as a true friend, a sister, and it was clear that the feeling was mutual. "Will Westeros be cold?" Missy asked as they sat together. "I don't know. Shireen says it'll be colder than here, but I have no memory of it, and Sandor just laughs," Dany replied. "What will we do when we get there?" Missy inquired. "We'll find my nephew and help him take his throne, stopping those who wish to harm my blood," Dany said, determination in her voice. "And after?" Missy asked, a hint of worry creeping in. "I want to visit the place where I was born, where my mother." Dany's voice trailed off as she closed her eyes. "I'm sorry, Dany," Missy said, taking her hand. "I'm fine. Does it worry you to go to a new place?" Dany asked gently. "I don't know. I've only known here and my home." "It will be good to see somewhere new," Missy said, excitement lacing her words. "I'm glad you're coming with me," Dany said, smiling at her, and Missy returned the gesture. The next day, as they were breaking their fast, Dany felt a stirring in her mind. Aegon was ready, unwilling to wait any longer. Glancing at Shireen, she saw her aunt share a knowing smile and nod in agreement. As soon as they finished eating, they moved toward the dragons. Strong, Sandor, Roderick, Grey Worm, and the girls watched nervously, while Melisandre seemed confident there would be no issues. Dany watched as Aegon dropped her wing, eagerness radiating from the dragon. Climbing up unsteadily, Dany searched for a place to sit and found an indentation that seemed almost made for her. Once she was comfortable, she glanced over at Shireen, noticing that her aunt appeared slightly more nervous than she felt. Rhaegal looked eager, while Sandorix watched lazily. "You must use your mother tongue," Dany reminded herself, preparing for the journey ahead. "Princess," Melisandre said, and Dany nodded in response. "Suvgan Aegon," she commanded, feeling the familiar flutter of butterflies in her stomach as they took to the air. The sound of Aegon's powerful wings was almost drowned out by the laughter escaping her lips. The dragon lifted her effortlessly, making Dany feel as though she could have been doing this for moons. Aegon soared over their camp, flying at a leisurely pace to help Dany adjust to being on her back. Yet, it was clear the dragon longed to ascend higher and faster. Giving in to that unspoken desire, Dany urged, "Iglicta Aegon, ad Herakido." Higher Aegon, quickly. The dragon responded instantly, and soon the people below appeared as tiny ants. A rush of cold air kissed Dany's face as Aegon raced through the sky, the camp fading into a distant blur. Glancing over, Dany spotted the smile on her aunt's face as Shireen guided Rhaegal close beside her. They flew over the ruins of a city below, and Dany felt a strong urge to take a closer look. Her aunt had warned her against entering Chroyane, claiming the city was inhabited by stone men and cursed. But curiosity got the better of her. Aegon, Suvgan Ilagon Koner. Aegon, fly down there. She felt safe atop the dragon and eager to discover what lay within the city. Shireen had shared many tales about Chroyane, describing how it was once beautiful, with its palace of love envied by much larger cities. She spoke of the bridge and the shrouded lord, capturing Dany's imagination. However, as they descended into the mist, Dany began to see the city's true nature. The fog from the Sorrows rose high, and both the bridge and the palace now bore names that echoed the river and the despair that had consumed the city. She spotted shapes moving near the top of the bridge, but Aegon swiftly carried her away from their reach. The city was indeed cursed, and the shrouded lord lingered in its shadows. Dany remembered Missy's words about waiting below with his grey kiss as she recounted Prince Garen's tale. There was something in the air that Dany could sense, and as they soared through the skies, she swore she heard a voice in the wind saying, "The prince will have need of us." She glanced at Shireen, hoping her aunt had heard it too, but Shireen seemed more focused on flying under the bridge. Dany watched in awe as men leaped from the bridge's edge. She breathed a sigh of relief when Rhaegal emerged from the other side, her aunt safe on his back. Dany felt that their day of flying was complete. Aegon soared high above the bridge, joined by Rhaegal as they headed back to camp. "Tegan Aegon," she called when they spotted Sandorix looking up at them, the others standing out in the open, relief washing over their faces as she finally landed. After reassuring everyone that all was well and confirming her aunt was unharmed, Dany thanked Aegon for the exhilarating flight. The dragon trilled with a joyful sound, louder than any she had heard before, as if to say they would indeed fly again the next day. That night, Dany's dreams were vivid. She saw men with silver hair swallowed by water, and a dark-haired, gray-eyed man trapped in a golden cage, pleading with his mother to strike down his enemies. The next morning, Missy reminded her, "Prince Garen, princess, or at least that's the tale." They hung him, and he called for Mother Royne to aid him, and then the Sorrows rose to swallow his foes. Dany nodded, the voice still echoing in her mind, "The prince will have need of us." In the days that followed, Dany seized every opportunity to fly with Aegon. Shireen, too, seemed happiest in the air. By the time they reached Myr, flying had become second nature to her. As she gazed out over the sea of Myrth, she wondered if she could fly to Westeros from here or if the dragons would need to fly alone. Roderick guided them to the company's base, ready for their next adventure. The men of the Company of the Rose cast nervous glances at the dragons. When Dany expressed her desire to embark on a journey, they didn't argue or try to dissuade her, they simply said they wouldn't accompany her. Instead, they promised to find her a ship that would sail her west, and they would only return once the war was over. Dany found their response odd and pressed them for answers, but they told her some truths weren't meant for her to know. Despite this, excitement bubbled within her at the thought of heading home within the week, and she waited impatiently for the days to pass. Each day, she flew with Shireen. It was her aunt who spotted them first, and Dany gazed down at the large group approaching the city, wondering if the call she had met previously was among them. When Aegon returned to the company's base, Dany learned from Torrhen Snow that he most certainly was. "Why is he coming here?" one of the men asked Torrhen, and the look the older man gave Dany sent a shiver down her spine. For a bride, the man replied simply. In Myr, in the year 297/298 AC, the Onion Knight knew the battle was over almost as soon as it had begun. When Stannis failed to return that night, he made his move. Selyse, Shireen, Ser Lambert Whitewater, Ser Norbert Grandison, and a half-dozen guards all headed to the gate at the base of the keep. The short walk to the boat had Shireen bubbling with excitement, while her mother appeared far more anxious. Upon reaching the Black Betha, Davos glanced at Matthos and issued the order to set sail. The black sails soon caught the wind, and Storm's End quickly faded from view. After calling for Devon to show Shireen to her room, Davos waited until she was gone before turning to Selyse and the two knights, who regarded him with newfound curiosity. "Where are we going, Ser Davos?" Selyse asked. "Myr, my lady," he replied. "Would it not be best to take Lady Selyse to her family?" Ser Norbert asked. "The new king is close to House Tyrell. If he wins this war, we risk them marching on Brightwater Keep if they discover that Lady Selyse and Lady Shireen are there. Plus, House Martell has risen in support of him now too. We'd have to sail the entire coastline of Dorne to reach the Reach. I swore to Lord Stannis that I would keep his family safe. I believe, for now, this is for the best." He turned his gaze toward the lady rather than the knights. "My husband trusts Ser Davos with Shireen and my safety. If he thinks this is for the best, then it is for the best," Selyse replied. "My lady, Matthos will take you to my cabin." "It's not much, but it's the best on the ship," Davos said. Selyse smiled at him, perhaps for the first time ever. "I thank you, Ser Davos, for everything," she said, and he nodded in acknowledgement. While Selyse mostly stayed below decks, Shireen did not. The little girl spent most of her time on deck with him, enjoying the view, the weather, and delighting in teaching him to read. Aegon came with his sister wives and 3 dragons. "See that word there? It's Aegon. It sounds like egg," Shireen explained, pointing to the book. Aegon," Davos said, running his fingers over the letters. "See? I told you that you'd get it, Ser Onion Knight," Shireen said happily. That you did," he smiled back. "Ser Davos, father, the king. Do you think?" she asked, worry creeping into her voice. "The king claims to be a Targaryen, Shireen. Your great-grandmother was a Targaryen. You know what they say about kinslayers?" Davos replied. "That they're cursed," she said. And I doubt this king wishes to be cursed," he said, hoping to alleviate her worries. She sat silently for a moment, and Davos thought he had succeeded, the worry appearing to fade, at least for now. "Then why are we running, Ser Onion Knight?" she asked, catching him off guard. "Not everyone who surrounds the king may share the same feelings. It's better to be safe than sorry," he said. She looked at him and nodded. "Will we have to live here from now on?" she asked. "No, we'll return when we can, I promise," he reassured her, and for the moment, she seemed to accept it. When they arrived in Myr, he found them a modest manse, nothing too extravagant, as their funds would only stretch so far. Shireen settled in right away, but Selyse didn't take to Myr. She found fault with Essos, the food, the people, none of it suited her. As the days passed, her irritability grew. One day, a few weeks into their stay, he returned to the manse with Shireen and Devon to find Selyse in a completely different mood. She seemed happier, more confident, and when he spoke to the two knights, he discovered that she had visited the Red Temple and embraced the Lord of Light. Davos was not thrilled about this change, but it improved her mood and made her less critical of Shireen, so he decided to let it go for now. To earn some coin, Davos took on small contracts. He would sail for a week or two, which allowed him to provide for them as their own funds dwindled. It was during one of these trips that he was approached by a man with a job taking some people to Westeros, an opportunity that paid well, and one he gratefully accepted. He needed to ensure his family's safety and gather news about the war, which he welcomed. Later, he learned that a Targaryen was in Myr, one with 3 dragons. This news only made him happier about the contract, so that night he told Selyse and Shireen that it was time for them to travel back with him. "I don't think we're safe here anymore. We can sail to your family, surely no one is looking for us now," he said, even though he didn't truly believe it. He desperately wanted them to be away from there. "We cannot. The Lord doesn't wish for me to leave yet," Selyse replied, and that seemed to be the end of the discussion. End of the discussion. "Ser Onion Knight, are we really in danger?" Shireen asked, her voice laced with worry. "I fear so. It's better to be away from here, just in case," he replied, and the girl nodded. "I'll speak to Mother," she said, and he smiled, ruffling her hair affectionately. While she had enjoyed her time in Myr, welcoming the differences and the outdoors, Shireen found it hard to make friends beyond Devon. Other children often ran away at the sight of the scars on her face. If she was lucky, the ones who stayed would only tease her. The next morning, as he broke his fast, the need to leave became even more pressing. A Dothraki horde was arriving, demanding tribute, and he couldn't bear the thought of Shireen caught up in that chaos. "Matt Hose, find the Northman who gave us the contract. He's with the Company of the Rose. Tell him we're leaving tomorrow," Davos instructed, and his son raced off to fulfill his task. Davos made his way to the Black Betha, preparing it to sail at morning tide. After ensuring the ship was ready and the food and water supplies were stocked, he decided it was best for the family to sleep on the ship that night. He would take it out to the bay and be ready to leave, even if their contract never arrived. When he returned to the manse, he found Matt Hose pacing nervously. "Matt Hose?" he called out. "Some people came, Father. They're inside speaking to Lady Selyse." "Men in armor," his son replied. Davos hurried into the manse, but slowed his pace when he heard laughter. As he reached the room, he saw them gathered around the table. Selyse was deep in conversation with a woman dressed in red, a priestess, while 2 men in leather armor stood speaking to Ser Norbert and Ser Lambert. To his surprise, Shireen was laughing and joking with a silver-haired woman. Davos gasped when he recognized her. "Ser Onion Knight, this is Shireen Seastar. She's my kin, and she says Jay wishes to see me," Shireen said happily. "Jay?" Davos asked, the name not registering. "My nephew, Jaehaerys Targaryen. Lady Melisandre says he wishes to see his kin once more," Shireen replied. Davos glanced around the room, wondering if he had failed his lord and his charge. Harrenhal, 298 AC, Ser Richard Lonmouth had long considered this castle to be cursed, even more so than the Wentz did. It was here that he witnessed everything begin to unravel. Yet, as he rode up to the gate, Richard couldn't help but smile. It was clear that what had transpired here would soon be seen in a different light by the rest of the realm, just as it already was for him. The fact that the keep hadn't been taken showed just how different this war was from what it could have been. Richard surveyed the poor defenses and the even poorer garrison, knowing that Shella could never have held this keep if the tide of war had turned another way. He was relieved that it wouldn't come to that. This was not a war of sieges and fortifications, where those behind walls suffered, and those without suffered even more. No, this war would be decided by battles and dragons, and the lands would endure far less suffering because of it, just as his king desired. When he was brought to the lady of the keep, he felt this truth more keenly. Oswell's good sister deserved peace in her final years. Her willingness to rise for the king spoke volumes about her character. House Went was a poor but proud house, and their loyalty lay not with their kin, especially after what they had done, but with a king whom one of their own had died protecting. "Have I died in my sleep and made my way to my gods, or is there a dead man in my hall, a spectre come to haunt me?" Shella said, a small smirk on her face as she looked at him. "Like the dragons, Shella, my death was necessary for a time, and like the dragons, that time has long since passed." His Grace would be most pleased to see the banner which flies over Harrenhal, as am I, he said, and Shella smiled. Sit, Richard. For far too long, I've been unable to speak to a good man. I take it by your miraculous recovery that you've served our king even longer than I? Shella said as he took a seat beside her, gratefully accepting the offered wine. I have. For nearly 5 years, I've been master of whisperers to the king, ever since I saw him knock a fish on its arse, he replied, laughing as Shella joined in. What's he like, Richard, truly? I've heard tales of the boy and the things he's done, but you've met him and supped with him. Is he the one we've been waiting for? Shella asked, her voice more eager than he'd ever heard it before. Aye, he's his father's son without the melancholy. I never thought I'd find a king who could come close to what Rhaegar could have been. I believe the son is even better than the father, Shella, he said. The smile that appeared on her face was one he was sure she hadn't worn in years. I spoke up for him when I thought him a bastard and dead. That fool of a Tully dared raise a toast to a dead child. I thought then that was the stupidest thing Edmure could do, Shella said, shaking her head. Not now? He asked. No, he pulled on the dragon's tail. I've heard those songs, Richard. He pulled on the dragon's tail, and we all know what happens if you do that. Aye, you get burnt, he said, and she nodded. You'll stay for dinner? It's been some time since I've had company I actually enjoy, Shella asked. Aye, overnight if I may. He replied. I'll see a room arranged. It's good to see you, Richard. Good to see this. When my time is finally at an end, I'll be glad to know it's a good king that sits on the throne, she said as she got up and walked away. After washing and changing his clothes, he took a walk around the grounds of the keep. The memories washed over him like rain on a dreary day. He recalled the place where he had shared drinks with Robert, the moment he first laid eyes on Lyanna Stark, the Tilt grounds, and the sacred God's Wood. Richard found himself walking toward the weirwood, its angry face glaring back at him, the 13 marks upon it not yet bleeding. He approached, one of his lips carrying messages, and Richard nodded, sending the man back on his way. There were more whispers to uncover and psalms to be sung, after all. Looking around, he soon spotted a cut tree trunk and took a seat, knowing he needed to gather these whispers to share with his king the following day. North. The Kraken reached out its tentacles, but the North cut each one off, as the Leech Lord prepared to say his long goodbye. Reach. The rose longed for a dragon's kiss, while the fat flower feasted, and the young bud braced itself with thorns. Dorne. A frog ventured into the sea, heading into the storm, while a snake's tail remained severed from its head. Riverlands. A trout and a mockingbird were swept away by the wind, while a lion chased after a floppy fish. Crownlands. A buck fancied itself a stag, as a golden army marched east, led by a heavy-set man, with a crowned stag believing itself above the bitter steel. The black hammers rose, welcoming a seahorse, old friends reunited once more. Stormlands. A viper struck hard and true, trapping the stag. The storm had passed, but small winds lingered, making sailing troublesome. A fawn traveled east, cradled in the embrace of an onion. The Vale. A red castle stood firm, as did a yellow tower, its flames reminiscent of dragons once more. The baby falcon soared high in the mountains, making its nest in the highest hall of all. Richard gazed at them, his anticipation growing as he focused on the last two. A quiet wolf howled long and loud, questioning the falcon's honor. 3 rivers converged, and 2 armies met, but a dragon soared in to make it 3. As he opened the next one, he smiled. Dragons and lions led the way, with a huntsman following closely behind, journeying east toward gold and glory, through bitter steel and what lay beneath. The stag was the prize, but cheese was the dish to savor. Richard rolled the messages tightly in his hand. As he entered the hall, he made his way to the nearest brazier, dropping the scrolls in and watching them curl and burn. Taking his seat beside Lady Shella, he enjoyed his meal and the conversation, sharing stories of Rhaegar and Oswell. Yet, despite his efforts to give the lady the attention she deserved, his mind was preoccupied with the messages and their implications. When he had asked Jae about Roose Bolton and shared his plan, he had expected outrage, a lecture on honor. Instead, he received only a simple nod. Richard realized that Jae's own plans for the Boltons aligned with his intentions. The bard was sent, and the Hippocras was poisoned. Death seemed imminent, and soon, the Dreadfort would have a new lord. What other schemes Jae had for Domeric Bolton, Richard left to the king, focusing only on what he was instructed regarding the Red Forts, ensuring they would play no part in the impending war. The war itself appeared to be unfolding as he anticipated, though the emergence of the Golden Company caught him off guard. Richard sat, drumming his fingers, wondering how he had overlooked that detail. "I'm sorry, my mind seems to be elsewhere," he said when Shella asked him something, clearly having noticed his distraction. "Something to worry about?" she inquired. "What?" "No, nothing like that. It's just that so many things are happening all at once. My mind wanders as I search for threats to the king or ways to assist him, and sometimes I see things that aren't really there," he admitted, taking a sip of his wine. "Better that than to miss what is, Richard," she replied, and he nodded in agreement. That night, sleep eluded him. Richard worried about the battles to come. They had the men and the dragons, but the presence of the Golden Company made him uneasy. How had they managed to reach Westeros? Without realizing it, he was proving that Essos felt like a wasteland to him. The fact that they had come at the behest of the cheesemonger only annoyed him. He wished they had dealt with the man sooner, though it wasn't for lack of trying. He understood that Jae didn't want to use the dragons to annihilate their enemies. The plan had always been for the dragons to serve as the hammer while the armies acted as the anvil. They would use the dragons to force a surrender and the armies to drive that point home. Now, with the Golden Company in the mix, they might need to rethink their strategy, and he wondered if Jae was prepared for that. His king was so desperate not to be compared to his grandfather, yet he might have no choice but to burn them all. After breaking his fast the next morning, Richard rode south around the God's Eye. With any luck, he would reach them before the battle began. If Jae wanted advice, he would be there to offer it. It was time for the Master of Whispers to stand by his king's side, to provide whatever assistance he could. In the Stormlands, 298 AC, Oberyn sent scouts to track the movements of the Stormlords, eager to determine whether his battles had been won or if he would need to march and besiege some keeps. As long as the men hadn't joined the usurper's army, he would be content. His work here had progressed far more quickly than he had anticipated. Part of that was due to his daughters, who only made him proud, prompting him to visit their prisoner once more. Stannis had expected death, he knew that. So when it didn't come, he was surprised. When Oberyn neither tortured him nor threatened him to surrender Storm's End, Stannis was even more taken aback. Jae didn't want to take the keep, the men were far more important to his nephew. What surprised Stannis the most, however, was his treatment. Oberyn had to admit that if he were in Stannis's position, he would be surprised too. "I will not yield Storm's End," Stannis said, glaring at him. "I won't ask you to," Oberyn replied calmly. Oberyn smiled. "Nor will I call on my men to surrender. You've lost, my lord." "I've broken your army," Stannis replied, glaring at him. "The others are free to march back to their keeps. The king will deal with them fairly and in good time." "You speak as if your king is different from any others, as if he won't seek retribution against us," Stannis said dismissively. "Do I? Then you've misunderstood me. There will be retribution, but unlike with your brother, my nephew will be fair," Oberyn stated. "You place a lot of faith in a green boy," Stannis remarked. "I place a lot of faith in my king," Oberyn laughed. "I ask just one thing of you, give me that, and I'll leave Storm's End untouched." "What?" Stannis asked, intrigued. Your oath that you won't try to escape. You'll face the king and welcome his justice. Do that, and your family, your keep, have nothing to fear from me. He looked at Stannis intently. I give you my own oath, as a prince of House Martell. Give me yours, Lord Stannis, and you'll be treated fairly. Stannis nodded. I swear I won't try to escape and will accept the king's justice. Stannis had been true to his word, just as Jae had said he would be. Honor and duty seemed to be the principles he lived by. Because of this, they treated him like a guest rather than a hostage. He had eaten well and remained unchained. Yes, they guarded him heavily, but he had made no move to escape, and Oberyn had lived up to his end of the bargain. Yet, despite that, it seemed to offer Stannis little comfort. As Oberyn arrived at the tent, he never got the chance to enter. Riders were coming fast up the hill, forcing him to divert his path. He looked to see Obara leading them, and he walked toward his daughter to learn what news she had brought. Seeing her smiling face gave him hope that the news was good. Father, it seems we have even more Stormlords wishing to join us, Obara said, pointing down the hill. Oberyn turned to look. Beric led a small force of men, most of them wearing the yellow sun and crescent emblem of House Tarth. How many? He asked. 500 infantry and 200 cavalry, she replied. He nodded, knowing they would need more supplies soon and hoping they would arrive in time. As he prepared to meet Lord Selwyn, he noticed the older man dismounting, a look of relief on his face despite the fact that this part of the war might already be over. My prince, Selwyn greeted him. Lord Selwyn, have you come to swear fealty to my nephew? Oberyn asked. I've sent a raven to Casterly Rock and to the Red Keep to say just that, my prince. I would have arrived sooner, but... Selwyn trailed off, shaking his head. Your arrival is welcome, my lord. I'm sure his grace will appreciate the news, Oberyn said, watching as the tension eased from the older man's shoulders. Obara can help you settle in with our men, he added, nodding to his daughter as Selwyn walked away. From what I can tell, no one south of us has risen for Robert. Those who fought with Stannis have returned to their keeps, Beric remarked once Selwyn was out of earshot. Thuras and Nym have ridden north with the scouts. When they return, we'll know if the war here is truly over, Oberyn said. And if it is? Beric asked. Then we ride to King's Landing and join the king, unless he orders us otherwise, Oberyn replied. Aye, let us hope it's that simple, Beric said with a smile. Oberyn decided against speaking with Stannis. Instead, he headed back to his tent to study the map. Bronzegate, Haystack Hall, and Fellwood, if they hadn't risen, they could begin their march north. He knew House Fell had not joined the usurper, at least not yet. House Errol had fought on the field for Stannis. If they had retreated, all would be well. House Buckler, on the other hand, rode with the usurper. While he could besiege them, it would only keep him here and away from the war. Mace Tyrell he was not, a viper was made for striking. Oberyn and his forces were striking, not besieging. Later that night, Nym and Thuras arrived with news just as promising as Obara's. The War of the Storm was over, and the war for the throne was about to receive a viper's kiss. As he settled into bed that night, he felt a thrill of excitement. He couldn't wait to ride in the morning, to see King's Landing, and hopefully to reunite with his nephew soon. He glanced at the bird in its cage and chuckled. Are you in there, nephew? I march to King's Landing tomorrow. Do let me know if I'm going the wrong way, he said as he lay down to sleep. The next morning, as he dressed, he tried not to laugh at the smell of bird droppings wafting from where he sat. He knew his daughters thought him mad for cleaning the cage himself and for talking to the bird morning and night. If anyone else saw him, it would only get worse. But the things his nephew could do with these birds were beyond even Oberyn's understanding, so he followed his instructions and spoke to it once more, his plans clear as he readied to take down the tent and march. Father, Dornish sails. Tyene exclaimed, rushing into his tent and scrunching her nose at the smell. How many ships? He asked, concern creeping into his voice. 3, one bearing the royal flag, Tyene replied, worry etched on her face. That troubled him too. As he rowed to the beach and watched the rowboat being lowered, he let out a sigh of relief. Your cousin, Quentyn, he said, noticing his daughter share a nod of relief. They had devised a plan for Arianne or Ilaria to come to them if needed, or if his brother proved false. The fact that it was Quentyn arriving meant that things were still under control. However, Oberyn couldn't shake the uncertainty of why Quentyn had come. His nephew had never been one for war and hadn't even offered to join them when they left. Oberyn watched as Quentyn and his companions climbed from the boat, Ser Jaehaerys Drinkwater, Ser Willem Wells, and 2 others. Oberyn noticed his nephew's followers and, upon closer inspection, realized that none of his or Arianne's men were with them. It became clear that Doran, not his niece, had sent Quentyn. Nevertheless, he welcomed him warmly. When Quentyn asked to speak privately after settling in, Oberyn was relieved he hadn't taken down his tent yet. He nodded to Tyene and headed toward his tent, sensing they wouldn't be departing for some time. It took longer than expected for his nephew to arrive, and when he finally did, he wasn't alone. Oberyn welcomed them into his tent, observing the companions who had come with Quentyn. They both took a seat, and Quentyn gratefully accepted a glass of wine. Outside, Ser Jaehaerys and Ser Willem were joined by Cletus and Archibald Ironwood. As Oberyn watched his nephew lounge in his seat, sipping the wine and asking for another, he could see the boy's nerves clearly on display. Oberyn wondered what could be causing such anxiety. Uncle, father sent me here because circumstances have changed, Quentyn said, handing him a letter. What circumstances? Oberyn asked. It explains it better than I can, Quentyn replied. Oberyn nodded, opening the letter and recognizing his brother's handwriting. Brother, I've received the most welcome news I never even dared to hope for. Our nephew lives, Aegon is alive, brother. I have proof beyond doubt that he rides with the Golden Company, accompanied by Illyrio Mopatis and Jon Cunnington. He is on his way to treat with Jaehaerys, but I fear for his safety. Word has reached me that Jaehaerys will refuse to accept his brother's claim, his brother's right. He seeks the throne because he fears that Aegon would take his bride from him or that Olenna Tyrell will not proceed with the match. Love can be a powerful motivator, as you well know, brother, and it is the death of. We have no choice but to fight for our blood, for our true blood. I ask you to lead our men, to fight for Elia's son, her true son. For Dorne, brother, for Elia, for Rhaenys and Aegon, we must rise. Your brother, Doran Martell, unbowed, unbent, unbroken. Is this some kind of joke? Has my brother lost his mind? Oberyn said angrily as he stood up, Quentyn looking at him fearfully. It is the truth, uncle. Father has no reason to lie. You wish me to go against my kin, my king, based on what? Oberyn asked, shaking his head. He saw his nephew rise to his feet and was about to move toward him when a bird began to sing, its chirp sounding like a morning call. Quentyn turned and looked at the bird as if it were some strange exotic beast. Oberyn glanced down at the letter and then back at his nephew. Forgive me, nephew. It seems I've overreacted. Aegon lives, my brother is right. We march for Elia's son, he said, noticing the deep, relieved breath his nephew took. Thank the gods. I'm happy to have you lead us, uncle. Father says we must march to join Aegon and the Golden Company, but we should appear as if we're marching against them, Quentyn explained. Ha! My brother must have a plan to deal with the dragons too, Oberyn chuckled. He does, Quentyn replied proudly. Which is? Oberyn asked, watching as his nephew took a defensive stance. Another time, uncle. Come, we should set off as soon as we can, Quentyn urged. Tomorrow, nephew. The best of the day is gone, and you've only just arrived. Rest up, and we leave on the morrow, Oberyn said, smiling as Quentyn nodded. You have the right of it, uncle. Shall we feast tonight? Quentyn asked. As much as any army can, Oberyn replied. Nephew, he laughed. Oberyn walked his nephew out of the tent and immediately noticed that more and more Ironwood men had gathered nearby. Ser Cletus and Ser Archibald relaxed when they saw the smile on Quentyn's face. Nym, Tyene, make sure Quentyn is settled. Obara, speak to the lords, we march on the morrow, Oberyn said, giving his nephew a warm slap on the back before heading back into the tent. The letter still in his hand, he felt his anger rising again, but before he could dwell on it, he heard the bird chirp once more. You heard it all? He asked, and the bird chirped in response. My spear is yours, nephew, Oberyn said, earning another loud chirp that made him smile. Later that night, he spoke with Tyene, who informed him that Quentyn had gone to speak with Anders Ironwood before him. Oberyn wasn't surprised, the plan was becoming clearer. The feast felt more like a large dinner, yet Oberyn couldn't help but notice where Quentyn sat and who was with him. His army was filled with traitors that needed to be weeded out. The next morning, when he met with his daughters for their spar, he made his thoughts clear. Your uncle and cousin are traitors to Dorne. I suspect Ironwood is too, but I don't know who else. We must root them out and ready ourselves. The Stormlords are our only certain allies, he said, and the girls nodded in understanding. Do we wait, father? Obara asked. Like snakes in the grass, ready to strike, he replied with a smirk. Unbowed, unbent, unbroken, his daughters echoed, and he nodded in agreement. The Battle of the Gods I, 298 AC. Aegon, before the parley, seeing the bastard who claimed to be his brother was infuriating. The fact that he looked nothing like him or his father should have been enough to prove him false. Yet it hadn't, and he had more to prove him a bastard than Aegon had to prove himself a trueborn son. His armor was unlike anything he had ever seen before. The steel was. The armor, at least, had the appearance of being Valyrian. The black plate and rubies were a deliberate attempt to mimic the armor his father had worn. But that alone wasn't enough. At his hip rested a sword he knew all too well, Dark Sister, the blade of Visenya, Aemon the Dragon Knight, and Demon, the conciliator he was named after. On his head, he wore the crown of the Conqueror, his by right and blood. Behind him walked 4 men in white cloaks. While 2 were strangers, the other 2 were anything but. Barristan the Bold stood at his right shoulder, and Ser Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, stood to his left, loyalty at the side of a pretender. All of it, all of them, should have belonged to him. He was the king, Rhaegar's trueborn son, his rightful heir. Yet, while he had hidden in the shadows, this bastard had come along and stolen everything from him, now seeking to take his birthright as well. No, he wouldn't allow that. He would put the usurper in his place. To see him call out the usurper, claiming he acted for his father, his mother, and his sister, what sheer nerve the bastard had. We cannot allow him to take more from me. No more, I say. Aegon declared, his voice ringing through the air. Illyrio and Harry Strickland exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces. No, you must make your claim true, Aegon, but he stands in your way. Without him, the others will come to us, Illyrio advised. Then we end him, here on this battlefield today, Harry Strickland suggested. Or we eliminate him before the battle even begins, Aegon countered, looking at them both. Aegon? Illyrio asked, raising an eyebrow. Who is your best archer? Aegon turned to Harry. Balak, Harry replied. Can we pierce his armor? Aegon pressed, and Harry nodded. We can, but this isn't honorable. What price is honor against the lives of your men, Harry? Illyrio interjected, and Aegon watched as Harry reluctantly nodded in agreement. He waited as Harry sent for Black. Balak glanced at Illyrio, who was focused on the empty seat where Jon should be. "Jon will be a problem. He thinks too highly of your father to see the truth, Aegon," Illyrio remarked. "I know, but we can use that," Aegon replied, earning a smirk from Illyrio. As he rode out, Aegon felt a surge of confidence. His plan was solid, and Balak had assured him he wouldn't miss. Yet, deep down, Aegon knew it was the sword at his hip that truly bolstered his resolve. The bastard might wield Visenya's blade, but Aegon had Blackfyre, the sword of kings. He was eager for the chance to use it, envisioning the traitors' heads he would claim once he was crowned. Glancing at Jon, Aegon shook his head angrily. He would give this usurper nothing but a swift death. After all Jon had stolen from him, he deserved to die, along with all the other traitors. And when they knelt and named him king, he wouldn't forget his aunt either. She had cost him dearly and taken so much. After the parley, Aegon could still hear the lies spewing from Jon's lips, a trueborn king forced to listen to such deceit from a bastard. Haldan was right, bastards were cunning, deceitful creatures who sought what wasn't theirs. A part of Aegon felt that an arrow would be too kind, Jon deserved to suffer more. If not for the risk of losing strength against the army in front of him, Aegon would have relished the chance to see Jon dragged before him. But he couldn't take that risk. So, he raised his hand and watched as the arrow flew. It glided slowly through the air toward Jon's back, and Aegon smiled when he saw it strike. But that smile faded as he watched in disbelief when the arrow fell harmlessly to the ground. As Jon dismounted and turned to his Kingsguard, Aegon felt a rush of frustration and determination. He felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. They were too far from their camp, and he had Barristan and Arthur Dayne at his side in case of an attack. Was he destined to die here? Just then, he watched them ride away and briefly considered ordering his men to chase the bastard down. "You've woken the dragon now. If I were you, I'd run for your lives, because they belong to her now," the bastard said, his voice sending a shiver down Aegon's spine. When he caught sight of it, he could hardly believe his eyes. The dragon made Balerion look like a mere lizard. It was massive, with scales as white as the moon and wings the brightest blue he had ever seen. As he rode away, he glanced back and locked eyes with the dragon. Its purple gaze seemed to penetrate his very soul, and he had never encountered such hatred before. Her? Was this her? If it was, he had no doubt she would take his life that day. He didn't wait to see the bastard climb onto the dragon's back or hear him speak in Valyrian before the creature took to the sky. Instead, he rode, hard and fast, praying he could escape far enough to avoid being caught. Jaime. He loved the boy, truly, but by the gods, could he be a pain in the neck and a strain on his heart? It was bad enough that Jaime had not only agreed to fight Robert one-on-one but had also been the one to suggest it. He remembered Jaime watching nervously, proving that all the lessons he, Arthur, and others had taught him were worthwhile. He even admired Jaime for managing to hold back from ending the stag's life. Striving to be better than those who came before him was something Jaime had worked hard to achieve. But when Jaime offered the same mercy to the false dragon, he nearly stepped forward to drag him back to camp. Thankfully, it hadn't escalated into an actual fight, though given the events that had unfolded, it might have been better if it had. To break parley so openly, no one in Westeros would follow that kind of betrayal. As they rode back, Jaime made a mental note to thank the lad who had crafted Jay's armor when he returned to Lannisport. But for now, his thoughts were elsewhere. Beside him, Arthur and Barristan were leading their forces, while he, Loras, and Walder headed toward his troops. The men were assembled and mostly ready. Upon seeing him approach, they quickly moved to fill the gaps. Form up, form up. We ride at the signal," he shouted as he rode down the line. He glanced over to see Arthur and Barristan doing the same, with Lord Craighall and Lord Baneford under their command for the day. Once he was satisfied that his men were prepared, he looked up to see Jaehaerys and Rhaenix soaring through the air. The dragon and his king appeared remarkably restrained, and Jaime could only imagine the toll it was taking on both of them. Loras, take a dozen men and ride for Tarly. Tell him to bring his cavalry, he commanded. At once, my lord, Loras replied, and Jaime watched as Bluebell galloped away. Ser Walder, you're with me, Jaime said, and Walder nodded in agreement. They scanned the field, waiting. Along the line, horses were poised to charge, lances lowered, and men prepared to attack. Behind them, the archers stood ready for their own signal. Jaime's gaze shifted to his brothers. Arthur, with dawn drawn, looked as majestic as ever, while Barristan's men appeared ready to charge into hell itself if necessary. Jaime hoped more than anything that it wouldn't come to that. He's going in, Walder said from beside him, and Jaime could hear the cheers as the dragon roared. The battle plan had been straightforward. Jay would deal with the elephants, and with Rhaenix, they would box the Golden Company in. The flames would halt their charges, break their spirits, and then Jaime and the army of the West would finish the job. But plans for battle were a tricky business. Even if everything unfolded as hoped, they rarely played out as expected. Barristan had once told him many years ago that no plan survives first contact with the enemy. You can predict every move a man might make, but that doesn't reveal whose courage will endure or falter. What line will break or hold, allowing for a multitude of outcomes, some favorable, others disastrous. Would it rain? Was the ground too hard or too soft? Did you have the high ground? Even the choice of battlefield could dictate everything. Even when things unfold as you hope, it's all in the hands of the gods, Jaime. You might win the battle, but if your commander falls, then you lose the war, Barristan had said. As Jaime witnessed the flames descend, heard the roar of the elephants, and saw the horses begin to move, a smile spread across his face. He looked up at the sky, relieved to see that his king was far from danger, and his smile broadened as he turned to his men. For our king. For King Jaehaerys, he shouted, louder than he had ever shouted before, and together they charged forward. Jaehaerys Targaryen. He had controlled his anger well during the parley, though every fiber of his being urged him to drag the mummer from his horse and end it there. He could feel her presence in his mind, wishing for the same, only fueling the fire within him. As they rode away, he heard the twang of a bowstring and felt an arrow crash harmlessly against his armor. But he knew that his anger, and more precisely hers, would not be contained. I'll burn them all, Rhaenix said in his head. Now, Jay, we go now. Jay nodded at Jaime and Arthur, and they rode off. He dismounted and turned back to them, sharing what had transpired, feeling Rhaenix hovering above. She had insisted on staying in the air this time, refusing to remain grounded while he parleyed. Her desire to be close to him was all that kept her from unleashing her flames on the retreating foes. Instead, she landed to ensure he was unharmed, and Jay climbed onto her back. You are unhurt, he said, feeling the heat of her presence. Did they hurt you? She asked, her voice filled with concern. I am unhurt, sister. I've taken measures to ensure that no one can harm either of us, he replied, sensing her relief wash over him. Good, Jay. No quarter, we give them no quarter, she said, her anger palpable. No quarter, he echoed as they ascended into the sky. She was eager to launch their attack, but he made her wait. He needed to give Jaime and the others time to prepare. They had forced him into battle today, and it would be one they would remember for a long time. He wouldn't leave anything to chance. Their plans were solid, and it was time for the hammer to strike. Closing his eyes, he reached out, locating the doors and the elephants that were ready to be deployed. He urged them to charge. Persis Anagar Rhaenix. He shouted as she soared towards the Golden Company. Below, he could see the infantry, archers, and cavalry all scrambling to prepare themselves. As he flew overhead, Jay watched the elephants rampaging through tents and trampling their own men. He pressed on until he reached the main force of the Golden Company. Through Rhaenix's eyes, he observed how they were caught between those at the front who were scrambling and the chaos wrought by the elephants. "Dracarys," he commanded, and Rhaenix unleashed her flames. What began as a wide arc was far more destructive than he had planned. Instead of merely forcing men to flee and shattering their morale, these flames were deadly. Jae was astonished by the intensity of Rhaenix's fire and the duration she maintained it. When she finally stopped, he had to ask, "How much did that take out of you?" "Nothing, brother." "Nothing at all," Rhaenix replied. "Dracarys," he said again as they turned to target another section. The flames sliced through a line of spearmen as if they were mere straw. Jae witnessed men turning to ash, while others were not so fortunate. The screams of those burning alive pierced through the chaos, rising above the panicked shouts and the frantic whinnies of the horses. As they began to flee, Jae looked out at his own men charging forward. He turned to assess what they were up against. The cavalry and infantry advancing toward them were only a fraction of his forces, less than a quarter, and while he wanted to take them down, he noticed more soldiers forming up at the back of the camp. "Zairi Rhaenix, Mazimi Zairi," he commanded, pointing to the cavalry preparing at the rear. "Them, Rhaenix, we take them." Almost in the blink of an eye, they soared above the enemy. Dracarys. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the horses, but none for the men riding them, as Rhaenix's flames made no distinction. After completing another pass, he saw horses engulfed in fire and ordered her to grant them a quicker, more merciful end. Closing his eyes, he glanced back toward the gates. The elephants had sent men flying, trampling through tents and scattering troops. Jae had sent them far from the battlefield, toward the God's Eye. Sensing his sister's exhaustion, he opened his eyes and made another sweep, watching as his cavalry easily overwhelmed the Golden Company. Jae flew over to witness a hastily formed shield wall collapsing as the men threw down their shields and fled. For now, Rhaenix's bloodlust and flames dimmed as they turned to check on their own forces. Arthur's white cloak was blood-stained, and Dawn bore the marks of the lives she had claimed, but through Rhaenix's eyes, Jae could see that the knight was unharmed. Barristan was safe as well, and to his relief, Jaime was too. Walder was the only one off his horse, but Jae noticed that while the horse might have been injured, his knight was fine. For a brief moment, he worried about Loras, not seeing his friend anywhere, but Rhaenix reminded him that Loras had gone to bring Tarly to them. They took one more flight over the Golden Company, and the devastation they had left in their wake was clearer than ever. Jae had not. Jae wished for another field of fire. He had hoped it wouldn't come to this, even though he always knew he would need to use the dragons at some point. But he feared what it would mean and how people would perceive him, how those he cared about would view him. Would they see him as a monster like his grandfather, or as a conqueror like Aegon? Would she think him a monster? "No, little brother," Rhaenix said, sensing his turmoil. "They'll think of you as a king, a dragon lord, and they'll fear you as much as they respect you. Fear is good, it will protect you and those you love. If they had feared us more, we wouldn't have so few of our family alive today." "Thank you, Ray, for this, for everything," he replied softly. "Come, I'm hungry," she said, soaring toward the elephants. Jae didn't deny her wish. She gorged herself on them, and he allowed it. While he hadn't intended to burn the elephants, he had no true use for them, and at least they would keep his sister fed. Some of the elephants ran, but Jae opened the gates and led the remaining ones toward his men. Rhaenix would need more than just today's meal. As he watched Rhaenix eat, he noticed a man crawling in the distance. Without hesitation, Jae climbed down from her back and sprinted after him. "Please, please." Harry Strickland pleaded, but Jae swiftly crashed his boot against Harry's head before dragging the unconscious man back to Rhaenix's side. He would extract whatever information he could from him before taking his head. He wouldn't hesitate to swing his sword for this man. Struggling to pull Harry up Rhaenix's wing, Jae finally secured him and flew back to the battlefield. He landed quickly, spotting Jaime, Arthur, and Barristan approaching him. He pushed Harry off her back, hearing the thud as he hit the ground, and then climbed down to assess the extent of their victory and losses. Illyrio. They should have charged instead of using a single arrow. Yes, they would have made an even clearer statement. The parley had been broken, and the weight of what was coming sent a shiver down his spine. Aegon had wanted the Kingsguard, and in his obsession with the power and prestige they would bring to his son's reign, he had lost all sense of reason and agreed to the plan. Now, not only would they not get the Kingsguard or the regal adornments the boy wore, but they would be lucky to escape this day with their lives. A dragon? Where had Aegon even found a dragon? He had thought the princess's dragons were the only ones in existence. He had hoped that once she died, and die she would, Aegon would end up with her dragons. Now, he found himself fleeing for his life from one that was far larger than anything they had ever encountered. Beside him, Aegon was in a panic, and Harry looked like he was about to cry. Black Balak shook his head as they rode swiftly, the Golden Company forming up behind them. But the men around him had no intention of continuing this fight. Call the men. Sound the retreat. Harry Strickland shouted. How dare you? My army marches forward. We will take him and his dragon. Aegon shouted back. Though he tried to sound commanding, Illyrio could hear the fear in his voice. I'm not fighting against a dragon. Harry yelled. Illyrio glanced back over his shoulder. The dragon was in the air, its massive size still imposing. Yet, it hadn't attacked, which gave them at least a moment's reprieve. You heard him. He won't offer any parley now. It's fight or die, or run, and he'll chase us down, Illyrio said as they moved as far away as he felt comfortable. I will not fight a damn dragon, Harry insisted, shaking his head. We have no choice. Illyrio speaks the truth. We fight or we die. We tried to kill him, and now he and his dragon come for us. Forward, not back, is our only hope, Sir Franklin stated firmly. Against a dragon? Lord Buckler asked incredulously. He won't use it against his own men. Here, we're done for. Out there on the field, we might have a chance, Laswell Peake added. He's right. Balak, said Illyrio, relieved to see them ride off, Harry heading toward his elephants and the others moving to their positions. When Aegon attempted to join them, Illyrio shook his head. For them, this battle was over. If they stayed, they would lose the war as well. Where's Jon? Duck asked, and Illyrio sighed, shaking his head again. Out there, either with them or dead. We cannot stay here, we ride, he said firmly. Both Aegon and Duck glared at him. I am their king. I must lead my army, Aegon insisted. We can't leave them to fight and just run, Duck replied. The battle is lost. If we stay, we lose our lives and this war. We either ride or die, Illyrio stated, and when the dragon roared, the choice was made for them. They rode to their tents, and Illyrio called his guards. Around them, men hurried to prepare for the fight to come. He calmly dressed in simpler clothing and grabbed his sword. When he heard the screams, he knew the battle had already begun. Mounting up, they rode east at full speed, hoping they could outrun a dragon. Jon Cunnington. They had tried to kill him. In the midst of a parley, they had attempted to assassinate Rhaegar's son, and it all became clear to Illyrio then. Protect him, Jon. Protect our son from the Black Dragon. The voice he had longed to hear for so long echoed in his mind, and if the situation hadn't been so dire, he would have savored the moment. He glanced back to see Jaehaerys climb onto the dragon's back, looking every bit the true dragon he was. Turning his gaze forward again, Jon realized the battle was still about to unfold. The men were fools, they would die here today. Anger surged within him. Aegon, Illyrio, Varys, every one of them had lied to him, leading him to lose his honor while serving a false dragon, a mere pretender. They had made him wish for Rhaegar's sister to die and conspired to see her killed, and Jon had not thought anything was wrong. Jon felt a surge of desperation as he realized the depth of the deception he had been a part of. His eagerness to place this falsehood on the throne had led him to tarnish the memory of his beloved Silver Prince. As the dragon soared above him, Jon understood that there was no turning back. Men would die today, and he was powerless to change that fate. All he could do was ensure that the man responsible met his end as well. But could he bring himself to kill Aegon? The boy he had raised, the boy he had thought of as his own son. It was one thing to envision ending Illyrio's life with his bare hands, but Aegon was different. As he witnessed the dragon unleash its fiery wrath upon man and beast, and as the Golden Company was consumed in flames, Jon's resolve hardened. He rode through what could only be described as one of the seven hells. All around him, men and horses burned, their anguished cries mingling in the air. "Help me! Kill me! It burns!" The voices of the dying echoed around him, some suffering far longer than others. Yet the dragon continued its assault, and he was inexplicably untouched. When he heard the sound of horses behind him, Jon realized that at least some of these men would find a swifter end, while the dragon would move on to claim more lives. He reached Illyrio's tent only to find it abandoned, and so he too rode away from the devastation. A part of him longed to turn back, to kneel before Rhaegar's heir, to look into his eyes and accept whatever judgment was passed, welcome the blade if it came, as long as it came from him. He wished for one last conversation with Arthur and Barristan, hoping they would confirm what he already knew, that Jaehaerys was everything they had hoped Rhaegar would be. With that knowledge, Jon could die content. But he couldn't allow himself that luxury. He couldn't leave them out there, risking their escape to plot against him once more. No, his path lay ahead. He had ridden hard and had been forced to hide more than once, the weight of his choices heavy on his shoulders. Jon watched as forces approached the God's Eye, their banners instantly recognizable to him. There was the seahorse of House Velaryon, the blue swordfish of Bar Emmon, the red crabs of Celtigar, the golden seven-pointed stars of Sunglass, and the black hammers of Rickar. The lords of the Narrow Sea had rallied for the king, and Renford had gotten his wish. A small smile crossed Jon's face, even as he kept himself hidden from view. It took him 2 days to track down Illyrio and his guards, Duck and Aegon, Haldan and Lemore. As Jon rode in, he could feel the tension in the air. The spears of the Unsullied only lowered slightly when they recognized him. Dismounting, he noticed Illyrio watching him with suspicion, and Aegon didn't seem particularly welcoming either. "I thought you had switched sides, Jon," Illyrio said, his voice edged with skepticism. "I came for the truth, Magister." "I feel I'm owed that much," Jon replied, his resolve firm even as Illyrio shook his head. "You know the truth, Jon," Illyrio insisted, and Jon let out a weary sigh. He observed as Illyrio nodded to two of the Unsullied, who moved toward him. Aegon looked between the Magister and Jon, confusion etched on his face. "Your arms, Jon." "For my peace of mind," Illyrio stated. Jon complied, unbuckling his sword and handing both it and his dagger to the Unsullied. He attempted to sit beside Aegon, but Illyrio gestured to the Unsullied, prompting Jon to take a seat a little further away. Aegon shot another bewildered glance at the Magister, and Jon realized then that the boy had no idea what was truly happening. Looking around the camp, he understood the precarious situation. The only real threat to Jaehaerys was the rotund cheesemonger. If Illyrio were to fall, Aegon would be left powerless, without an army, without gold. Perhaps, Jon thought, Aegon could forge a different life, a better one. "You wish to serve him, don't you, Jon?" "The bastard who stole my throne, who rides my dragon," Illyrio accused, his tone dripping with disdain. Aegon said, "It's not yours. The throne, the dragon, it's not yours." He reached for the small knife at his back. "How can you say that? I'm Aegon Targaryen, the son of the dragon, the rightful king. How can you say that?" Aegon's voice rose in anger. "Jaehaerys is the true king. You're nothing more than. I loved you, Jon, like a father." Aegon's tone shifted, revealing a deeper pain. Jon's gaze fell to the blade pressed against his throat, the Valyrian steel of Blackfyre glistening with his blood. His hands dropped to his sides, the knife slipping from his grip as he stumbled, choking on his own blood. He reached up, trying to staunch the flow, but felt the blade dig into him again and again. His vision began to fade, and the boy before him transformed. No longer did Aegon have silver hair, the mask he wore slipped away. Gray eyes stared down at him, raven black hair flowing in the wind. A hand was extended toward him, and he recognized the smile of his prince, now the smile of his son, the king he should have served. Jaehaerys, he thought as his eyes closed. The words he tried to form were garbled and unintelligible, but the smile on his face remained genuine as he slipped away. Arthur watched as the dragon unleashed flames in an arc of destruction, a sight beyond his imagination. He felt the shock and horror of those beside him, the same emotions coursing through him. It was magnificent and terrifying, yet they had called it down upon themselves. To break parley, to attempt to kill someone under a flag of truce, such acts were considered among the worst in their culture, and it was said the gods would punish those who dared. If it was true, Arthur thought, they had chosen a terrible punishment for these men. He gave the order to ride. Around him, lances were readied, but he would wield no lance. With his hands gripping Dawn tightly, Arthur prepared for battle, ready to strike down anyone who dared approach his blade that day. The horses surged forward, and as he scanned the charge ahead, he noticed they faced fewer men, disorganized and panicked. They wouldn't hold out for long. As he reached the first of the enemy, he swung, and Dawn sang through the air. The man's head fell from his shoulders, and to Arthur, it felt like swinging against the wind. 1, 2, 3, 4, Dawn cut, thrust, and slashed, extinguishing lives as effortlessly as snuffing out candles. By the time they arrived at the camp, his white cloak was drenched in blood, and Dawn's once milky blade had turned crimson. What lay before them was beyond anything he had ever envisioned. He had fought men, killed men, and witnessed carnage, but compared to this, those previous battles felt like mere sparring sessions. "Ride them down," he shouted to the men beside him as some members of the Golden Company attempted to retreat. Arthur glanced down the line to see Barristan effortlessly dispatching foes, both literally and figuratively beneath him, their blades no match for his skill. Jaime's golden armor glinted as he cut through men like they were mere training dummies. Arthur shook his head as he rode on, preparing to face even more enemies. When there were no more mounted foes left to confront, he dismounted and began to navigate through the camp, the true horror of their actions now fully revealed. Blood and filth were everywhere, many men had soiled themselves, both in life and death, he had no doubt. Cries of pain echoed around him, and Arthur allowed some to be put out of their misery. Few dared approach him, their will to fight had been shattered, just as their bodies had been. For 86 years, the Golden Company had been the fiercest force of Seldswords in Essos. They had rebelled 3 times, attempting to seize a Targaryen from the throne. There would not be a fourth. "Prisoners, Sir Arthur," one of the men from the Westerlands asked, but Arthur was too engrossed in the scene before him to respond. "Accept all surrenders," Arthur commanded, watching as the man hurried off. He navigated through small fires, past burning tents, and the bodies of fallen men and horses. Most had met their end by dragon flame, but some had been cut down or trampled. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned to see Lord Kraken approaching. To Arthur's surprise, the man didn't seem as shocked as he expected. "The day is ours," Roland declared. "It is," Arthur replied, his voice betraying his concern. "What the king did here today was good, Arthur. I know it looks grim, but I'd rather their men fell than mine. Without the dragon, we might have lost half of our army. Did you see the elephants? Their heads adorned with those blades, gods, think what they would have done to our men." Roland shook his head in disbelief. "How bad were our losses?" Arthur asked. "Barely any, sir, barely any," Roland said as he walked away. When Arthur reached the others, he found similar expressions on Jaime and Barristan's faces. Yet, they both echoed the same sentiment. Arthur looked around, wondering if it was the fire that gave him pause, and if so, why? Jaehaerys was not his grandfather, this had not been their plan. In the end, weren't their lives the most important? As he recognized more familiar faces and heard the cheers as the dragon landed, his concerns began to fade. The shock of what he had witnessed was wearing off. Had this been a typical battlefield, they would have celebrated such a victory. To win so comprehensively at such a small cost was truly a cause for celebration. "Come, I'm sure the king wishes to speak to us," Jaime said. Arthur nodded, glancing at his brothers. They too seemed to have moved past their own shock, sharing his conviction that what Jae had done was right and just. In the year 298 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. The only thing that stopped him from mounting Rhaenix to find the king was the fatigue he felt, knowing he was not alone in that. Jaime spoke to the fat man and the mummer, assuring him that their plan was sound. The lords of the Narrow Sea would certainly catch anyone who tried to retreat. When he mentioned the elephants, Jaime chuckled and asked if they would be eating them too. Jae shook his head at the thought. "I think we'll stick to meat for now, my lord." "Let Rhaenix enjoy the spoils of war," he said with a smirk. "We've taken 2,000 prisoners, my king. There are quite a few men who are injured and may recover, though some may not. All in all, I'd estimate about 5,000, Barristan reported. "What do you plan to do with them?" Arthur inquired. "The wall, sire. They can take their vows or lose their heads." "The choice is theirs," he replied, and Arthur nodded in agreement. "Strickland?" Jaime asked. "He and any of the commanders don't get a choice. I offered them terms and made them a promise. They kneel or they lose their heads," he stated, noticing the knights agreeing with him. It was dusk when Loras returned with Randyll Tarly and his cavalry. The Lord was both pleased with their victory and frustrated that he had missed the battle. As he surveyed the battlefield and the devastation they had wrought, Jae braced himself for the recriminations, just as he had since his arrival. But, as before, none came. Instead, the Lord gave him a respectful nod, leaving Jae uncertain. Was it fear he saw in Tarly's eyes, or genuine respect? For now, he had no time to ponder this as Harry Strickland and the others were brought to the edge of the lake. Among them were Black Balak, the man who had fired the arrow at him, Franklin Flowers, Lysonomar, and Gorys Edoran. These 5 men were now the last remaining leaders of the Golden Company. Jae was about to pronounce their sentence when Gorys Edoran, the red-haired paymaster of the Golden Company, spoke up. "Please, don't kill me, Your Grace. I can give you access to our accounts," he pleaded. "The cheesemonger paid us well, please Your Grace," the man pleaded. Jae looked at him, feeling the fire within him beginning to rise. "How well?" he asked, allowing the icy calm to wash over him. 3 million gold dragons, in an account at the Iron Bank under my control, the man stammered. "You have access to this account?" Jae inquired, and the man nodded. "Very well. You'll travel with some of my men, transfer the coin to my account, and I'll grant you your life and your freedom," Jae said, noticing Jaime nodding in agreement. "What about the rest of us?" "Please, Your Grace, send us to the wall or into exile," Harry Strickland said. "I told you what would happen here today. You tried to kill me during a parley and refused my offer. Actions have consequences. As for exile, no. The Golden Company ends today, Strickland. You should face that end like a man." Harry blubbered as he was led to the block. Jae looked around at those watching: Arthur, Barristan, Walder, Loras, Lord Banerfort, Crakehall, Randyll Tarly, and Jaime. These were men who had ridden and bled, some who had lost friends even in their victory. All eyes were on him as he drew his sword. "These men have come to our lands to place a false king on a throne that is not his to take. They've killed good men today, men we honor now by ensuring that those responsible for their deaths pay with their lives. I, Jaehaerys Targaryen, the third of my name, King of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm, sentence you to die. What are your words? It was a contract, Harry Strickland blubbered. Jay raised Dark Sister and swung the sword, the blade slicing through homeless Harry's neck with ease. Lysonomar, Franklin Flowers, and finally Black Balak, all of them fell by his hand. Once it was done, he turned to the men who had stayed to witness. You men did well. Today, the spoils of war are yours. Tonight, celebrate the victory you helped me achieve. Mourn those you lost, and know that your king is proud of you all, Jaehaerys declared as he walked away. That night, he focused on the plans for the next steps. In the morning, he would check on his uncles to see how they fared before deciding whether to ride or fly to someone's aid or head straight to King's Landing. He lay down, feeling himself drift into sleep, the day's exertion finally catching up with him. When he awoke the next morning, he felt hardly refreshed. After breaking his fast, he opted to skip the sparring sessions and returned to his tent to consult the birds, hoping to discover where he was needed, if anywhere. Over the years, Jaehaerys had found that the more he warged into something, the deeper his connection with it became. Initially, he believed only Ghost and Rhaenix could share their experiences with him, revealing past adventures or things they wished him to see. But over time, he realized that repeated warging brought forth insights from all animals he connected with. The birds shared their thoughts, and even the mice and rats he warged into did the same. With practice, he learned to harness this ability. He spotted Jaehaerys's bird caged in his tent, feeling annoyed as Jaehaerys had ridden off and left it behind. The damn fool, he thought, wondering where his uncle had gone. Peering into the bird, he discovered that Jaehaerys was chasing Edmure Tully. Next, he searched for his uncle Ned and found him sleeping, the bird offering no insights. Jaehaerys decided to use the glass candles to determine if he should march to join the northern camp. When he reached Oberyn's bird, he knew he had to take control, chirping to let it know he was watching. You heard it all? He asked, and the bird chirped once in response. My spear is. Your uncle, Oberyn said with a smile as he addressed the bird. Jaehaerys opened his eyes, feeling a tightness in his chest, the roar of Rhaenix echoing his emotions. He stormed out of the tent, racing toward her, knowing he needed to calm her down quickly. Walder and Loras followed closely behind him, and by the time he reached the dragon, he could sense her rage ready to be unleashed on anyone but him. I'll burn him and his whole country, Jay. All of them. Rhaenix exclaimed, her voice booming. Oberyn is with us, Jaehaerys replied, locking eyes with her. Not all our blood feels as Doran does. He's my uncle, your uncle. Would he really betray us? She asked, skepticism lacing her tone. He's betrayed us, Jay. How long has he been working against us? Rhaenix pressed. It matters not. We'll deal with him, but first, we need to ensure our other uncle is safe. Then we can focus on Doran, he assured her, feeling her brush against him. Jaehaerys did his best to calm her, even though he didn't feel calm himself. Once he was sure she had relaxed enough, he turned and headed back to the tent. Jaime, Arthur, and Barristan had joined him. Your Grace? Jaime inquired. It seems not all of Dorne is on our side. Doran sent his son to sway Oberyn to his side. He's allied with Illyrio and the Mummer Dragon, seeking to join forces with the Golden Company against us. I expect he intends to stab us in the back, Jaehaerys said as he rifled through his chests. What will he do now that they're defeated? Loras asked. I don't know, but I'm about to find out, Jaehaerys replied, pulling out the glass candles and a jar of blood from the chest. Jaime asked, a note of concern in his voice. If he's working against me now, then what almost happened to Marjorie makes more sense. I need to know if it was him and what his plans are, Jaehaerys said, placing the green candle on the table and setting the black one beside it. If it was. Who is him? Loras asked. Then my sister might just get her wish. He poured the blood over the green candle and began to gaze into the past. Chapter 118, The Falcon and the Wolf. House Redfort, 297 AC, before the war began. Michael had never felt such a sense of loss. One moment, Maya was right where she had always been, and the next, she and her mother had vanished without a trace. The days that followed were a blur. He found it impossible to concentrate. During training, he was easily beaten, and at mealtimes, he barely touched his food. Then, a letter arrived from Miranda Royce. Michael quickly gathered his things and rode to the gates of the moon, then made his way to the Eyrie. As he traveled through the treacherous paths of stone, snow, and sky, the absence of Maya weighed heavily on him. No one navigated those paths like she did. He often joked with her that she was steadier on her feet than the mule she led. When he finally reached the Eyrie, a wave of apprehension washed over him. What if something had happened to her? Was she hurt? No, he wouldn't allow himself to think that way. Maya, wherever she was, had to be safe. Please, gods, let her be unharmed, he prayed as he was welcomed into the keep. Inside, Miranda was in her element, managing the keep with far more grace than Lady Lisa ever had. At least he could be grateful that Lady Lisa wasn't there. The thought of seeing her nurse her son was one he preferred to avoid. He made his presence known to Lord Nestor and waited for Miranda to have a moment to speak with him. But that moment stretched on longer than he had anticipated. Finally, Miranda approached him. "Michael, come with me," she said after he had spent hours watching her father listen to petitions. He followed her down the hall into a small room, each step intensifying his focus on her face, searching for signs that she might deliver bad news. Her relaxed demeanor and lively spirit gave him a glimmer of hope that the news wouldn't be the worst. Yet, he couldn't shake the question of why it was she who was delivering it. Made him wonder. Although Miranda and Maya had been friendly, they were never truly close friends. "Take a seat, Michael. We have much to discuss," Miranda said, and he complied. "Maya?" he asked, his voice tinged with worry. "She is safe and well, but before we talk about her, I need to discuss Daenerys," Miranda replied. "Daenerys?" he questioned, confused about what his friend had to do with this situation. "You know how Daenerys and I feel about each other?" she asked, and he nodded. "And you understand that, as a steward's daughter, and he being his father's heir, as much as we wish it could be, it can never be?" I know," he said sympathetically. "Yet you believe your father will allow you and Maya to marry?" she probed. I love her," he stammered, struggling to find the right words. "As I love Daenerys, and he loves me, just as Maya loves you," Miranda said. Despite the heavy topic, Michael found himself smiling briefly. They had never expressed their feelings to anyone but each other, so for Miranda to know meant that Maya had confided in her. "I would go against my father for her," he declared, though his conviction wavered. "As would Dom for me, Michael. But saying it is not the same as doing it. In the end, both of you would do as your father's bid," she said sadly. He almost protested but found he couldn't. Deep down, he knew that duty often triumphed over love, it usually did. But when he looked at Miranda, he noticed a glimmer of happiness in her eyes, as if she held a secret he didn't know. Daenerys met someone who promised him that he and I would wed, someone who said that if he trusted in him, then he'd see it done, Miranda revealed. "Who?" Michael asked, intrigued. "Jon Snow," Miranda said, smiling. Michael stared at her, initially about to laugh, but then he saw the smile fade from her face. Miranda couldn't hide her annoyance. How can a bastard make a lord's son marry who he wishes? He asked, frustration evident in his voice. The question you should be asking is how that same bastard can do the same for you and Maya, Miranda replied, handing him a letter. He took it, his eyes scanning the name written on the envelope. The handwriting wasn't the best, Maya didn't write often. Yet, he would recognize her script anywhere. Almost tearing open the seal, he eagerly read the words inside, relief flooding him as he realized they were in Maya's hand. My love. Worry not about my safety. My mother and I are both well and settled. I've been given a chance at the life I've wished for more than anything in the world. All I needed to do was take a leap of faith. I've taken that leap, my love, and I pray to the Seven that you'll do the same. I've been told that the same man who contacted me, the same man who brought me to where I am now, will reach out to you in time. Listen to him, my love. Please, for me, for us, listen. I believe with all my heart that if you do, he'll see us together and married. My heart is yours, Michael, always. Maya. His first instinct was to cry, overwhelmed by the knowledge that she was safe and loved him so deeply. The second was to worry about this man who had taken her away. Finally, his thoughts turned back to what Miranda had said. How the hell is Jon Snow involved in this? He asked, confusion etched on his face. Jon Snow? He repeated. How does this relate to Jon Snow? I'm not certain. Dom sent me a letter saying that Jon Snow had a plan to bring us together. Then another letter arrived from a man I'd never met, telling me the same thing, though it didn't mention Snow by name. The man who brought it was the same one who delivered that, she said, gesturing to the letter in his hand. He's a bastard? He asked, still struggling to understand how Jon Snow could possibly influence his father to allow him and Maya to marry. A very accomplished one. Purely through gold, he's perhaps the man responsible for creating more wealth than any other in Westeros, she said. As a swordsman, even you've heard it said that he has no equal, except perhaps the bold or Jaime Lannister. He also has the king's favor, Michael. I don't know how he can do what Dom says, but I believe in my love. Do you believe in yours? It was the year 297 AC, when the banners were called. Michael received a couple more letters from Maya, both uplifting to his spirit. But then, everything began to unravel. He had heard it called Robert's Rage, and when he learned of what the king had done, and what it would inevitably entail, he realized they would soon be called to war. Michael fell into despair. The letters had given him hope, he had even started to believe that a bastard could perform miracles. That Jon Snow might help him marry his true love, rather than the girl his father was beginning to suggest. Ysilla was a wonderful girl, but she just wasn't Maya. His heart didn't stir at the thought of her. Now, knowing the Raven would soon be on its way from Lord Arryn and that they would soon be fighting against the West and Jon Snow, he felt that any hope he had was slipping away. You look upset, young man, a voice called from the darkness. Michael's hand instinctively moved to his blade as he watched a man step out of the shadows. You have no need of that, Michael. I bring you a message from your love. Maya? He asked softly. A raven will come calling you to war, and another will give you a way out. It's time to tell your father the truth about what Lord Arryn asked you to do all those years ago. Tell him the true nature of the Lord and then of the man the other raven speaks of, the man said, moving back into the shadows. And Maya? Michael pressed. I bring you a king's promise, young Michael. A king who believes in love and knows it's not the death of duty but the reason for it. The man vanished as suddenly as he had appeared. Just as he had said, the raven soon arrived from Lord Arryn. Calling them to arms, Michael felt the tension in the air, and just as he had anticipated, another message arrived, this one bearing a far different significance. It was a message from a king. Standing in his father's solar, with his brother Jasper seated at the table, Michael prepared to share his tale. Do you remember the tourney at King's Landing, father? The one where Jaehaerys Targaryen defeated me, Harry, Piper, and Vance? He asked. I remember, his father replied, looking up at him, while Jasper turned his gaze to Michael as well. We were told to take down Loras Tyrell first, then to confront Jaehaerys. We were paid to do so, Michael admitted, shame creeping into his voice. Paid by whom? Jasper inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Lord Aaron, Michael answered, watching their expressions shift to shock. Why would Lord Aaron want a bastard beaten, or a damn rose for that matter? His father questioned, his brow furrowing. He said that Jaehaerys had reached too high, had spoken out against his betters, and needed to be taught a painful lesson. At the time, I didn't think it was wrong, he was my liege lord. I thought I was doing the right thing, Michael confessed, lowering his head. What does this have to do with anything, Michael? Truly, his father pressed. I believe Jaehaerys Targaryen's words more than Lord Aaron's, father. I think we need to wait. Call the men if you must, but we shouldn't march just yet, Michael insisted. You wish me to go against my liege lord? His father asked, anger evident in his voice. Michael watched as Jasper stood up from his seat and placed his hand on their father's. I think Michael is right, at least for now, father, Jasper said. Michael felt a surge of gratitude for his brother as their father nodded in agreement. The gates of the moon. Now. Michael read Maya's letter once more. She had heard the news, they had not risen, and had discovered the truth about Jon Snow. Her letter was filled with love and hope, emotions that mirrored the feeling swelling in his own heart. Since speaking with his father, more news had been flowing in, and the weight of it all pressed on him. The raven sent by Lord Aaron shocked Michael's father to his core. To speak so disdainfully of Lord Stark, to lie so blatantly, Michael couldn't help but wonder, if he hadn't shared this news with his father, would he have dismissed it as a mere fabrication? Ultimately, it didn't matter, he did share it, and when they learned of King's Landing, what Lord Aaron had done to Lady Lisa and her son, his father found that completely unforgivable. It was one thing to set the woman aside, to call the boy out for being a bastard, but to have them thrown into cells without a trial? Michael's father remarked that Robert had absorbed more from his foster father than anyone had anticipated. Rising to break his fast, Michael walked to the dining room, where he found Miranda and her father already seated. Taking a place beside her, he was greeted by her smile. It felt strange, outside the Vale, a war raged on, and people worried about what it meant. Yet for him and Miranda, victory for Jaehaerys Targaryen seemed like a foregone conclusion. They both looked forward to celebrating it. Michael swore that once it was done, he would repay a debt he owed to a king. Meanwhile, in 298 AC, Dany felt the city on edge. More than one magister had beseeched her, offering wealth beyond her imagination to unleash her dragons on the Dothraki camped outside. She almost laughed in their faces. When she and Viserys had been poor and destitute, many of these same men had refused them an audience. While they had scavenged for food in alleys and backstreets, these men had turned their backs on them. Now, they saw her as a princess once more, not the beggar they had dismissed before. 100,000 gold dragons, jewels, lace, carpets, spices, a ship. We'll even give you a ship to take you home, they promised. But they received no reply, not from her nor from Sherera, who they attempted to bypass once they noticed her aunt riding a dragon too. The men of the Company of the Rose had. Dany had refused their offers as well, with Roderick informing her that they had been presented with the largest contract in the city's history to raise arms. Yet, it was the words Doran had spoken that echoed in her mind, for a bride. 3 simple words, but they held a truth she couldn't ignore. He had told her as much during their last meeting. Their son would be the stallion that mounts the world, as Drogo had said, and she would be lying if she claimed the idea, and the man himself didn't intrigue her. Dany had little understanding of love, and even less of lust, but she remembered feeling something stir within her while gazing at the imposing Khal. What it was, she would discover soon enough, having arranged to meet him the following day. For now, though, she had someone else to meet. Accompanied by Grey Worm, Missy, Belwas, and Sandor, she made her way through the town. Melisandre had received a vision, and they had kin here, someone Dany felt uncertain about. It wasn't the girl herself that troubled her, but rather who her father and uncle were, the Baratheons, among those most responsible for her family's downfall. When she arrived at the house, Dany took a deep breath before entering. Inside, she found a worried-looking older man, a few knights, a woman deeply engaged in conversation with Melisandre, and a young girl laughing with her aunt. The girl turned at the sound of their entrance, and Dany almost gasped at the sight of her scarred face. She had never seen anyone recover from the Grey Death, no one had, to her knowledge, and yet this girl clearly wasn't a stone man. "Shireen, may I present my niece, Princess Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen," Jaehaerys said. Shireen looked at her nervously. "Your Grace," the girl said, standing to curtsy. Dany noticed the older man seemed even more anxious now. "Please, cousin, call me Dany," she said, and the smile that broke across Shireen's face was radiant, the scars doing little to diminish her joy. Less than an hour later, Dany found herself sitting at the table, laughing along with Shireen and Jaehaerys. Her aunt seemed completely captivated by the girl, and Dany found her to be an absolute delight. Shireen shared stories about Westeros's recent history, her nephew, and her family, more than anyone else had ever told Dany. The tales of her nephew pretending to be a bastard sounded almost wondrous as the girl recounted them. "Is it true you have dragons, cousin?" Shireen asked excitedly. "It is. Perhaps later, I'll show them to you," Dany replied, noticing the girl nodding eagerly. A few hours later, as Dany prepared to leave the house, Shireen hugged her tightly. An older man followed her outside, looking at Sandor with a hint of recognition in his eyes. "Forgive me, Princess, but Lord Stannis asked me to ensure his wife and daughter's safety. May I ask your plans for them?" he inquired, his tone laced with concern. "You may, sir," Dany responded. "Davos, your grace." Davos Seaworth, the man introduced himself. "I believe my aunt told you that we intend to sail and meet with my nephew. From what I gather, my nephew wishes our cousin to return with us. I am unaware of the reasons, however, I give you my word, Ser Davos, no harm will come to Shireen. We are not stags or lions, we don't harm children," she assured him as she moved away. "Forgive me, your grace, but the king is allied with lions," Ser Davos said. "A different lion, Ser. By all accounts, Lord Jaime is anything but like his father," she replied, and the man nodded in understanding. That night, Dany dined with the men of the Company of the Rose. Sandor and Belwas were engaged in a contest to see who could eat and drink the most. She, along with Missy, Jiku, and Irri, sat together while her aunt and Melisandre arrived only when the meal was nearly finished. After her aunt had finished eating, Dany asked to speak with her. They walked outside to where the dragons were resting, and she couldn't help but smile at the sight of them. Dany watched as her dragons curled up and slept peacefully. While others might see them as ferocious beasts or incredible wonders, to her, they were her children. Even her aunt couldn't fully understand that bond, and Dany hoped that perhaps her nephew might one day. Turning away from the slumbering dragons, she noticed that Jaehaerys seemed distracted. Instead of bringing up the topic she had intended, Dany decided to ask the first question that came to mind. "Aunt, is something wrong?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. "What? No, not really. It's just that I haven't set foot in Westeros for nearly 100 years. To go back, to see places I never thought I would again. Oh, I knew I was destined to return one day, don't get me wrong. But I never truly believed it would happen," Jaehaerys replied. "Do you fear going back? Or not wish to?" Dany inquired, the second question almost catching in her throat as she considered the possibility of returning without her aunt, a thought she hadn't contemplated until now. "No. Am I nervous?" "Yes. But I'm excited too, Dany." I look forward to meeting our nephew and discovering the truth about him, Jaehaerys said, a smile breaking across her face. As do I, Dany responded. But you didn't come to speak to me about me. What's on your mind, niece? Drogo. The things he said. I find them intriguing. He intrigues me, Dany confessed. Are you attracted to him? Jaehaerys asked, studying her. I think so, Dany replied softly. Enough to marry him and be his wife? Jaehaerys pressed. Were it not for what we must do, then maybe I'd consider it. But we have to return, and I worry he and his Khalasar may not take that news well. Then so be it. We are dragons, Dany. More so now than ever before, and a dragon is not a slave. No, she is not, Dany said, smiling. Doran had given her 100 men to ride out with them the next day, along with her unsullied, Missy, Jiki, and Irri, as well as Sandor and Belwas. They had a large company for their journey ahead. To the Khalasar, although they were anything but ordinary. Drogo had managed to gather nearly 100,000 warriors, though not all were present. Dany rode the silver filly he had gifted her, noticing the large Khal's smile as he caught sight of her. Drogo approached with only his blood riders by his side. When he reached them, he dismounted alone, and Dany followed suit. As Grey Worm helped Missy down, Dany raised her hands to signal the others to stay back. Drogo walked over to them, his gaze locked on her. I searched the great grass sea from V's Duthrak to Karth. When I heard you had found your child, my Khalasar, and I rode hard to find you. Do you remember what I promised you? Drogo asked, with Missy translating his words. I do, Dany replied, waiting for Missy to relay her response before Drogo continued. I come to you as a Khal seeking a bride. I ask once again, Silverhair, join with me. Together, we will see the stallion that mounts the world born and witness a future that none could dare imagine. I cannot, she said softly, watching his anger rise and then fall momentarily. I will take a wooden horse and ride the poison water. For now, at least, my fate is not here, great Khal. One day, I may return. Should you ask it of me then, perhaps my answer would be different. You would leave? He asked, glancing at Missy with concern as he raised his voice. Dany held her hand up to stop Sandor and the others from reacting. I must leave. If you wish to see me return, then I ask you to ride from this place and leave it in peace. One day, if the great stallion wishes it so, perhaps our paths may cross once more, she said. He said nothing, and Dany noticed his anger seemed to calm. What replaced it, she couldn't be sure. Was it sadness, resignation, determination, or something else? He reached out for her hand, and she allowed him to take it. Looking deeply into her eyes, he smiled and leaned down to kiss her, Dany permitting him to brush his lips against hers. Dany felt his lips against hers, a spark igniting within her. Her chest rose and her heart raced, pounding so hard it felt like it might break free. When the kiss finally ended, she was left breathless, and he looked at her as if he might throw her over his shoulder and carry her away. A part of her wished he would do just that, while another part dared him to try. When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, when the seas go dry and the mountains blow and the wind like leaves, then you shall return and find me waiting for you, Drogo said. Dany watched him turn and walk away. The Magisters credited her with the Khalasar's departure and once again offered her wealth and jewels. This time, Jaehaerys encouraged her to accept their offer and to ask for a ship as well. To her surprise, they granted her request without hesitation. They loaded the vessel with the gifts she had received, and that night, she bid farewell to Doran and the company of the Rose. She asked Roderick and the others to accompany her on her journey, handing them a letter for her nephew. The next morning, excitement bubbled within her as they set sail. Melisandre had come to guide her on their route, and the thought of returning to the place of her birth nearly brought tears to her eyes. Sandor reassured her that Davos was a capable sailor, so she allowed him to choose her crew. Shireen and his son would be with them, and she felt confident he would see her safely home. Their route would keep them near the land. The dragons might not be able to fly the entire distance, and she wasn't willing to take any risks. As she stood on the deck, watching Myr fade into the distance, her fingers brushed her lips, still tinged with the memory of Drogo's kiss. She closed her eyes and savored the moment. She heard her aunt and Missy approaching from behind, soon joined by Sandor, Belwas, Grey Worm, Roderick, Shireen, and Melisandre. Dany reached out, taking her aunt's hand in hers, and a smile blossomed on both their faces. "Home," she said, "we're going home." Softly, the dragons flew overhead. The year was 298 AC, and Ned found himself walking the camp with Lya by his side on the eve of battle. Each night during their march, he had shared his thoughts, worries, and doubts only with the wolf. To his lords, he remained resolute, unyielding, and unafraid, but with the wolf, he could be himself. He had ridden to war 3 times before, and each time had cost him dearly. In the first war, he lost family, friends, and nearly his honor, too, given what he had tried to do with his nephew. The second cost him time with his family, with his children, and ultimately achieved nothing. Truth be told, neither of those wars had brought him the justice he sought or the better king he hoped to crown. The first was meant to secure justice, but he gained neither. The second aimed to put down the Greyjoys so that at least one generation could know peace and be spared from Ironborn raids, yet they had failed there as well. Now, he faced a new conflict, one meant to crown a new king, a new hope for the realm. Though he believed Jaehaerys was that hope, a part of him still worried. Would this truly mark the end of wars in his lifetime, or was it just another false dawn? Would he find himself marching once more? As he stood, looking out over the camp, the flattened ground offered little visibility, only the flickering lights of the torches illuminating the night. "You seem troubled, Ned," a voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see Lya, who appeared unfazed. Howland was someone he was glad to speak with. "I wonder if this will be the last of them, the end of wars in my lifetime," he said. Howland paused for a moment before responding. "We've not truly known peace in our lives, Ned. That's not our role to play." "What is our role?" Ned asked. "That when we leave this world, those who come after us will," Howland replied as he walked away. A little while later, Ned headed back to his tent. The night stretched long before him. Ahead of him, while some men drank and others rested, Ned wasn't sure he could manage either. Sitting in his tent, he looked at the bird and chuckled. Jay had asked him to speak to it, talk to it, share his plans. But he couldn't. While he knew some of what his nephew was capable of, the first time he tried it, the Great John had walked in and thought him mad. "Are you bloody talking to that bird, Ned?" the Great John had asked, and after that, Ned found he couldn't do it anymore. He closed his eyes and lay down, barely asleep for a moment when he felt Lya grab his hand, followed by the commotion outside. Jumping up, he grabbed his sword, fearing they were under attack, though he wondered why Lya hadn't warned him sooner. Rushing from the tent, he saw Ser Wylis and Lady Meege approaching, neither looking concerned. "Wylis, Meege," he called out. "It seems our friends from the west have caught up with us," Meege replied. "Prince Tyrion and his men are camped just a few miles down the road." "Tyrion is here?" Ned asked, surprised. "Aye, he and his lords have arrived," Wylis confirmed. They made their way to the edge of the camp, where Tyrion, accompanied by 2 Kingsguard and several lords and knights, was riding in. "My prince," Ned said with a small bow. "Lord Stark, may I present Lords Broom, Westerling, Serret, and Lefford, along with Ser Lyle Crakehall. My Kingsguard, Ser Richard Horp and Ser Jor's White Wolf," Tyrion introduced, and Ned noticed the smiles that followed the mention of the last man's name. "It's good to see you, my prince, my lords, good sirs. Come, I'm sure you'd welcome an ale and some refreshments," Ned offered. Tyrion was quickly helped down from his horse and walked beside him, the king's guard flanking either side as Ser Wylis and Lady Meege accompanied the lords. They were led to a tent, where soon they were joined by more guests. The lords gathered around the table, their eyes fixed on the map of the lands before them. "My army stands behind me, Lord Stark," Tyrion announced, a confident smile on his face. 3,000 cavalry and 8,500 men ready for battle. Ligeron will be prepared by tomorrow as well. "Are you planning to use your dragon?" Greatjon asked, raising an eyebrow. "I intend for us to win, Lord Umber. I don't desire a field of fire, but my nephew envisioned the dragons as the hammer and our armies as the anvil to crush our enemies. The lords of the Vale depend heavily on their knights and lances, the north, and even my own cavalry, are dwarfed by their numbers. Pardon my poor choice of words," Tyrion replied, eliciting laughter from the group. "We have caltrops and large spears to deter and break a charge, and my men's phalanx will repel anyone who manages to get through, my prince," Lord Domeric added. "Better than a dragon?" Tyrion chuckled. "I have no doubt we could hold them back, Lord Bolton, but we would suffer heavy losses, and our king would prefer their losses over ours." Ned scanned the room, noting the appreciative nods from the men around him, with Lady Meege smiling at him. "We will use the dragon tactically, my lords, to achieve its greatest effect but not unleash its full power," Tyrion explained. "Our scouts report that Riverrun has fallen, my prince. Lord Edmure and his men are nowhere to be found. Can we expect support from your uncle's army?" Ser Wylis inquired. "Wherever Edmure is, Jaehaerys will be close behind. I'd wager my uncle crossed here," Tyrion said, pointing to the Ruby Ford. "If I'm correct, our friends from the Vale will soon find a lion at their backs." They discussed their strategies for a few more minutes, and when his lords departed, they left the tent feeling more confident than when they had first spoken about their battle plans. With Tyrion's arrival and the added forces, they now had the advantage, especially with a dragon at their disposal. After the others had exited, Tyrion gestured for Ser Richard and Ser Jorah to follow him out as well. The small man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief once they were alone. Ned smiled warmly at him and chuckled when Lya walked over and licked his face. "I'd blame our nephew. Ever since he arrived at the Rock, I've been licked by wolves far too often," Tyrion said with a laugh. "Apparently, I'm Pack." "Aye, that you are, my prince. It's a good plan you came up with, the hammer and the anvil," Ned replied. "That's on our nephew." "I just hope to carry it out right," Tyrion said. "Any word from Jay?" Ned asked. "No, but I have no worries, Lord Stark. Lya would let you know, Ligeron me, our nephew is safe and well. We should get some rest." "Tomorrow, we won't get any," Ned suggested, and Tyrion nodded in agreement. "Good fortune, Ned," Tyrion said, using his name for the first time. "Aye, you too, Tyrion. If the gods will it, then we'll be victorious and see our nephew soon." As Jon Royce pondered the events, the words nephew echoed in his mind. He had called him nephew, not son, not bastard, but nephew. Yes, he had been angry, furious even, but was that a slip of the tongue? Had he actually been so rattled that he had spoken the truth? The letter he had sent, the things he had said about Ned Stark, when he truly reflected on them, they made no sense. Jon hadn't been as close to Ned as Lord Jon or Robert, but he had witnessed how the Northern Lord reacted to Robert's behavior. Friends they may have been, but they were not kindred spirits. As for questioning Ned's honor, Jon felt torn. He had always considered Ned to be a paragon of honor, so much so that he had enjoyed the man's company during the few times they had met since he returned north. He had even stopped by to visit him when Waymar took the Black, finding him no less admirable than he had thought before. But now, it was clear he had acted differently. Somewhat dishonorably, Jon grappled with the fact that Ned Stark was hiding his nephew. He couldn't place too much blame on him for that, but now he found himself going against his king. Yet, there was honor in that choice too, family bonds mattered, and given what Robert had become, perhaps Ned's decisions were more honorable than his own. What Jon couldn't reconcile was the image of Ned Stark that Jon had portrayed. It didn't align with the evidence, and this slip of the tongue made the possibility of a lie being perpetrated on them all the more likely. As the battle approached, this concern preyed heavily on his mind, prompting him to leave his tent and seek out Lord Jon. He found Jon restless and troubled in his own tent. After requesting a moment alone, Jon sent his guards away, and Jon took the offered seat. "Lord Jon, I find myself most troubled," Jon said, and Jon turned his gaze to him. "About the battle?" "We'll win it, Jon. The king and Lord Stannis will arrive to join us, perhaps even during the battle itself. Even if they come later, it won't matter. We are the Knights of the Vale, and no northern army can withstand our charge." "What about what Lord Stark said, Jon?" Jon pressed. "Lies, by the Seven, I swear they're lies. He's trying to rattle us, Jon. We have the Stormlands, and the Golden Company rides with Robert. They are outmatched, not us, so they try to divide us with falsehoods." Jon's eyes were steady as he spoke. "So the boy is not a Targaryen? He's truly Stark's bastard?" Jon asked. That's true. I covered it up for him, let him keep his honor, though it pains me to see what he's become." "Yet you called him his nephew?" Jon pointed out. "What?" Jon replied, confusion etched on his face. "You called him his nephew. You told Lord Stark that his nephew would lose his head." Jon observed as Jon swallowed hard before responding. "A mistake, a slip of the tongue. I was so shocked that Ned would forsake his honor like that." Jon said, "Of course, forgive me, my lord." He smiled at Jon, though relief flickered across his face as well. "Of course, Jon. It's a battle, we're all on edge." As Jon left the tent, Jon felt anything but on edge himself, though it was clear that Jon Arryn was. He had lied to Jon, right to his face. As he walked to meet some of the other lords, he heard cheers in the distance. Instead of celebrating, he found himself alongside Lord Jon and the others, watching as the remainder of the Riverlands army arrived. "Lord Jon, I bring my men to join yours," Edmure Tully announced, as if presenting a grand prize. Jon glanced over, noting who was missing more than who had come with Edmure. Good men and true, Lord Mallister, Bracken, Blackwood, Derry, men he might not have always agreed with, but whose honor he never questioned. But Edmure Tully? Remembering how he had behaved in King's Landing, Jon couldn't say the same about him. The fact that his bannermen had abandoned him was troubling enough, that they had joined a Targaryen was a sign of just how far the Tullys had fallen. He walked through the camp until he reached Andar, who was sparring. "Come here, son," he called. "I need you to speak to our men. Tell them to get ready to march. Then ask Benedar, Gilwood, and Ser Simon to come to my tent. Do it quickly and quietly." "Father?" "Do it now, son." As Andar hurried off to fulfill his task, Jon called Sam over and gave him his orders. His master of arms quickly set to work. Jon returned to his tent, sat down, and poured himself a glass of wine, which he downed quickly before pouring another. By the time Andar arrived with the lords, he was on his third glass, this one sipped slowly. "Stay and listen," Jon instructed his son as he began to speak to the gathered lords. Each of them looked on, shocked, as he revealed his beliefs and intentions. "You're asking us to abandon our liege lord, Jon," Benedar said. This isn't honorable," Simon added. "Honor left this place a long time ago," Jon replied. "A king without honor, and now a liege lord who lies as if it's second nature. I hold no love for the dragons, I was happy to see them fall. Aerys was mad, and the realm needed him gone. But I knew then that there were plans to replace him and his family. After what happened with Kyle, I welcomed it even more. I fear what the dragon will do should he win, truly, I do. But I'll accept my punishment like a man. I won't doom my house for a lie. Jon looked at the others. You would leave us to fight alone? Gilwood asked. Jon surveyed the lords. He commanded maybe a fifth of the Vale Knights, while Lord Gilwood Hunter had a little less than that, the same for Sir Simon Templeton and Lord Benedar Belmont. Between them, they could muster just over a third of the army if they joined him. He knew the other lords he didn't trust might run to Lord John, but if he could bring these lords on board, perhaps there'd be no need for a battle today, a council and trials could suffice. I say we take our chances elsewhere, my lords. I ride, and I hope you'll join me, he said, but as he looked at their faces, he doubted they would. As he rode out that night, they cursed him. Lord John threatened his house, and the other lords looked down on him. Yet, he felt no shame or dishonor in what he was doing. It was midday the next day when he encountered the army marching toward him. Almost 8,000 men on horseback stood in his way. He looked and saw lion banners, blackwood, bracken, houses of the west, and above them all, the three-headed dragon flying resplendently in the air. Lord Royce, are we to give battle today? Jaehaerys Lannister asked as they rode out to parley. No, my lord, on that you have my oath. House Royce stands down and will play no part in this war. When your king takes his throne, I'll present. My choice to ride was my own, and I must bear the blame, Jon said. Did you spill blood, my lord? Jaehaerys asked. No. Then you'll find his grace a far more forgiving king than you may imagine. Good fortune to you, Lord Royce. When next we meet, I'll stand for you, Jaehaerys replied. Jon looked at him and nodded. The two armies seemed to go out of their way not to slow each other's march, and Jon sighed as the last of them passed through. Should we not warn them, father? Andar asked. The war is over, Andar. We've picked our side, Jon said as he continued riding, the crossroads and the road to the Eyrie coming into view. It was the Battle of the Trident, 298 AC. The Great John felt the rush of adrenaline course through him, standing shoulder to shoulder with the men of his house. He looked at the men and women from the north, ready to face off against the southern lords. Meej and Jory stood with their maces at the ready, flanked by the men of Bear Island. Yoro was mounted on a horse, while his aunt and cousin preferred to be in the thick of the action. Oh, he loved to ride into battle, but today there was no need for a horse. They were the anvil, and they would see the veil broken against northern steel. The Great John glanced at his son, pride swelling within him as he watched the boy rally the men, a sight only a father could truly appreciate. We are Northmen, and today we fight for our king, the first true northern king since Torrhen Stark. The king from the north, the small John shouted. The king from the north, the chant echoed as they surveyed the open field. He watched as the lords of the west and the northern cavalry prepared for the charge, and then he heard the thunderous sound of weapons banging against shields. His own greatsword's hilt was the loudest of them all as the northern army began to scream and shout. They think us savages. Let them hear a savage call, he thought, as he bellowed. Umber was louder than anyone else on the field. As the noise began to settle, he spotted the charge of the Knights of the Vale coming toward them. The pikes and spears resting at their feet were lifted in readiness, prepared for any who might break through. The battlefield fell eerily silent, and then the howling began. Lya and Grey Wind howled, their voices merging into a sound far louder than two wolves should ever make. Great John shivered at the sound, but it was the roar that followed that truly shook him. Ligeron soared overhead, the dragon's roar echoing across the field. Looking out at the expanse, he felt a pang of sympathy for the men who would have to face the dragon's fire. Still, he couldn't help but cheer as flames erupted from the dragon's mouth. Ready yourselves, he shouted as he heard the thunder of their own cavalry charging. The horses that approached were scattered, their charge having lost much of its momentum. Some of the cavalry headed straight into the pikes they held, while others abandoned their mounts and charged on foot. Where are we from? He called out, his voice rising above the chaos. "The North," came the rallying response from around him. "Show them," he shouted as they advanced toward the men who had been unfortunate enough to make it this far. His sword swung, slicing through a man as if he weren't there, and his shield crashed against another, knocking him to the ground. Just then, he saw a horse barreling toward him, the lance in the rider's hand aimed straight at his head. He laughed, ready to confront the challenge, when a gray blur shot past and took the horse down. "He was mine, you greedy wolf," he shouted as Lyra raced by him, the growling of this wolf far more comforting than the silence of the White One. He pushed further into the fray, the flames still raining down on the unfortunate souls ahead of him. Small John was engaged with two men at once, and Great John moved to assist, only to see his son take them both down with ease. Turning back, he narrowly blocked a strike from a knight wielding a morning star. The instinctive slice of his sword severed the man's arm, and he stabbed downward to finish him off, but then he heard a laugh from behind him. "You're lucky it wasn't me or one of my girls, John. Otherwise, you'd have been in trouble," Meej said, chuckling. John shook his head as she pointed to Small John and Jory, who were fighting and defeating two more knights. "Who's next to face Goatsbane?" he heard his son shout. "That boy is definitely your son," Meej remarked, turning to confront a knight of her own. John laughed heartily as he scanned the battlefield for someone else to fight. Around him, Northmen were taking down Southerners, and it was glorious to witness. Meanwhile, Tyrion waited at the back of the army, perched on his dragon's back. Ser Richard and Ser Jorah were visibly annoyed that they couldn't join him, but Tyrion wasn't Jay, he wasn't comfortable with passengers just yet. It felt strange to him. He hadn't given much thought to having someone ride alongside him on Ligeron, but now, he could only picture one person he wanted by his side. Thinking of Arya filled him with a resolve he hadn't felt until now. The knowledge that they would be wed once this war was over filled his heart with joy. He closed his eyes, envisioning her face, and felt Ligeron's eagerness to fly beneath him. "Suvgan, Ligeron," he commanded, and the dragon took to the sky. Tyrion imagined how they looked to those below, the sun reflecting off Ligeron's bronze scales and the small figure in black armor riding atop him. As the Northmen cheered, Ligeron roared, a wolf's howl joining the sound as they soared toward their enemies. He could see the Knights of the Vale in the midst of their charge. To some, it might seem majestic, but soon he would show them what true majesty looked like. "Dracarys," he commanded, and Ligeron unleashed flames that landed just in front of the knights. The horses and riders scrambled to pull up before riding into the fire, some managing it better than others. Tyrion flew past, and Ligeron turned around, heading toward those who were still away from their first pass. "Dracarys," Tyrion commanded, and Ligeron unleashed a torrent of flames, his riders seemingly more fortunate than others. He circled above 4 times, each pass bringing the fire closer. Finally, the enemy charge faltered, and some men began to retreat, readying themselves for another battle another day. "Coner, Lee, Ernepter Zyri Ligeron," he said, urging the dragon toward the largest group. "Dracarys." The flames cascaded down, creating a breathtaking arc of fire. The Knights of the Vale looked up, and Tyrion observed the leader dismount and kneel. He was right to do so, he wouldn't be the last man today to find himself bowing before a dragon. As Tyrion soared over the northern army, he saw them engaged in skirmishes, but their numbers were overwhelming, and the Vale forces crumbled under the pressure everywhere he looked. Only the reserves remained for him to confront, so he directed Ligeron toward them. The dragon was not fatigued, instead, it was eager for more action. The flames he unleashed cut off any chance of retreat, though it quickly became apparent that some had already fled. After allowing the dragon one more pass, he felt satisfaction seeing the enemy boxed in. A loud roar from Ligeron caused even more men to hastily surrender. Tyrion surveyed the battlefield once more. It was not a field of fire, and he felt a swell of pride for both his dragon and the situation as he flew to locate those who had retreated. "Thank you, Ligeron," he said, and the dragon responded with a joyful roar, echoing Tyrion's pride. They approached the crossroads, where the banners of lion and dragon waved high. His uncle had made it, and his cavalry was crashing into the retreating forces. Tyrion signaled Ligeron to unleash flames, announcing his presence as he watched the fight draw to a close. He scanned the ground for his uncle but couldn't see him below, contemplating whether he should land to find him. Tyrion felt a surge of anger from Ligeron as arrows rained down toward the dragon. A group of men cowered behind some broken rocks, believing that flimsy shelter would save them. Tyrion could sense his dragon's fury at their attempt to attack. "Dracarys," he commanded, and flames erupted from Ligeron, the warmest and brightest fire he had ever unleashed. Anyone below was surely dead, and while a pang of guilt washed over him, he understood that had they faced soldiers or riders, their fate would have been no different. Turning his gaze back to his uncle's forces, he realized the battle was clearly over, but Jaehaerys was nowhere to be found. For now, he could do nothing but fly back toward the Trident, even though he suspected he wasn't needed there either. Jon Arryn. Traitors. He had been surrounded by traitors. Although the other lords hadn't followed Jon from his camp, they had failed to inform him of the lord's plans. Jon could only watch in shame as one of his lords rode away from the battle instead of charging into it. Edmure muttered something about making the traitors pay once they won, and Jon nodded along, but with each passing moment, as the battle loomed closer, he felt it less and less likely they would emerge victorious. Edmure's pitiful force was no match for Jon's, and what he had once seen as a boon was quickly turning into a burden. When he had spoken about Lisa, Jon found himself lying once again, keeping the man on his side while they sat alone in the tent. The pressure to deceive him only deepened Jon's hatred for both the bastard and his savage uncle. He swore he would see one or both of them dead if he could. As he looked to his men lining up against the forces arrayed before him, even Jon's loss didn't seem as dire as he had feared. A flicker of hope began to spark within him once more. The North's cavalry had joined forces with some Westermen, but they were poorly organized. The North's true strength lay in its infantry, and he knew that was where their chance for victory would come from. Knights would cut through their enemies. If he won today and could join forces with Robert, they could end this rebellion, bringing down the dragon, the wolf, and the lions. The roses would fall too, and the vengeance he would unleash upon them would be terrible. The North would swear loyalty to the true gods, and the gold of Casterly Rock would fill their coffers. Jon smiled as he rode down the line of his knights, his righteous fury ready to be unleashed. "Our king has called, and we've answered, like the loyal and honor-bound men we are. Out there are men with no honor, savages who worship heathen gods, seeking to replace our good and true king with a mummer's dragon. We've suffered under the yoke of a mad dragon before, we will not suffer a false one. For the king, for House Arryn, for the Vale." He shouted, watching as his knights charged forward. "They have no cavalry," Edmure said, riding alongside him, his own men prepared to mop up those who didn't fall in the first charge. Truth be told, Jon didn't fully trust Edmure not to ruin his perfect cavalry charge. "We'll see them." But then, a roar unlike anything he had ever heard echoed through the air, causing his head to spin as he searched for its source. Edmure pointed to the sky, muttering something he couldn't quite grasp. "What do you mean a dragon?" Jon asked, panic rising within him as he finally spotted it. It was almost beautiful, the sun reflecting off scales that seemed to burn like fire itself. Its wings barely moved as it soared overhead, and then the true horror of the situation revealed itself. Flames rained down, and he could barely bring himself to look, instead fixating on the figure atop the dragon, a small, childlike figure clad in black armor. That wasn't Jon Snow, it was Jaehaerys Targaryen. But if that wasn't him, then who was it? If this person had a dragon, did that mean Jaehaerys had one too? "He missed," Edmure said, breaking through Jon's thoughts as he watched the dragon unleash more flames. "No, I didn't," he said, watching in horror as the dragon unleashed its destruction upon his army, which crumbled beneath it like sand. Ride. Take your men and ride. Meet up with Robert. Go, now, go, he shouted. Edmure needed no second command. He retreated without hesitation, showing no inclination to fight. Jon watched the dragon soar overhead again and again, dread washing over him as his men behind him began to panic. He nearly sagged in his saddle. What have I done, he thought, glancing out to see the wolves charging toward them. What have I done? Jacelyn Waters gripped his sword and pushed forward, the Northman beside him ensuring his back was protected. Ahead, flames rained down, scattering the cavalry charge he had dreaded. Moving alongside the friends he had come to rely on, Jacelyn soon found himself caught in a much graver fight. His sword was swift, and the armor he wore provided solid protection. When his mother had learned he wanted to march for the king, she had begged and pleaded with him to stay. But the life they had now, they owed to Jon Snow, Jaehaerys Targaryen, and Margaery Tyrell. He had vowed to repay them somehow for all they had done for him. They had their own home in Wintertown now, a future ahead, and soon he would have a wife. It wasn't just the promise of food and shelter that had drawn him to the north. Being a bastard felt less of a burden than it once had, thanks to Jon Snow. Marla and her father cared little about his lineage, only that he could one day take over the inn where he worked. He felt a shove beside him and turned to Tom 2 and Jax. Stop bloody thinking about the girl. There's a war to be won. Tom 2 exclaimed, laughter mixing with the chaos as they fought their way through the thrones of enemies. Then he heard it, the growl of a wolf, and his focus sharpened. The men moved toward the sound, discovering a wolf standing guard over a fallen horse. The man was some distance away, clearly struggling after the fall. As he approached slowly, the large wolf growled, and he spoke as softly as he could. I'm a friend, here to help, I swear it on the old gods and the new, he said. The wolf snarled but seemed to allow him to pass. It was then he realized who the wolf was protecting. He could see the dazed look in the young man's blue eyes. Lord Robb, my name is Jacelyn. Lean on me, and we'll get you out of here. The Lord looked at him, barely registering his presence, but then seemed to focus and nodded. The cowards killed my horse, Lord Robb said, and Jacelyn heard the wolf's angry growl as 3 men approached them. He felt a pang of regret when Robb stumbled hard to the ground, but he drew his sword. As the wolf took down 2 of the attackers, Jacelyn faced the 3rd, quickly realizing he was less skilled than his opponent. The wolf's growling gave him an opening. As the man turned to check on the wolf, Jacelyn struck, his sword finding its mark. The man fell, but the sound of more men rushing toward him filled Jacelyn with dread. He feared that today might be his last, but relief washed over him when he recognized their colors. Help me, Lord Robb is here, he shouted. The newcomers rushed in, and together they managed to get the Lord off the battlefield. As Jacelyn looked around, he saw that the battle was won. What's your name, lad? Your full name? Lord Robb asked. Jacelyn Waters, my lord, he replied. I owe you for what you did. Ask it of me, and if I can, I will, Robb said. Can you introduce me to your brother? Jacelyn asked as they reached the camp. Bran? Robb replied, confused. No, the king. Why? Robb asked suspiciously. I'd like to thank him for what he did for me, Jacelyn explained. Robb smiled. Lad, I'll introduce you to Jon. Ned felt the tide of battle shift in their favor when the dragon broke the charge. For a brief moment, he thought he might make it through the day without drawing blood. But soon it became clear that wouldn't be the case. The man facing him was a formidable opponent. Ser Lyn Corbray was well known to him. He had killed Prince Doran Martell at the Trident. Though, in truth, the King's Guard had been mortally wounded before their duel even began. Lyn had taken the sword he now wielded from his injured father, receiving it for real only after his father's death. Ned tried not to dwell on the last time he had fought a man wielding such a legendary blade, hoping he wouldn't need Howland's assistance today. "My lady's never tasted wolf," Lynn taunted. Ned smirked in response. "Nor will she today. Shall we, Lord Stark?" "Aye, we may as well," he replied, taking up his stance. He heard Lya growl from behind him and shook his head, sending the wolf to assist others while he decided to handle this fight on his own. The Valyrian steel of Lady Forlorn clashed against his castle-forged sword. Behind him, Ice rested on his horse, and he could hear the footsteps of his guards and lords approaching the fray. He waved off Ser Wylis and Lord Domeric, noticing Meege making her way toward him as well. Confident that this man wouldn't claim another sword that didn't truly belong to him, Ned began to move. While he wasn't a master swordsman, he could hold his own, and he had one advantage over the cocky knight before him. Ned had seen Corbray fight, but Lynn had never witnessed Ned in action. So, he began to favor one side, feigning weakness where he was actually strong. Just as he expected, the man, eager for blood, moved in. The swords clashed, and Ned found himself retreating, his tiredness a ruse as his parries grew more desperate. Lynn became increasingly arrogant, and Ned waited patiently until the knight closed in before he struck. Ned struck with all his might, feeling the man's teeth give way and hearing the unmistakable crack of a broken nose. As the man stumbled back, Ned thrust his sword forward, and the gurgling sound that followed signaled the end for Ser Lyn Corbray. The Ned. He heard a cheer erupt, turning to see Donnell and Torgon Flint, along with Hugo Wool, leading the celebration. "Come, my lords. We have a war to win," he called out, picking up Lady Forlorn, another sword he intended to return to its rightful house. At least with this man dead, he felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing he wouldn't rise again. As they moved across the battlefield, it was clear the day was theirs. To his surprise, the loss of life was not as great as he had feared. "I thought there'd be more," he remarked, prompting a laugh from Meege. "Fucking Southern Knights. You'd swear they'd seen a dragon or something," she replied, and laughter echoed around him. When he reached the other side, he found more men from the Vale lying dead, though many had surrendered. His eyes landed on Jon Arryn among them. His former foster father looked weary and defeated, while Jory stood by, mace at the ready just in case. Feeling his anger rise, Ned moved closer, but Lya was there beside him, calming his tumultuous thoughts. He rested his fingers in her fur as he regarded Jon Arryn and the other lords of the Vale. Lionel Corbray stared at the sword in his hand. "I'll accept your surrender now," Ned declared, greeted by cheers from the Northmen behind him. "Fuck you, Ned," Jon Arryn shot back. In a swift motion that surprised Ned, the Lord was on his feet, the silver blade of a knife glinting in his hand. But while Jon Arryn had put all his speed into that move, he wasn't a wolf. Lya moved like a blur, and the scream that erupted from Jon as he lost his hand was matched only by Lya's fierce growl as he collapsed to the ground. "See? That's bandaged. That's the king's to deal with," Ned spat, eyeing the fallen lord. Ned looked down at the bloodied stump that had once been his foster father's arm. "I'm sorry, Lord Stark." He surrendered. He begged for mercy, Jory said apologetically. "As high as honor indeed," Ned replied, patting her on the back to reassure her that she bore no blame. "Make sure he lives. I want to see my nephew take his head, see him die the old way." "Aye, come on. We've won a victory here today. It's time to get really drunk," the great Jon declared. "Who's willing to wager against Goatsbane?" Small Jon chimed in, and laughter echoed among them as they walked away. Ned looked up to see a dragon soaring overhead, heading back to their camp. He smiled, hoping to see his nephew, Kraken, soon. They had ridden hard from Riverrun, and although he had remained silent and seemed relatively well, Ned could tell that Jaehaerys was anything but. The way Jaehaerys had acted in the Solar had shaken him. Kraken had never seen his brother lose control like that before. Not even in Highgarden over Joy had Jaehaerys seemed so unhinged. Now, as they camped, Kraken felt he could wait no longer. Once everyone else had retreated to their tents, he headed to Jaehaerys. He found Jaehaerys sitting in silence, a glass of wine in hand. Jaehaerys appeared to be staring into the distance, as if he were present but lost in thought. When Kraken cleared his throat, Jaehaerys didn't seem to notice. Kraken called for dusk, and the wolf's appearance seemed to break whatever spell had held Jaehaerys captive. A sad smile appeared on Jaehaerys' face as he shifted his gaze from the wolf to Kraken. "Sit down," Jaehaerys instructed, and Kraken complied. "I'll tell you a tale, but it remains between us, just you and me, Kraken. Not your mother, never Joy, and not even Jay, do you hear me?" "I hear you." "I swear I'll never speak a word of it," Kraken promised, watching as Jaehaerys drained the wine glass. "My brother was an evil man. Oh, he did some good things, but at his core, he was an evil man. I have no doubt about that now. Do you know the thing about evil men, the damnable truth about each and every one of them?" Jaehaerys asked. "No," came the reply. "The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Think about that, if you will. Every evil man you've ever heard of, Ares, Robert, Jon Arryn, Tywin Lannister, they all thrived because good men stood by," Jaehaerys spat. "And you did nothing?" "Ha," Jaehaerys replied, though the laugh held no humor. "If only I could say that in my defense. No, worse than that. My failing is that I wasn't a good man. But I did nothing. What happened, my lord? I was a Lannister through and through, cocky, entitled, arrogant, and gods, did I love being so. I met a girl, a beautiful, sweet, caring girl, a girl who fell in love with me, and I with her, I suppose, though you'd never have guessed it from what I did. She became pregnant, and then Joy was born. I figured gold and brief attention were enough, nothing too time-consuming. I had a life to live after all," Jaehaerys said, looking off into the distance for a moment, lost in thought. "My lord? My brother didn't like that I'd brought a bastard into this world, but that was forgivable. What he really hated was that I'd done so with Bryony. She was a commoner, you see, not noble and not worthy in my brother's eyes. So he made her an offer, one she had no choice but to accept. He made me one too, which I was glad of. Bryony had to leave the West, never to return, and Joy would be raised at the Rock and given a better life. You accepted? I could go on being a Lannister, you see, caring about nothing or no one. Where did she go, my lord? Back to her people, her village. She was from a small village in the Riverlands, Tully's lands. She went, and I never gave her a thought. On second thought, that is, not until I heard what happened to her, Jaehaerys said, his gaze dropping to the ground. My lord? Kraken prompted. Some bandits threatened the village. They raided, they raped, and people couldn't even step outside for fear they'd be next. But not Bryony. She felt no fear, at least not for herself. Jaehaerys continued, frustration creeping into his voice. She went to the Tullus, spoke directly to the liege lord himself, and begged for their assistance. She asked them to do their duty, those damn fishers. His expression darkened, anger flashing across his features before he sighed and looked back at Kraken. They didn't help? Kraken asked softly. Hoster sent Edmure, who, instead of riding to the village to help his people, to help her, spent his time in taverns and brothels. When the bandits returned, they came looking for her. They found her, and Jaehaerys shook his head, unable to finish. Kraken watched him, sitting in silence. He didn't have the words to comfort Jaehaerys, he wasn't sure anyone could. Eventually, Hoster sent the right people, and the bandits were rooted out. They covered it up, and if it hadn't been for my search for her, well. Jaehaerys sighed heavily. That's why you hate the Tullus? Kraken asked, trying to piece it together. One day, I'll have to sit down with Joy and tell her what happened to her mother. I'll have to explain what I did and accept that she'll never look at me the same way again. On that day, I'll finally pay for my part in it. But until then, I'll make sure the Tullus pay for theirs, Jaehaerys replied, determination hardening his voice. Kraken stood and walked over, placing a hand on Jaehaerys' shoulder. He still didn't have the right words, but he knew he had to say something. Tomorrow, we'll go fishing, my lord, he suggested. Jaehaerys chuckled, though it wasn't a full laugh. Go get some rest. As Kraken left, Jaehaerys' thoughts turned to Edmure and the dragon, an actual dragon. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, yet as he stared into the flames, he knew they were done for. He briefly considered the possibility that they might not have control over the flames, especially since none of the soldiers were harmed. Lord Jon, however, seemed to believe that this was all part of the plan. When Jon commanded Edmure to gather his forces and ride, Edmure wasted no time, he rode hard and fast. Where he was heading, he had no idea. A dragon was not something he could outrun, nor could they defeat it. Yet, he and his lords pressed on, soon finding themselves away from the battle, only to ride straight into another one. Looking ahead, Edmure spotted the sigils of his enemies, and his anger flared. These were his lords, his bannermen, and instead of standing by his side, they were approaching him. We need to surrender, my lord, Mark urged. With a dragon behind us and lions ahead, the war is over, Carl added. I will not surrender. I'll go down fighting, Edmure declared, launching into a charge. It was only halfway there that he realized not all of his men had followed him. It was too late to change course now, so they rode into the much larger army, his sword slashing wildly in every direction. He wasn't even sure if he hit anything, he simply kept riding until his horse collapsed beneath him. Edmure rolled hard across the ground, the wind knocked out of him. When he finally managed to stagger to his feet, he could see that it was over. He couldn't spot any of his men nearby, but the fact that there were no enemies close by provided him with some comfort. Crawling along the ground, he found a small rock and took cover behind it, watching as the fighting began to die down. Then, he felt the shadow of the dragon flying overhead. Closing his eyes, he opened them again, surprised to find he had not been engulfed in flames as he had feared. Edmure stumbled to his feet and ran, following the small stream that led him to the Ruby Ford, relieved to see no one chasing after him. Then he heard it, the thundering of hooves on the ground, and he ran as fast as he could, desperate to escape. Whoever was on that horse wouldn't catch him, he wouldn't let them. But as he stumbled and fell down the hill, Edmure realized, to his horror, that it wasn't a horse chasing him at all. Get away from me. Get away from me, he shouted, his voice cracking with fear as he stood up in the water he had rolled into. The wolf didn't listen, it simply continued to stalk him, while Edmure struggled to run through the water, slipping on the wet stones and falling under the surface again and again. He heard the thumping sound once more, and this time he was certain it was horses. Looking over, he saw the wolf prowling along the riverbank as if it were stalking prey. Look, a fish in the water, Jaehaerys Lannister laughed, jumping down from his horse. Edmure noticed a few men with Jaehaerys, along with a young boy who looked familiar, though he was certain he hadn't met the lad before. I yield. I surrender, he cried, tossing his sword into the water. Did anyone hear anything? Jaehaerys asked, glancing at his men. No, my lord, they replied from behind him. I've yielded. I surrender. Edmure's voice was laced with panic. No one here cares, Tully, Jaehaerys sneered, wading into the water. He delivered a punch that knocked out a tooth, sending Edmure to his knees. No one is listening. Edmure felt the next punch take the wind from his lungs. As he struggled to breathe, he felt the cold water fill his mouth and throat. Looking up, he saw Jaehaerys Lannister holding him down, his figure appearing faded and blurry. It took him a moment to realize that this was because he was looking at him from beneath the water's surface. Suddenly, he was pulled back up, coughing and sputtering. You tried to kill a boy worth 1,000 of you pathetic fish, a boy I love like my own son. Jaehaerys pushed him back down into the water, and Edmure felt his breath escape him once more. Just as quickly, he was yanked back up again, gasping for air. A boy who made me realize just how precious my daughter is. A boy who loved her like she was his own. Flesh and blood, and you tried to take him from her. The water filled Edmure's nose and mouth, and once again he found himself gasping for breath as the world began to spin. Just like you took her mother from her. Damn you, Tully. Damn you and your entire house. Family, duty, honor, that boy knows more about all of them than you ever did. For my daughter, for Jay, and for Bryony, I curse you to the 7 hells. As darkness crept in, he felt his heart begin to slow, his life slipping away as he reflected on how he had come to this moment. Jon Snow, Jaehaerys Targaryen, he had tangled with a dragon and lost, and now he was paying for his crimes. But Bryony, who was Bryony? He thought, as the last flicker of light faded, leaving him behind. At the God's Eye, Richard Lonmouth arrived to find that the Golden Company had been defeated and Robert was dead. If that were all that had happened, he might have felt relief. But instead, he discovered that Jay was in the midst of using the glass candles, and the defeat of the army was only part of the story. He quickly made his way to the king's tent, where he found Ser Walder and Brienne outside. Inside, Jaime, Arthur, Barristan, and Loras were all present, watching as Jay focused intently on the candles before him. It felt like an eternity before anything appeared on the candles, and when it did, he knew he wasn't the only one in the tent who gasped at the sight. There was Doran Martell, sitting face to face with Ser Gerald Dane, instructing him to kill Marjorie and offering his daughter as the prize. The revelation that Doran had confirmed he wouldn't allow the man to live to see his wedding night was the only part Richard would have believed, had he not witnessed it himself. Like the others in the room, Richard stared at Jay, each of them anxious that he might unleash his anger. Yet the king sat there, watching with an expression Richard couldn't quite decipher. When Jay blinked, the image vanished, and they all began to. Images appeared rapidly, almost like a series of snapshots, stopping and starting in a chaotic rhythm. Doran was engaged in conversations with various people, but nothing new was being added to the knowledge he already possessed. He could see the king's frustration grow as the images shifted once again, this time revealing a scene from further back in time. My brother is the true snake you should fear, Rhaegar. Oberyn blows hot and cold, his anger is fierce but genuine. While he's a viper, he's easy to predict. He'll rant and rave, but once he's been spoken to and claimed, he'll listen to reason. Doran will smile, sit in his way, and tell you to your face that he bears you no ill will, Elia explained. But that'll be a lie. Rhaegar questioned. He cares not for love or blood. Doran cares for ambition, and to fuel that ambition, he's willing to see anyone pay a price, anyone but himself, Elia replied bitterly. The images shifted once more, revealing a younger and healthier Elia, lying in the arms of a young Dornish man. They were kissing, and the princess looked happier than Rhaegar had ever seen her. We should run away together, Elia said to the young man. Your brothers would kill me if I ran with you, he responded. You would not die for me? Elia asked, her smile brightening. If you would only ask it of me, my love, he replied. I'd never do that. I would not see you harmed, Garrison. Never. I wish things could be different, Elia said sadly. One day, perhaps, Garrison replied. Once again, the images changed, and now it was Doran speaking to the young man, who was a little older. Do you still love my sister? Doran inquired. I've always loved her, and I always will, my prince, though I know it can never be, Garrison answered. As long as you are aware of that, I have no quarrel with you, Ser Garrison, Doran said, offering the man a drink, which he accepted. Richard and the others watched as Garrison choked and sputtered, Jay's lips. The scene twisted into chaos as they witnessed the young man's death. In an instant, the candle flickered out, and Jae leaned back in his chair, appearing utterly drained. But soon, he was on his feet, fueled by nothing but anger. He began to pace back and forth, silent, while Richard struggled to process everything he had just witnessed. Doran was against them, so much so that he had even attempted to kill Marjorie. Yet, Richard couldn't understand why Jae had chosen to delve into Alya's past. He tried to think, to replay the events in his mind, and suddenly the whispers that had haunted him began to take hold. Quentyn had gone to the Stormlands, and the other half of the Dornish army had not yet marched. Why? What was Doran's plan? When was it supposed to unfold, and how could they possibly stop it? These questions swirled through Richard's mind as he watched Jae push past everyone and approach him at the front of the tent. "My king," Richard said, trying to get his attention. "Out of my way," Jae snapped, his voice tight with barely contained frustration. "My king," Richard repeated, hoping to reason with him. "Out of my way," Jae shouted again. Richard wanted to step aside, but he knew they needed to talk. He raised a hand, signaling for Jae to pause. He could see the rage simmering just beneath the surface, yet he stood his ground. "Please, my king, just a moment," Richard urged. "Out of my fucking way," Jae growled, and as he moved past Richard, the tension escalated. Richard stepped aside, and in that instant, Jae stumbled and fell to the ground. They gathered around the bed, waiting for him to wake up. Walder entered the room, having been the one to inform them that Jae needed to rest. He spoke with Jaime and the others, learning that the young man they had seen was Ser Garrison Fowler, the younger brother of Lord Franklin. Arthur revealed that Garrison had died before Harrenhal, and the news had hit the princess hard. When Richard heard about the mummery that Illyrio had attempted, he was left stunned. Jae had told Richard about the mummer's dragon, but they both assumed it was still in Essos. The fat cheesemonger's game was far more advanced than they had realized. It was when Richard began speaking of his whispers that Jae finally woke up. The rage was still evident in his eyes, but he seemed more restrained now. After giving him some water and watching him rise to his feet, Richard braced himself for some reprimands. Although he hadn't actually stopped Jae from leaving, he had come close. Thankfully, only trusted men were in the tent. "Forgive me, my king. I needed to speak to you most urgently," Richard said. I can forgive, Ser Richard. Others, I cannot," Jae replied, his tone leaving no room for further explanation. "Tell me what you're so worried about," Richard urged. Jae shared everything he knew, even though they still hadn't grasped the full extent of Doran's plans. He listened intently as Jae detailed what he knew about Oberyn and Quentyn. Richard watched as Jae approached the table and examined the map. The king seemed to nod to himself, recognizing something Richard and the others had missed. "Lord Jaime, take the army and march to King's Landing. Ser Richard, travel with him and find out how my uncles have fared against the Vale. Do you have your candle with you?" Jae asked. "I do. Can you still use it?" "I thought there was a cooldown, Your Grace," Richard replied. "Only on the black candles that are used. Mine will be out of action for some time, but yours and Marjorie's will not," Jae explained. "Your Grace, what are your plans?" Ser Barristan inquired. "Firstly, I'm going to speak to my sister. Then, I intend to spear a snake, Ser Barristan," Jae said as he walked out of the tent.